Hello, welcome back to the bottom. My name is Beast, and today we're back with more ToHeart2. The tier list is still here, by the way. It is literally just waiting in the back. So yeah, that video was literally the fucking stupidest fucking idea I ever had. So anyways, the fact that humanity has such an instinctual fear of Uncanny Valley implies that possibly there was a predator that hunted humans by imitating them. I say this just because I'm trying to fuck with people. I of course know it's because monkeys and all that. Like, we like monkeys now, but they used to be fucking demons to us. So do not try to fucking correct me here. I'm just trying to curse people for the day. Anyway, also, again, shout out to Cactus for both the assets I used in the tier list, except for, you know, the tier list itself. Fucking made that one myself. And yeah, also for the thumbnail. Anyways, right now we're just going to say I don't really care. Seems hysterical to go out of my way to go and tell him off. I'll pretend I didn't notice. Think to myself and head down the stairs. After that, the ceremony begins 30 minutes late. As I was at the reception desk outside, I didn't notice, but apparently the student council president made it for the presentation. Turns out she was feeling unwell and resting in the infirmary. Nothing but rumors and insinuations. We were informed it was just that the previous president couldn't make it in time, so the representative read the formal reply. Apart from that, graduation party went on as planned, finishing 30 minutes later. For go-home clubbers like me, there's no alumni I need to welcome or see off. After I finish cleaning, I scatter home.
あ、そうだ。
I avoided Mario. You have no fucking idea how happy I am. You know what? I'm gonna hard focus on Yuma. Couldn't split the previous class half asleep and can't stop yawning. I should grab a can of coffee before I fall asleep. Head from the corridor to the shoe rack to get to the mending machine. Vending machines in the school grounds are usually short of stock, even before lunchtime. Today, most of the popular items are sold out. The espresso I came for has a red light signifying that it too was out of stock. Probably be fine with regular coffee. Espresso is more concentrated, giving the impression that it's stronger, but actually it has less caffeine content than regular coffee. Furthermore, putting in milk dilutes the caffeine even more, rendering it nearly useless if you're trying to stay awake. I didn't mean to fuss over getting an espresso, but somehow I went from one vending machine to the next, and before I knew it, I was in the corridor outside the cafeteria. I found one. Finally found a machine with an espresso in stock. I quickly stick the coin and I'd been playing with. My hand inadvertently made contact with a girl's hand. I frankly removed my hand with the coin and put in rolls into the machine. It was Yuma. She quietly pulls back the coin she was holding. Though I was the first to reach the machine before her, it felt like I got in her way. The number of misunderstandings with her just decreases. I could tell just by that unpleasant look at hers that I was intruding. I'll leap before she says anything. I reach out to the espresso button. That elicits a response from Yuma. Somehow it looks like she wanted the same espresso I did. I just happened to want some, so it's not like I'm obligated to let her have it or anything. Also, she simply just looks a bit surprised. Push the red button, and after the noisy clatter, the machine coughs out a seemingly bulky can. And that's not bulky, it only seems like something else is attached to the espresso can. Winner. I open the cover, and from inside the machine comes a decorative strap. Speaking of which, Yuma was going to buy the same thing, so if I hadn't gone first, she'd have probably... She was frowning a little, and she looks quite timid. Her expression tells me she wasn't going to say anything. If I said I'd give it to her, that would be pouring fuel to the fire. Now, on this occasion, it's more like throwing hay into something small, onto smoldering coal. When I'm my espresso and strap in hand, I turn towards the shoe rack. I absolutely don't have the courage to open the can here. I'll just drink it while walking. I hear a bewildered cry as soon as I leave. Yuma raised her voice, clearly surprised at something. I look over my shoulder. A red light was on the button Yuma finger was about to touch. What about to push? I just bought the last espresso. Want any? Snubbed. Even though I offered her my espresso, she returns away. Clenching her jaws, she continuously presses the button over and over. Of course no espresso comes out. That's not my fault, right? Yuma is determined not to look at me, but I'm obviously the item of disdain is unreasonable. I don't want to piss her off any further, so I make haste and leave. Yuma stares at the red light, pushing the button over and over. Skip. Almost said wrong uniform. No, it's still the correct uniform right now. I'm too used to the other thing. Yuma. The weather during spring changes day after day. Not only are you unsure of what to wear, you also can't decide whether to have a hot or cold drink. Well, if you're like me, it has to be hot to have coffee. When I leave the classroom, I suddenly get a craving for the taste of coffee in my tongue. I deviate from the path of the shoe racks and head to the vending machines outside the cafeteria. Also, I heard that apparently if you just go home every single time, there is some, like, a special thing you get. Wait, it's not that I heard. I literally read it out in the last recording. Also, you literally just saw me spin on the fucking keyboard accidentally. Disgusting. You didn't see anything. Yes, I have a knife down here. It is also very dirty with cheese, so yes. I just got some like goat camembert. I don't know what else to call it right now. That was essentially my dinner today because I didn't feel like making anything big, and also my phone was at 20%, so I had to fucking plug it in somewhere. And if I don't listen to anything 24/7, the voices come back. Anyways, it's sad weather. Well, if you're like me, it has to be hot to have coffee. When I leave the classroom, I suddenly get a craving for the taste of coffee on my tongue. I deviate from the path to the shoe racks and head to the vending machine outside the cafeteria. Put my coin in. I notice the shadow of a person holding the same coin behind me. It's Yuma. Not again! Not this again! I'm sure she realized that this is simply coincidence. Yuma looks directly at me without blinking. No, she's glaring at me. I was about to get an espresso, but for some reason I suddenly feel like getting something else instead. Okay, you press the button for a cafe latte. Latte raw. At that moment, the red light goes on, signifying it's run out. I notice her holding her breath behind me. Even after I leave the machine, Yuma stands there fixated on the cafe latte light, which is now illuminated red. This again! Now she wants this done today? No way! I bite my lower lip as she glares at me. Just then, a workman in overalls pushes his way between us with a trolley. One by one, he restocks the machine. Though he also filled the cafe latte inventory, buying it right now would mean that the drink would still be at room temperature. Despite that, as soon as he's finished stocking, Yuma doesn't wait for him to leave before pushing the cafe latte button. She naps the can like a hawk and takes off. Yuma doesn't listen to him. She shrugs her shoulders and takes off. No mind to tell the worker not to worry her, not to mind her unpleasant, disrespectful attitude. Don't worry. I like you. It's not you she's attacking. It's all me. Just those two again. Today should go without a hitch. Affirming that there's no shadow resembling Yuma around, I breathe a sigh of relief. Espresso was already sold out. I pushed the cafe latte button. It's not the last one either. Bend over and grab the can from the dispenser. Become aware of Yuma shaking angrily behind my back. She stares at the red light on the espresso button, glares at me and turns and leaves. Hey, I didn't cost the espresso to get sold out, okay? Look, this here's a cafe latte! Hello? Anyone else around? She's just waiting at... She's just stalking the gate again. Oh, I see someone familiar about a stone's throw ahead of me. Who was it again? I can see her back, but I can't remember her name. However, I feel like I had to head over and say hi, so I sped up to see her and call out. Hey! Yes, I don't remember who it was. With my greeting hand still out up in the air, I leap to the side and hide in the shadows. Yuma turns back, looking around my general direction with an aura of weariness before continuing. Oh, that was close! If I'd stayed any longer, that would be blood spilled! Look at her. It seems like she's headed home. There's still time, so I'll go to the shoe rack. I was really asking for it that time, so I wanted to avoid her without setting her off. No way. I'm uncomfortable with losing sight of her right now. Somehow we have some weird rubber band-like effect binding us, so if we go our separate ways, we'll end up coming across each other. After pondering that for a bit, I maintain a reasonable distance to follow her. I frantically cover my mouth before I give myself away. That's because I've suddenly caught up to her after coming down the stairs. What you taking her time for? I hide among the shoe racks. Yuma's movements near the entrance is a bit odd. She's sticking to a wall, shuffling along sideways towards the exit, sticking only to her head out to peek. Looks like she's hiding from something outside. Keep watching her from the shadows, where there might be someone behind. I turn around, but there's no one there watching me. I look back at her again. Ah! I'm taken aback as Yuma scoffs at me. What are you doing all of a sudden? It's not like I was. Probably the same reason as you. Both of us were being careful not to meet each other, but in the end, it did nothing. Yuma frowns at my words. Eh? Yuma mutters while looking away and raises her eyebrows. If it's nothing, then tell me. She shoos me away now that she has nothing more to do with me. I sense some apprehension in your words, but see you later then. I sat there and walked past her and then suddenly stop. Gonna attack me from behind? Yuma bares her fangs and raises her eyebrows. How unexpected, I feel the same way. I shrug and leave the shoe racks. The warmth of the sunlight and the gentle spring weather outside envelop me. The other students are also carefree and lively as they walk home. Well now, what on earth was she worried about? Look around, but nothing seems particularly out of place. Not even that black limousine parked outside the school gate. Hang on, a black limousine? That's kind of suspicious. However, I'm apprehensive about peeking in the windows. What if a bunch of scary-looking guys came out? What kind of person and nationality rides in that sort of car? All the other students are also worried about the car, but no one's brave enough to investigate it. The Hugo isn't parked right in front of the gate. It's in an inconspicuous place so as to not look menacing. After all, you don't see limousines in front of a school every day. So, is that what's scaring her? I look back at the school and Yuma was just coming out of the entrance. Since I got a good grasp of what's going on, I could sense an unsettling atmosphere despite the presence of so many people. I stop at the gate and wave at Yuma. Hey Yuma! There's nothing here to worry about! She puts her hands out, finger to her mouth. She's visibly rattled even though I said there's nothing unusual here. Ah, it feels great having done something like that. I hear the sound of a large engine approaching from behind as I reach the bottom of the hill. Quickly take a look and see that the black limousine raising a huge dust cloud as it rushes by. Well now, have I heard that voice somewhere before? Is her family Yakuza? I feel like her family is gonna be Yakuza. I don't see a single soul in the library. Probably because I went straight here after class. Not even a library committee member is present behind the computer. Come to think of it, just because they're committee members doesn't mean they'll always arrive earlier than I do. I realized that fact in a new light. Even the office behind the counter is deserted. I started walking around the empty library, past the magazine shelf in front of the computer. When I arrive at the window, the curtain sways unnaturally. The window is completely closed. The air conditioning is also off, so there shouldn't be air blowing around here. There's an exhaust fan, but it's not strong enough to move the curtains. Are there other students here? I casually walk over. This time I could sense someone's presence. I hear their footsteps moving to the other side of the bookshelf, away from me. I instinctively run after them. The other person is breathing erratically. Their footsteps suddenly stop, and then I hear them heading back to the passageway. I continue the path I was taking. Take a sharp turn at the end and move up along the window. When I come out of the reading tables, I wait, watching over the entrance and counter. Get a good look at the person who appears from the bookshelves. It was Yuma in a gym uniform. Yuma blushes, tries her best to put on a brave face, tries her best to put on a brave front, all the while glaring at me. But she doesn't say anything and trusts towards the exit. There's no need to run away. Nevertheless, while people don't care about looking like that during PE, wearing that in the library by yourself is, how do I put it, rather obscene. Oh, I see. So she wanted to hide to avoid gathering attention. I didn't just piss her off again, didn't I? It was purely by chance, but that excuse seems rather overused. The two of us alone in the library and me chasing her for no good reason really gives the impression that I'm sexually harassing her. There's a good chance that's how Yuma saw it. This would have increased the number of strikes she has against me. This is fucking great thus far. I don't want anything to do with him, so... Home it is! Oh, it's the... Oh, it's that scene. That scene was really nice. No one's here. Plot twist, you had to go talk to Yuji there in order to continue Yuma's route for some fucking reason. Oh, the fire. That's why they keep making crackhead ramen. Yes, we're going home. We really just aren't meeting her anymore, huh? Hello? Earth to Yuma. She's gone into the ether. Well, now I feel like I need to check how to get to her route. ToHeart2 Yuma-Route. Yuma. Schoolgate. Shopping district. No front of me. Stop Yuji, don't really care. What date is it currently? 18th. Oh, so there is literally just like a bunch of homes now, apparently. Like, I feel like this is another guide that's like lining you up for as many routes as possible, which I hate. Hello? So I could skip it. Weird. Anyways, here I'm supposed to be next time, I promise, apparently. Oh, because it's the where she sleeps over. Next time, I promise. Ah, yes, the danger has arrived. I feel like thus far we've been skipping more than reading actual Yuma lines. And I saw those eyes again. Honestly, can barely wait for her route. I'm looking forward to it so much. I can just tell that it'll be a fucking fantastic route. Last time I said maybe black here. We're just picking what is easiest to skip right now. Another home. Another home. ET phone home. March 24th, new scene. Closing ceremony is today. Oh, because originally we had the plan. As I think about how it's already the end of the school year, I feel deeply moved. Is it okay to not take Genji-Mata for a walk? Or like a bunch of shit is gonna be different now, I realize. Like a bunch of shit's gonna be different now. Considering there was a bunch of like mandatory Sasada stuff by going for Sasada. Is it okay to not take Genji-Mata for a walk? Alright, I'm more worried about what Genji-Mata might have been suffering. Konami raises her voice and looks up the stairs. Oh! Tamane! She mumbles and gives a gesture as if she's thinking about something. What? Konami normally turns around about here, but seeing as Genji-Mata isn't here, she walks on with me. Also, some reason or other, Tamane is with us too. Konami is restlessly looking around. Okay, that's funny. Did you really forget to set it? Did you really forget to set it? I thought, but stopped myself from saying it. Looks like Konami is thinking the same thing. She weakly smiles. Konami steps along the footpath ahead of us, leaping across one crack at a time. Seems to be in a good mood this morning. Seems to be in a good mood. Once I say that, Konami spins around and proceeds to leapfrog back to me. Boing! She lands directly in front of me. Sure, but what's that got to do with it? Did I make such a promise? Well, yeah, but... I'm really worried about the implied meaning behind that grin. What is this? I was still looking forward to enjoying summer break, but now that it's coming, that unsettling feeling is gushing forth. The closing ceremony. The ceremony was boring, but when I reflect on the fact that the year is really over, I feel a sense of profundity. Next year, Konami and the other students will be joining, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the class will turn out to be like. The ceremony over, and nothing particular left to do, I soothed my empty stomach and left the classroom behind. However, Yuji ended up not coming. Yuji may dawdle or avoid things, but something important or serious like this he'd never miss. I'm sure he's looking at his watch right now and squirming about, troubled. And I'm about to exit the school gates. For some reason, I feel the urge to look back at the school building. So the day ends my life as a first-year student, which means that a whole year has passed since I came to this school. Somehow it all happened in a blink of an eye. If Konami was here at the time like this, she'd say it's like watching a revolving lantern, isn't it, or something incomprehensible like that. After this, I'll be a second-year student, then a third year, then comes graduation, huh? Time sure flies by. Time sure passes by if you're not careful. 2 years left. I wonder what I can accomplish here in that time. Whether it be for myself or someone else, what can I accomplish? Because I feel like I've simply kind of passed the days this year. I've spent this once-in-a-lifetime present in a more meaningful way. Despite that feeling, things don't turn out so well in reality. As I'm thinking about that, a voice calls out from the shadows of the school gate. Are you on another walk today? For me? Go out. All of us. Voice that suddenly comes from behind me sends a shiver down my spine. So I'm about to leap away in fright. The owner of that voice locks arms with me, making it impossible. Tamane! On the other side, carrying a fishing tackle box, is a downhearted Yuji hanging his head. That's not even funny. I'm going to suffer some kind of injury for sure. I won't be tricked again. Konami salutes Tamane and rushes over beside me where she links arms, clutching my free arm. Hey, hey! Try to desperately plant my feet on the ground, but I'm dragged along instead. Wait, at least let me go home for a moment to get changed! Don't take my clothes along without my permission! Don't look through my stuff! Release me! Someone help me be kidnapped! First year ends today. We can skip again. Finally ended. What a nightmare. Spring break should be a glorious time of sleeping in, doing nothing and resting. Maybe a little loafing around thrown in to spice things up. What did I do to deserve this treatment? My tranquil spring break mood was shattered before it had even fully formed. Peaceful spring morning, birds tweeting softly outside my window, unheard through my gentle snoozing. Tamane's voice heralds the end. Ah! What? Tamane, what are you doing here? Ichi? Even Konami's in my room, what the heck? Huh? Of the long list of things to avoid doing on spring break, cleaning is surely at the top. Can't like that one. Well, true, but why should I? But why should you? Before I can object, she inexplicably hands me the telephone. Bewildered, I put the receiver to my ear and hear. Mom! いい？あなたのことはタマちゃんにお願いしておいたから、ちゃんとタマちゃんの言うことを聞かなくちゃダメよ。あ、そうそう、生活費もろもろもタマちゃんに預けることにしたから。What have you done? I can't escape anymore! 食費とかお小遣いは必要な時にタマちゃんから受け取ってね。Why would you do that? なんでって。その方が安心できるからに決まってるでしょ。What the hell? じゃあ、タマちゃんに代わってくれる？ Tama gently takes the receiver from my lifeless hand, a twinkle in her eye. もしもし、変わりました。はい。はい。責任を持ってお預かりさせ、いいえ。それではお元気で。はい。失礼します。うん。言いたいことは？ Many. すべて却下。Who the hell? Yuji rests his hand on my shoulder. 兄弟。That sincere gaze of utter compassion is seriously not making me feel any better.
それじゃあみんな、次は空き缶とかのゴミを拾ってきてね。
Why here?
誰が一番多くゴミを拾えるか競争よ。はーい。それと怪我しないように気をつけること。ちゃんと軍手をして、公園を出るときは車に注意ね。わかったかな？はーい。それじゃあ行くわよ。よーいドン。
She claps her hands. Spurred on by Domina's encouragement, the children scatter and start gathering rubbish. Can't tell if she's actually socially adept or just popular with the kids. The incorrigible delinquent who ignored the adults and did whatever she liked has been transformed into this responsible woman. Somehow it's not all that different. Just the leader of the brats up to her usual tricks. While Tamine and Yuji regularly do volunteer work like this around the district, Tamine has been tasked with supervising cleaning of this area. Still couldn't wrap my head around why she had rounded me up for this task though. Why does she keep dragging me around everywhere?
たまお姉ちゃん、言われたの持ってきたよ。
ありがとう。さーて、私たちはドブ掃除ね。ユージ、高坊、まずはここ一帯のドブ板を外すから手伝って。
マジかよ。ここ一帯って何枚あると思ってんだよ。
男ならつべこべ文句言わない。さあ、始めるわよ。
Yuji and I share a glance and sigh in unison.
やっぱ骨董市って最高。
たまお姉ちゃんご機嫌だね。
ご機嫌もご機嫌。掘り出し物がザックザクで今日は最高よ。
Tamine hugs Kotomi and does a little dance to like spin around with her. This stuff is so heavy. Gee, stop messing around and help us out instead. Yuji and I are today's beasts of burden, laden with mounds of plates, teacups, sake cups, and miscellaneous trinkets. Run a real risk of being mistaken for a mobile antique shop. 27th of March. Tamine picked me up at the crack of dawn and has been dragging me all around the flea market ever since. Naturally, all I'm doing is carrying her bags. I don't get how she can throw money away on junk like this. And when it comes to useful stuff like snacks or magazines, she can be so stingy.
耐えろ。これも尾形里奈写真集のため。耐えろ。耐えるんだ。
Man, you're so simple.
回れ回れ。
28th March. For some reason, Tamina has been invited to play in a local amateur baseball game. Naturally, both Yuji and I were drafted as well.
高坊、死ぬ気で走れ。
Die. All joking aside, I might die. Yuji is already lying dead just a little way foul of left
い
field.
けー。勝ったら特上握り3人
Motivation by sushi just isn't going to cut it. All I want right now is to lie down for a day or two. 29th of March. We were walking Konomi's dog when he suddenly executed an abnormally daring escape plan. Apparently he hates enforced exercise, but he ran pretty hard trying to get away from us, so mission accomplished, I guess. I ended up running after him, trying to get him back. Even lazy dogs can come with high top speed and stamina, it turns out. I wish I could escape too. 30th March, Yuji has begun to hallucinate. Am I next? 31st March. At last I will be saved as well. April, maybe. Today, I've been summoned to help clean out the cellar. Demurred, but needless to say, my letter of resignation was not accepted. Carried the last load outside and nearly collapsed on the ground, my arms shaking from the exhaustion.
体が痛え。
Uniquely exhausted, Yuji lodges his formal complaint. Body aches all over too. How can a human tolerate this level of
たま
work?
お姉ちゃん、どこに頼もうか。
好みに任せるわ。好きなところに頼んでちょうだい。
わかっ。
あいつら、なんであんなピンピンしてやがるんだ。
They're inhuman.
春休みだってのに、俺たち何やってんだろうな。
Beats me.
なんで俺たち、姉貴に頭が上がらねえんだろ
Just stop talking. That's right, I'm really going to cry.
う。お前はまだいい方だぞ。俺なんか一日中顔を突き合わしてんだからな。それも今日で最後だぜ。明日になれば新学期。姉貴は寺女だ。
I've got some bad news for you.
俺たちは 自由だ。
That's really something.
なるんだよ。これ以上人の生活荒らされてたまるか。
こんなとこにいた。たまお姉ちゃんがね、片付けたら終わりにしましょうって。
ああ、言われなくてももう休んでるよ。
Yuji answers, leaning against the wall and mimicking his
あ、
pose.
それとね、休むならこっちに来なさいって。とっても綺麗だよ。
What's pretty?
ああ、俺たちはここで休んでっからもう動く気力すらね。
いいからね、行こうよ。
Konami grabs us by each by a hand and pulls us behind her. Not having the energy to resist, we're led around like a pair of children. It was actually really nice CG. Whoa! I gasp at the overwhelming spectacle. Cherry blossoms are all in full bloom. I didn't even realize that these were cherry trees. I'd always known there were big trees over here, of course, but I'd never seen them bloom.
こいついつの間にか咲いてたのか。ここ何年も咲かなかったのにな。
綺麗だね。
Konami murmurs to no one particular. They really are.
こうして見上げるのって何年ぶりかしら。最後に見たのは、そっか、あの時か。
Tamane narrows her eyes, lost in a
きっ
memory.
とたまお姉ちゃんにお帰りなさいって言ってるんだね。
そうかしら。
絶対そうだよ。
Just realized that Konami is wearing a pant skirt.
そっか。
んなわけねえねえ。
Tamane flicks her wrists and a pebble smacks Yuji in the
ユー
forehead.
ジ、高坊、今日までご苦労様。疲れたでしょ。
はあ？
Yuji just tilts his head. Tamane's gratitude has him off
Konami?
balance.
頼んどいてくれた？
ピザとかいろいろ注文してきたよ。
そう、仕事はもう終わりだから、これからはお花見を楽しみましょう。てんやものとかいろいろと頼んでおいてもらったから。
ねえねえ、本当にいろんなの注文してもよかったの？
オッケーオッケー。無制限食い倒れデスマッチもか。
She gives an enthusiastic thumbs up.
やったー。
何してるの、高坊。いつまでも立ってないで座ったら。
I'm not sure she was up to some and had been trying to figure out what it could be, but I actually don't think she's got any ill intentions. Sit down as
ユージ
instructed.
もどうしたの？
Yuji's definitely thinking the same thing, and he's not giving up as easily as I did. He holds his head, doubt written all over his face, but eventually he resigns himself as well. Takes his shoes off and sits down, relaxing. Well, it is incredible. Petals are like snow.
すごく綺麗。
Somehow those words laid over the scene of Konami and lifting her eyes up to the blossoming cherry trees made my heart skip
ど
a
う
beat.
かした？
That's nothing.
そう。
He smiles gently but doesn't say anything else. So my spring break came to an end. Felt like I was just being bossed around by Tamane the whole time, but I look up at the sky and think, yeah, I guess I don't mind so much after all. Oh, so we're back to the lucid dreams. Looking cool, Joker. Wait, what?
行動ってどっちなの？
First year students always go directly to the auditorium, don't they? Just wait a moment, I'll walk with you on the way. And our class is...
ほらよ、クラス表。
Yuji hands me one of the class assignment tables handed out at the entrance. Thank you. Let's see now. I grab the sheet and promptly scan through it. 2A, I'm not in there, huh? Next is 2B, 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 2B. Oh, I found it. There's my name.
なんだ、またかよ。
Yuji grins broadly and points to the list. Yuji's name is in the same list for 2B. We exchange wry smiles.
もしかしてまた一緒のクラスなの？
Yeah, I just can't get away from this asshole.
おう、新記録更新、解禁賞ものだぜ。
いいなあ。私も一緒のクラスだったらいいのに。
仕方ねえって。クラスどころか学年が違うんだからな。
そうだけど。 そうだ。だったらゆうくんたちが一つ留年すると。
こらこら、勝手に人をダブりにさせるな。
やっぱダメか。
当たり前だろ。ただでさえヒヤヒヤしてんだ。現実になってたまっかよ。
3A ね。
だけど姉貴、うちへの転入って本当に冗談じゃなかったんだな。
当然でしょ。冗談でここまでするほど水教じゃないわ。
くっそー、いつもはキッチンドランカー並みに水教者のくせによ。割れる。
Off to the classroom. Once homeroom teacher's brief introduction finishes, we are all off to the auditorium together for the new student's entrance ceremony. Oh, there's Konami. She's continuing eyeing her novel environment. That finishes as well. On a blink of an eye, school is over. Honestly, I kind of expected to, because we followed Yuma so much, that Yuma's somehow going to end up in our class. And it's the start of a new year. School is filled with young freshmen all fidgeting nervously. Freshmen, huh? Just felt the same way this time last year. Not knowing my left from my right, wandering around the school grounds trying to find my homeroom. Those traumatic memories resurface every time a freshman passes by. There goes another one. Hang on, that's not a freshman, that's a second year student like me. She doesn't look too different from a first year though. It's Komaki. She repeatedly opens her notebook to check something written in it over and over. Feel an aura of clumsiness around it that only freshmen ought to have. Hey, Komaki! Woman passes before she realizes that I call her. She slowly walks over me like some kind of small animal. What's up?
生徒会の仕事です。新入生の歓迎会とかクラブ紹介、オリエンテーリング、とにかくイベントが盛りだくさんで。
Komaki turns the pages of a student notebook as she speaks. Thankfully, Komaki, as well as Yuji, are in the same class as me this year. Which reminds me, congratulations on becoming class
あ
president.
りがとうござい。でも
Puffing her cheeks out, her face suddenly darkens.
なんとなく読めてましたけどね。
Looks like she still hasn't lost her passion for the student council. Alright, good luck then. Sorry for interrupting you.
いえ、そんなことないですよ。
Despite her saying that, I still feel like I've interfered somehow. Is there something I can help out with?
うーん。
Deeper thought. Those class presidents often delegate duties to the students and rely on them to do work. However, in contrast, Komaki doesn't really know much about the other members of the student council since she always tries to do everything on her own. It's not even student council. She's not in the student council. If not, don't worry. No need to make something
す
up.
みません。せっかく言ってくれたのに。
No, I'm already leaving. Forgive me for interrupting. Komaki hangs her head in an exaggerated bow. What
し
about
ば
the
らく無
archives?
理っぽいです。ごめんなさい。
With an apologetic look on her face, Komaki runs off. This is even the job of the class president. Nah, I don't think so. Insho is just one person. I don't think she can handle so many things at once. For example, imagine for a moment if Komaki were 10 people. If that were the case, the welcoming party and athletic festival would be ready in an instant. You wouldn't bite off more than you can chew, but looking at Komaki's petite frame, I feel somewhat uneasy. If she keeps working that hard, she might just break down one day. Guess there's no insurance for class presidents.
さて、めでたい新学期初日もこれで終わりだ。ってわけで、祝いにどっか寄っていこうぜ。
You're just looking for an excuse to go out.
ま、それは否定しないけど、本来なら親睦も兼ねてクラスの女子も誘いたいところだけど、女嫌いの高明のために今回はパスしておいたぜ。感謝してもらいたいもんだな。
I told you I'm not xenophobic. Besides, weren't you speaking to the girls in our class earlier?
そんな過去のことは忘れちまったな。ま、細かいことは気にすんな。
You got turned down.
んで、どうする？もちろん行くだろ？
Yeah, but where to?
そうだな。久しぶりにカラオケにでも行って熱いやつをぶちかましたいところだけど、男二人でボックスの中入るってのはちょっと泣けるものがあるしな。いつもみたいにゲーセンでヤックをかけた勝負ってのもあれだし、今日くらいは別のことをしてみたい気もする。
Putting his hands on his chin, Yuji starts to think it through seriously. Well, there's plenty of time, so why don't we just hang out till we figure out what to do?
ああ、それもそうだな。
Okay, we going?
あ、ちょっと待て。
Just then, Yuji spots a girl coming down the stairs and calls out to her after skipping closer.
よー、これから遊び行くんだけど一緒にどう？くっそー、なんで断られるんだ？
Probably because you walked up to someone you probably don't even know and asked them to come along to fucking karaoke or something. Obviously because you're too pushy. The subject matter was good, but you should avoid those straight down the line pitches. You can be less direct. You can be a little less direct and more civil about it, can't you?
何言ってやがる。自分をアピールするのに自分を偽ってどうすんだよ。俺は純粋な思いを相手にだな。
What's up?
おい、裏に回るぞ。
Tamaki is at the gate. He says as he starts shoving me. Hey, don't shove.
いい
What's
から
up?
急げって。
どこへ行くつもり？出口はこっちよ。
が
Tamane.
だから言ったじゃねえか。
Usually whispers in my ear. Sorry.
いや、ちょっと忘れ物っていうか。
何を？
と思ったけど、気のせいだ。高木、行こうぜ。
You try to pass in front of Tamane like it's nothing.
待ちなさい。
As expected, we are
二人とも
restrained.
帰るのならもう少し待ってなさい。もう少ししたら好みが来ると思うから。
いや、俺たち寄るとこあるし。
どこへ？
いいだろう、どこだってよ。
Tamane narrows her eyes at us. Nah, we were planning on hanging around. Enjoying ourselves before going home. I answer in a panic. I have a bad feeling
だ
about
った
this.
らなおさら待っててあげないとダメでしょ。好みをのけものにするつもり？
おいおい、のけものも何も。1年は今頃オリエンテーションの最中だぜ。待ってたら夕方になっちまうじゃねえか。
Orientation is a PR death match between the clubs to acquire freshmen. All the performances by the PE and culture clubs take place on the sports field. The atmosphere is almost like like that of a school festival. For us go-home club people, we have zero interest, but by this time, the newcomers should be thinking about which club to join and becoming desperate, wondering how many members those guys running the clubs are going to recruit.
あなたたちね、何年あの子の幼なじみやってるの？好みならどの部活にも入らないから1時間もしないうちに急いで来るわよ。
If you put it that way, Konami was previously also a go-home club member. She will most likely follow what we do and not join any clubs.
そしたらみんなでどこかに寄ってきましょう。
Evening. The umpteenth person passes by before us as we wait for Konami at the school gate. Just like the previous students, this one sneaks a glance our way as he passes by. Not quite. Actually, I think they're checking out Tamane. Tamane is rather conspicuous, even though she is wearing the same uniform as everyone else and is simply standing here normally. It's true that she is beauty, but it's her presence that always catches people's attention. In front of Tamane are second or third years? A pair of guys timidly, or should I say, in an obviously nervous fashion, dip their heads towards Tamane and try to pass it by in front of her.
さようなら、また明日。
She smiles in response.
それじゃあ。
The boys hurriedly lower their heads once more, quicken their pace and pass us. Acquaintances?
知り合いっていうか、クラスメートになった人たち。
Aha! It's still the first day and they're already intimidated, huh? Yuji sees the 30 years off with a lukewarm
気
expression.
の毒にな。何万ダブ何万ダブ。
I think I hear you whisper those
たまお姉
words.
ちゃん
Oh. And after a short wait, Konami comes running this way, just as Tamane said.
タカ君ユウ君待っててくれたんだ
Well,
一応な。
having tried to leave early, the two of us put on a strained smile at her delighted expression.
オリエンテーションはもういいの？
もう一通り見ちゃったから
どの部に入るか決めてみた？
ちょっと面白そうかなってのはいくつかあったけど、でも入部してみたいってほどじゃないし、やっぱり部活はやらなくてもいいかなって。それに部活に入っちゃうと一緒に帰れなくなっちゃうから。
そう。
Tamane narrows her eyes into a gentle expression and pets Konami on the head. And she turns to us with an I told you smile on her face. Yeah, she was right.
さて、好みも来たことだし、そろそろ行きましょうか。
いや、もともと俺たちが。
Yuji complains in a small voice, but the spring wind drowns drowns his mumbling out.
どこか寄ってくの？
For the time being, it was decided we'd just hang around. I was talking with Yuji about going to a game center or doing karaoke.
バカ野郎
Huh? Tamane, who was walking ahead of us, slowly turns around to face
ゲー
us.
セン？カラオケ？
あ
Yuji averts his eyes as though to say he has nothing to do with it.
ダメよ。
Huh? No,
入
he
っちゃ
said.
ダメって言ってるの。ゲームセンターなんて不良が入るところよ。そんなとこに入って不良に襲われたりしたらどうする気？
Huh? Being attacked by delinquents? What kind of scenario is that? Yuji whispers to me.
姉貴な網走並みに隔離された生活を送ってきたせいかゲーセンとかにすげえ偏見持っててないくら言ってもああいうのは不良が行くとこだって信じて疑わねえんだよ
What I see?
マジもしかも不良とかなんとか言ってるけどありゃ絶対不良ってのをなんか別のものと誤解してるぞもしかしたら姉貴そういった奴らを見たことねえんじゃねえかいやーでもな前の学校がかなり厳しい全寮制の女子校だったろそんなの見る機会なんてなかっただろうしそんな奴ら見てもお子様が強がってる程度にしか思ってないぞ
I can see that being
た
true.
く何が不良だよ姉貴に比べたらヤクザですら可愛く見えるっての姉貴の中の不良ってのはどっかの世紀末救世主伝説に出てくる悪役みたいな感じじゃないだろうな
そこ。二人して何をコソコソしてるの？
Regardless, her impression is way too far off point. Tamane, could it be that you've never been to a game center?
あるわよ。子供の頃一度だけだけど。
Once. That's rare these days. That's probably why she's prejudiced. Now that she mentions it, I don't remember going with Tamane to a game center when we were kids. We were always running around outside. That sort of rigid thinking doesn't suit her. Alright, how will we go to a game center?
高坊？
She looks my way a little angered. Because arcades haven't been considered gathering points for delinquents for decades. These days, going to a game center is pretty normal. Yuji and I often go there.
ユージと？
She glares at Yuji. Like I said, it's pretty normal these days. Konomi occasionally tags along too. Right, Konomi?
よく一緒してるよ。
See? That's how it is.
なぜだ
Huh? Why is she being so tough on
行ってみ
Yuji?
ようよ。
For a moment, Tamane looks surprised at Konomi's
そう
proposal.
言われてみたら、たまお姉ちゃんとそういうところに遊びに行ったことなかったよね。ねえ、行ってみようよ。
Oh, Konomi, nice backup. If Konomi invites her, she can't back down. Right, it's decided. Game center it is.
ちょ、
It's fine. It's nothing like the place you think it is. Or perhaps you would rather do karaoke.
カラオケはちょっと想像しいのは苦手なのよ。
She mumbles evasively.
そうだ、今日はうちに遊びに来ない？先日トトミヤのカステラをいただいたからお話でもしながらみんなで食べましょう。
トトミヤのカステ
Konomi leans forward.
ラ、あれ美味しいんだよね。
じゃあうちに来る？
Hold on. Not good. Conversation has changed direction. I've got to turn it back around. Can't say I agree with Tamane dampening the mood this much. What's wrong with going to a game center or to karaoke? If your opinions of such places is so strong, why don't you try going one more time?
その必要はないわ。行かなくても分かりきってるもの。
Konomi, you want to go with Tamane, don't you?
うん。
好み？トトミヤのカステラ一緒に食べよう。
食べる。
Konomi, a new series of those plushies from the crane games you love so much has arrived. Would you like me to get one for you?
ほんと？やったー。
好み、ウイロー大好きだったわよね。
好き好き。
Konomi will buy you an ice cream to celebrate your entrance to the school. How about a triple knock with triple special?
好み、入学おめでとう。そうだ、うちでお祝いしましょうか。こんな大きなケーキを買って。
That's unfair, Tamane!
その、
Konomi, you really want to go to the game center, right? Y'all need to
好
stop.
み、うちに遊びに来るでしょ。
Konomi. Step, step,
好
step.
み、
Step. Konami walks back and forth between Tamane and myself. She does the round trip many times over. Seemingly due to going around and around, Konami becomes unsteady on her feet.
いいわ、そこまで言うなら一度だけ言ってあげ。あら、好み、どうしたの？
Konami's face looks somewhat pale.
気持ち悪い。
Are you okay?
大丈夫。
ごめんね、変なことになっちゃって。
とっても嬉しかったよ。
そう？
Without thinking, Tamane hugs her tight. Tamane, that's a bit much!
あ、好み、大丈夫？
やっぱり大丈夫じゃないかも。
In the end, we don't go to the game center. Instead, we end up spending our time at Tamane's house celebrating Konami's enrollment.
俺も大変なんだけどよ。誰も俺の心配してくれねえのか？
Ask yourself why that is. And skip. I feel great waking up today. I tossed the covers off me with a single motion and get up from the bed. My head is instantly clear. Was it because of something they mentioned on TV? Something about feeling well rested if you wake up immediately after your REM cycle. I wish it was always like this. And I'm about to pull up the curtains when I notice something strange. The light shining in is awfully dazzling. Hey, wait a minute. In panic, I pulled the alarm clock toward me. Ah! It stopped dead! I doubt I can make it to school on time. If I leave out the number of things from my morning routine and run at full speed, no, not even then. Traffic lights will slow me down. If I end up being late after running with all my strength, it would be embarrassing. However, although this may be foul, I could just say that my body's in terrible shape and use that as an excuse to come to school during lunch. Time passes by, and I sit here mulling it over. The situation can only get worse with each passing second, so I decide on a contingency plan. I'll use a bike. To ride to school, you need to get permission in advance and have a sticker permit on your bike. However, it's not like they're going to check each and every bike amongst the hundreds parked there every single day. Even if I'm caught, I'll only get a warning, right? The amount of time I'll save going by bike should be the same amount of time as what I've lost from oversleeping. Besides, this is an emergency. Yeah. In the end, I listened to the demon whispering in my ear and started my morning routine at the usual place. Ah, this feels great! I raised my voice unconsciously in the spring breeze. The gliding-like sensation brought about by the bike's spinning wheels feels exhilarating to my body. The wheel is the greatest invention! I accelerate my bike, grateful to all the great men from hundreds of thousands of years ago. To be allowed to ride a bike to school, your residency needs to be beyond a set distance from the campus. My home is just outside those limits. Not even a natural disaster could stop me down on my short distance away from school. I would take other walking students while indulging in my meaningless pride. They're not fully clamping down on tardiness since the new semester's barely started, so there's still plenty of time before they close the gates. There's no problem with the parking area either, since no teachers are around. Still, I'll park as far in the rack as possible. That should do it. I was satisfied as a cat burying its turd without a trace. This should ensure that no one will notice until I head home. Now off to class. There's still time for me to head there leisurely. Ah! Komaki! Frantically cover my mouth, but it's no use since I've already spoken out loud. Judging by her wide-eyed expression, I'm sure that Komaki saw my bicycle. The atmosphere is tense. After what felt like an eternity, Komaki opens her trembling lips. She waves her hands at me, lowers her head, and slowly retreats. Komaki? Komaki continues to hurriedly walk backwards to escape. I wasn't able to process what just happened since it all happened too fast. I just stood there dumbfounded as she disappeared. It's unsettling, unbelievably unsettling. Despite that, wouldn't Komaki move faster if she wasn't facing me? Yeah. So, where to now? Alright, I came by bike today. Split before I get into trouble.
Yo! 今日はなんでまた自転車で?
Usually you must have seen me riding my bike. Instead of my voice, it was Komaki who was passing by. It sounds like she overheard us. When she notices me looking at her, she gives a sudden jerk and shrinks back.
ですよ。
ん？はあ、朝嬉しそうに自転車飛ばしてるのを見たから。
だって私河野くんのために偽のチューリーシール作ってたくらいなんだから。
I appreciate the effort, but you didn't have to go that far. Ah, geez, modern civilization will be the death of me. All that fuss over a simple bicycle, it's a pain to bring one to school. No, the trip back is mostly downhill, which makes the ride home take almost no energy. So there's an advantage in biking than plain walking. Maybe I'll come secretive about bike from tomorrow on too. If I start using a moped, I'll end up with no exercise. Because I came straight here after class, no one is around. Bikes are still crowded together as they were all day. Pull out my bicycle from the far back. But pulling out my bicycle from the far back was troublesome. Fortunately, it seems like no one has noticed my bike had no permit sticker. Well, it's at home. I'm unable to relax until I've exited the gate. I must hurry. I get on the bike and start pedaling. If by chance the teacher comes, I'll keep moving before they get a chance to say anything. Speed out of the bicycle parking area, my mind fully preoccupied with forming contingency plans. The person suddenly in my path, I immediately squeeze the brakes. The bike's brakes let out a high-pitched squeal. The girl instinctively turns to face me and is frozen stiff on the oncoming bike. At the oncoming bike. Ah! Don't run that way! My bike's wheels drift, fortunately stopping in time and barely avoiding a crash. However, I've lost my balance on the bike and tip over. Ow! I fall on the ground. Didn't end there. The girl also tries in vain to keep herself from falling by bouncing on her tiptoes, but her momentum pushes her over. I hastily try to get away, but my foot gets stuck in the bike and I find myself unable to move. And then my vision of the sun was covered. Thud. Ugh! Ow! Sudden weight on my body knocks the wind out of me. I'm pinned below, becoming a cushion for the girl. Because of that, no one was seriously injured. Hang on. This situation is soft feeling. The girl's body's on top of me. Yuma! Get off! Huh? Wait a minute, you're the one on top! Huh? If you struggle, it'll be too... Nowhere! Look, both my hands are here! What was that for? No, wait, you've got it all wrong. You're just on my stomach. And I'm moving and breathing because I'm alive! How? What about you? Ah, not there! Stop it, I'm weak on my flanks! What am I doing? You're the one who's hitting me out of nowhere! But if you touch me there, stop! Ah! My vitals. I can't breathe, your elbows on my stomach. On top of my labored breathing, I'm being assaulted by multiple slaps. I don't really think this will bring my breathing back to normal. Ah, jeez! Close my eyes and push against Yuma's body, not minding wherever place I touch. The weight on me abruptly eases. I typically open my eyes and get up and see Yuma hugging her abdomen while scowling at me. She has a tense expression on her face, but her cheeks are flushed. Ah, sorry, I didn't do it on purpose, but did it touch anywhere I shouldn't have? He constantly asks if I accidentally touched some place particularly large. Yuma turns her blushed face to the side and mutters one thing. Can I hit you? Yuma promptly shuts her mouth just as she was about to speak. She immediately stares at the bicycle on the ground. The hostility in her expression grows. Yuma looks at the bike, growling in an oddly low voice. Excuse me? You seem to have some kind of terrible misunderstanding. Looks like I ticked her off. I wave my hands frantically. You're wrong! It's not what I intended. Yuma, right? You called my name too, didn't you? That's so! Yes, this is how the times are. Then what should I call you? You know, your name! What's your last name? Yuma hesitates for some reason. Her expression tells me what she was clearly taken by surprise. Oh, what? Is there something bad about knowing her name? Is she in the next class, so it won't be a big deal if her name is known in a different class from hers? If she's in the next class, so it won't be a big deal if her name is known in a different class from hers. She mulls it over for a while and says...
Tonami.
She barely mumbles. Tonami.
数字の10に海の波。
Tonami. So someone with that name was in the next class. It's an unusual surname, making it quite memorable. Well, it's not like I remember the full names of all the girls in my own class anyway. Tonami, I'm really sorry. You're not hurt, are you? I think she's fine since I cushioned her fall. She probably suffered nothing more than simple scratches. Quickly bow my head. I have to apologize, especially since she is a girl.
あざとらしい。
Ah, she's not understanding. Come on, there's no way I was aiming at you.
違うとは言わせないわよ。食堂では罪を私に押し付けてとんずらこきやがったり、体育では私の顔に水を噴射したり、卑怯にもバスを使って自転車の私を見下したり、私が隠れてることを密告したり。
She glances sharply at me after laying out the
これ
situation.
のどこがわざとじゃないっての？
Not. I was about to speak, but Yuma looked so serious I held my tongue. Oh man, there will be blood of it telling that, right? But at the same time, I don't particularly feel like being treated like trash. Now just spell it out to her. Look, I'm sorry I ran into you with my bike. I'm really sorry. I say while respectfully bowing. Forgive me. Please forgive me.
わかればいいのよ。うん、わかれば。
With my very anticlimactic apology, she loses
こ
her
れから
bite.
はせいぜい心を入れ替えることね。
You forgive me.
ああ、もうわかったわよ。私だって鬼じゃないんだから。いつまでそんな格好してるの？人が来たらみっともないじゃないの。
Really?
だから言ってるでしょ。しつこいわね。私そういう男は嫌。ん？何よ。急に変な笑い方
You
して。
said you forgive me, didn't you not? She visibly sways, and I get up. She steps back, and as I get up, she
それ
steps
が
back.
どうしたって。
MX is even. There's no longer any need for me to hold back. You're naive! I was only apologizing for hitting you with the bike. You only thought it was all that other. You thought it was all that other crap.
なんですって。
And besides, the rest are all baseless accusations. Besides, you were the ones who charged in front of me like a suicide bomber. I said it without thinking. At the same time, I crossed my arms in a defensive posture. I was prepared to receive a flying kick, but she was unexpectedly non-violent. Tonui hangs her head and remains silent. Silence. Getting no response after hurling all those words feels
いるよ
awkward.
ね。
Eh? Her voice is quivering. Is she
い
crying?
るよね。そういうやつ。
Nah, she isn't. I see it. I see her aura intensifying. Killer bloodlust so strong it caused the atmosphere around me to tremble from the
人の
impression.
言うことにはまるで耳を貸さず、自分の都合だけ押し付けてくる。
Hello?
そんなやつに限って、恩着せがましい顔するのよね。
Hang on, you're obviously talking about me, aren't you?
そういうの、踏み潰したくなるくらい嫌い。
Stomp.
局部的に。
In a specific place. Where? Where does you want to stomp on?
王の高き。
Konami points at me with boiling anger, her eyes burning holes into me.
よーく聞けー。何を？
Here's someone from out of the blue. We both notice that people are gathering around.
何が始まるって？どうしたの？
修羅場らしいぜ。
あらまあ。
おいおい、本格的だよ。
やっぱり浮気？相手はどこ？続きまだかな。
We got people all around pillars, rooftops, pretty much everywhere around the parking area watching us. Someone we managed to attract an audience without realizing it.
静かにしろよ。今いいとこなんだから。
The onlookers were an audience like a musical recital, quieting down once again to hear Tonami's next words. She frankly trembles while pointing at me. Tonami goes red in the blink of an eye, having raised her voice in front of a crowd.
わかったわね。
What?
私にこんな赤っ端を。
I could hear a gulp from the audience, quietly anticipating what's coming next. Tonami reddened even further to the point that steam could come out of her ears. And then,
これで勝ったと思うなよ。
after parting with that phrase that doesn't make sense, Tonami takes off at breakneck speed. Both me and the spectators are taken aback, silently watching her. A cloud of dust rises from where Tonami ran off. Then, one by one, the dumbfounded audience slowly returns to their usual routine.
どうしたの？
こんな目立つところで女泣かせるかね。
一体何やらかしたんだ？女は後が怖いぞ。
As if this constitutes my victory. Consequently, the situation I'm now in shows that it's clearly my loss. Up. Nothing else. I exit the school building, head for the gate. I can feel that spring is really in the air. The homebound students all seem carefree. A warm breeze blows against my back. Hold on, that's not a warm breeze. Sense a scorching bloodthirst in that breeze and leap aside. In a split second, a mountain bike slides to a stop where I was just standing. Amidst the cloud of dust, the rider sets her feet down.
今度見かけたらその顔にタイヤめり込ませてやると言っといたはずよ。
I don't know why this fucking... Why is this... It's drive-by smug. No, you didn't! No, you didn't! Tonami has no intention of listening to what I have to say.
さあ、今日こそ白黒はっきりつけてやる。
Settle
ど
what?
ちらの言い分が正しいか。
That's not how you set a
正
challenge.
義は勝つ。
Are you serious? I'm perplexed, or rather curious. How does she plan to go about this? I doubt she'll start talking about having an actual fist fight. After all, she's still uneasy from being hit by my bike previously. So how are we doing this? She stares at me blankly. She definitely did not think that far ahead.
競争？
Hang on, you're on a bike.
正義は勝つ。
She says, pedaling off towards the gate. What? Wait, damn it! That's one hell of a judicial system you got there. I frantically started running.
見せかけて。
Tonami suddenly does a 180 and faces me. What?
まずはお前の顔にタイヤの跡。
Wait! Where's due process in that?
待てば官軍。
She does a wheelie and misses me by a hair's breadth as I leap onto an elevated curb. At this height, an amateur can't reach me with a mountain bike. She glares at me for a while, then turns her bike towards the gate.
よし、下のバス停まで競争よ。
I demand disclosure of the rule book. Ah! How did it come to
この
this?
高明、逃げるとは卑怯なり。
You said it's a race to the bus stop! Why are you chasing
俺
me?
の屍を踏み越えていけ。
You're one to talk! He doesn't care about any witnesses. I zigzag my way down the hill, someone managing to avoid the mountain bike. How long will this exchange last? When we left the school gate, we were in a one-car length race with a bike in front. When I ran out of breath, she suddenly turned around and decided to just run me over. Why don't you just overtake me?
気を見せるお前が悪い。
Even if I did, she seems to have been unable to exploit it. Jeez! It's like a ninja against the cavalry! Climb up a house fence and kick off of it, causing me to land behind Tonami. Tonami lets out a surprisingly girlish yelp as she's about to crash into the wall. However, she lifts the front wheel of the bike and rides it on the wall, using it to bounce back onto the road.
この高明の分際でチョコだいな。
No point in saying that. She instantly increases her speed, of achieving the same momentum she pursued me with. The students on the road scramble in both directions and scream. At that moment, she approaches me with great speed.
その面をブロックタイヤで踏みつけてやる。話はそれからよ。
She bares her fangs and lifts her front wheel, sprinting at full speed towards me. Wait! If you do a wheelie at that speed! Ah! As expected, she loses control and I lose my chance to escape. Tonami, are you okay? Before we knew it, we had ended up at the bottom of the hill. I call out to Tonami while my head's stuck in some shrubbery. Don't answer me with a fart.
おならじゃないわよ。
The defeated Tonami answers in an angry voice and turns red. She seems alright. Having stopped the momentum of the bike with my body, I'm hacking all over. Tonami pulls herself out of the bush. I'm speechless as Tonami's looking blankly at me. That's because there's a tire mark across my face. Across her face. Can't restrain myself. I cover my nose and mouth with both hands, but I can barely hold my laughter, and I turn away from her and my shoulders quiver. Looks like the realization struck her and she takes out a mirror to check her face. should be grateful. It's just as you planned. With her spirit crushed, she closed the mirror and bites her lip. Then a look of chagrin shows up on her face as she scowls at me. Hey, wait, how's this my fault? She leaves me with a parting phrase, straddles the mountain bike, and takes off furiously. I remain on the ground as I watch her depart. On the other hand, Toteme's managed to reach the goal first. I'm sure she's not in the mood to hear that right now. Strangely hungry, even though I ate dinner. Because I bathed. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't need to eat that. I'm picking Kamine again. Now then, in today's class. As a dutiful member of the Go Home Club, I must hurry home to make the most out of my membership. I dart for the corridor with that in mind. Suddenly, I hear a small scream and halt in my tracks. Damn! A girl I don't know drops to the floor in front of me. It's the thing I'm most uncomfortable with, a girl. I don't feel like I touched her at all, but she's still flung away somehow. Printouts she was holding sprawled all over the floor. Sorry! The suddenness of the situation with the girl nonetheless left me in a state of panic and my voice came out sounding incredibly nervous. I hastily collected the paper to the ground. I think this is all of them? Sorry for not looking in front of me. It's my fault for trying to rush home. The girl mutters something while looking down, huh? Says, perturbed, frail voice. Knocking over a fragile girl like her, I feel kind of guilty. Is this a survey? Look over the printouts collected, all are covered in very fine handwriting. Girl looks inside the classroom with disappointment. Most of the students left for home or went to club activities, so only a few people were lingering in the classroom. Sorry. I don't trust you right now. Stop acting like that. I know it's an act, don't worry. She should be happy if we bring her Rue, though. That's a trap. Some girl's eye pleasing me, I feel ashamed of my conscience takes over. That's right, it's because I ran into this frail girl in a whirlwind of wint paper. I spoiled her attempt at getting the survey to her class. Should at least fill in the survey here now. Okay. The disheveled girl gets up and bows. Do you have something to write with? Girl hands over a ballpoint pen and questionnaire together. Okay, thanks. There's an unusual mascot attached to the pen, but it shouldn't present any problem while writing. Should I fill in this? Looking at the signature box is huge, while the other fill-in boxes are too tiny for me to write anything. Call it a petition rather than a survey. Scrutinize the contents, but the writing is so small and dense that I soon give up. From the little I did read, was something about mystery research. Anyway, I should just hurry up and sign. Is that okay? She smiles sweetly, takes pen and paper, and then she bows cheerfully and pitter-patters off. Hey! What about the other in the classroom? Call out to her, but she hurries around the corridor like she didn't hear. Oh well. All I did was write my name, but it feels like I did something really insignificant. What time to go home, I look back at the classroom and notice that Yuji's still here. Oh yeah, I'll tell him about the heartwarming event that just occurred. When I tell Yuji about the incident, he shouts, "What's so strange? All I did was help out a troubled girl by filling in a questionnaire. Even I do a good deed. Do a good deed every now and then, you know."
そうじゃねえだろ、高明。お前本当にサインしたのか?
What are you talking about? I had to sign. It was a questionnaire. You couldn't do it otherwise.
たく、最近流行ってんだよな。お前もついにその餌食になるたな。ま、 被害者は俺じゃねえし、じゃ、達者でな。
Hey, he's about to go and run off, so I grab him by the shoulder tightly. Don't just leave me hanging and run off.
相変わらず男相手には強気なやつだな。
Shut up. Tell me everything you know before you disappear. Usually lets out a sign, gives me a once-over.
街頭ビジネスだよ。
He says, huh?
ほら、街中なんかでよくあるやつ、知ってるだろ？間抜け面をして道の真ん中を歩いていると、どこからともなくでっかい瓶を抱えたおっさんがやってきてさ、わざとらしくお前にぶつかるわけだ。次の瞬間、瓶は道路に落っこちて粉々。おっさんは「オーマイガー!」とか鬼のような顔をして叫んで、お前に法外な弁償金をふっかけるって寸法さ。
Country you're talking about? What country? As if that would happen in this school. Maybe if this was downtown New York.
ま、信じようが信じまいが、お前に起こったのは実際そういう類のことさ。
No way. This questionnaire a fraud? Delivered directly to me?
うんにゃ。最近ゆとり教育とかなんとかの弊害かでさ、みんな学校に居つかねえだろ。帰宅部がやたら増えてんだよ。やっぱそれは学校の教育方針としても好ましくないらしいし、まあクラブ活動に青春を捧げるっていうのも悪くねえ話じゃねえか。
So what are you trying to tell me?
要するにお前がサインしたのは課外活動参加届っていうクラブ活動や同好会を強制的に支援する書類なんだよ。知ってるだろ？部費ってのは大抵部員に比例して支給されるもんだ。となりゃクラブ側は一人でも部員が欲しい。一方の学校側は課外活動も盛んな学校っていう評判が欲しい。ここに両者の利害が一致して、とにかく課外活動参加届に本人のサインがあれば、本人にその気があろうとなかろうと提出元のクラブに即日入部費も側近で増額するってことになってんだよ。だから今帰宅部の生徒のサイン付き課外活動参加届集めっていうのはいい金になっててな。学内でも屈指のサイドビジネスに急成長してる真っ最中さ。
There's no way some that's
しょうがねえだろ、実際あるんだから。裏に通じてる連中は強制帳簿とか兵隊狩りとか呼んでいる。お前はそれに引っかかったんだよ。
What? I dash out in the corridor desperately, but there's no sign of the girl and I stand there dumbfounded. Now what?
ま、気を落とすなよ。
Yuji smiles flippantly and puts his hand on my shoulder. Oh, this time we get to run into her at the game arcade! Coins rattle in my pockets. I completely forgot that I'd left my shopping change in there. They rattle noisily in my pants, but it would be a pain to get my coin purse out of my bag right now. Continue through the gate and walk down the hill. However, the sound of coins tempted me to get rid of them. What to do? Random electronic sounds. Displays all lined up. Normally don't go there by myself. Shake the coins in my pocket while contemplating. After 3 shakes, I make up my mind. I'll drop by. I resolved myself to stay only for a little bit, but I know from experience the temptations of the arcade. I'll get it right away. Quickly drop 1,000 yen bill into the exchange machine and check out the attractions. Looks like the new games aren't out yet. Also seems like there's no one I recognize here. Sit down in front of a fighting game. As soon as I select a character, someone on the opposite side drops a coin in and joins the match. On the screen, I see a challenger appears displaying. Machines allow you to compete with other people, but unfortunately, I'm not very confident in doing that. Besides, I don't really like battling someone I don't know. What on earth is it? Try to look over at who is at the other machine. Ah! I hastily pull my head back. There seems to be a strangely malicious aura emanating from over there. Pull myself together and look at the screen. Luckily, I happen to have picked a strong character, so there's no problem for now. For my opponent, they've picked the same one. They've picked the #1 most powerful character who's normally unavailable in this game center. This is bad. This guy's a demon. Or is he just rallying me up as much as possible? This will be a tiresome battle.
Round 1.
Fire projectiles as soon as the battle begins. Being at point-blank range in the beginning, he can't dodge them. Of course, if he had dived into it, I would have given him serious trouble. That's how you read your opponents. He's blown back by the shockwave, stunned by the sudden development. You're too naive. No matter how many times you've beaten the CPU, playing against a human player is totally different. I approach him while he's stunned, and just before he counterattacks, I anticipate his moves and do a wide leg sweep. His character tumbles clumsily. If I don't mix up my timing and do unexpected moves with all my limbs, no human opponent can beat me. I drive him into the wall and hit him with a strength training attack. I win without suffering almost any injury. First round in the bag. That was pretty good, even if I say so myself. I just need to repeat that on the second round, so I thought, until I realized that someone is looking down at me. I look up. Tonomi was craning her neck over the fight machine booth to look at me. Was that you just now? She doesn't change her expression and finally opens her mouth slowly.
そうここまで追ってきたわけね。
Hang on, you're the one who barged in on my game.
いいでしょう。この勝負受けて立つ。
What? She's totally into this! Tonomi reels her head in and then...
Round 2.
The second bout begins. I look back at the screen, flustered. Boom! This time she charges at me from the get-go. Since I've caught unprepared, I don't have time to use my invincible defense. With the little defense I was forced to put in place, she slowly pushes in. Ah, crap. She's good at this!
参ったか。
Like you'll take me down with that easily! Damn you! I can't get a hit in to save myself. Tonomi's maniacal laugh resounds. It's useless. She's pulling out all the stops. Need to give myself some room, but being pushed against the wall makes it impossible. Fire off a shot in desperation, the character starts glowing. Crap! It's a special attack. The shot misses her and she uses an opening to attack me since I'm defenseless. Ah, that was a quick match. I had no chance to counterattack.
どう？腕の差っての思い知った？
That pisses me off. It's all in the characters. Despite airing my complaints, she doesn't mind it and smugly looks down at me over the booth.
どの技でとどめさせてほしい？
Shut it. Let's start already. Tonomi sits down, calm and composed. She may be using the strongest character, but she's also quite capable. It doesn't look like her first human battle. Now, what should I do? Tonomi's in good form. I can tell she'll be on the offensive again, so the invincible defense would be good. But if I could only get a hit in. I didn't manage to get her by attacking right at the start.
Round.
Where should I start? Something tells me it's gonna be back jump. Back jump.
3.
I'll take the third option. I think she'll charge, so jump back. Tonomi abandoned her charge without thinking, seeing my unexpected move. Flying kick! I then deliver a barrage of weak attacks as I land. Look at the gauge from the attacks so far. This time my character glows. I release a shockwave at point blank. And a super at that, which means the damage increases fightful.
ガードしてるのに。
It's connecting! The character's strength drops in an instant. No way will I ease up at the result. I don't give her a chance to regroup. Attack, attack, attack! I'm shocked from the sudden heaps of damage. She's unable to move an inch. Match over concludes with me taking the third bout. You were really tough, but provoking me was your mistake.
ふざけるな。開始10秒で半分以上も減らされるなんて納得できるか。
First facts.
再戦を要求する。
The loser wants a repeat of the events. By all means, bring it on.
今のハメだ。
It's not like your escape technique was bad or
ハ
anything,
メ禁止。
but that was allowed.
非常ボだ。
If you knew how... Hey! You're doing it
私
too!
はいいの。
Damn, take this then!
今の何？ハードしてたはずなのに。
Guard the middle. Guarding low was
な
wrong.
しなし。それもなし。
That's allowed. It's already dark before we realize it. 3 hours of fierce fighting. The shops are already preparing to close. We're drained from all that physical exertion and stagger out of the arcade. How many times did we go at it?
最初の入れて36回。
Scoreboard doesn't go over 10 matches on the display, so it's easy to lose count. Though I guess that's about as many as we went through. Counted the number of times I won. Did I win 20 times in the end?
19対18のはずだぞ。こんちくしょう。
It was more than that. I've clasped my finger together and stretched. Anyway, I'm sure I won.
いや、違う。
Why are you denying
基
it?
本だ。
What is?
とにかく
She jabs her
図
finger
に
at
乗
me.
るな。
Push what?
これで勝ったと思うなよ。
She shouts as she gets on her mountain bike. Though I'm pretty sure I won. Hey, in front of you! That's when she puts her foot on the pedal to take off. Her head crashes into the hanging shop sign. That's why I told you to look out in front. Although both she and the bike topple over, she makes an instant recovery. She yells false accusations at me and leaves the arcade. So the charges against me just pile up. Skip. Lunch break. Arrive at the rooftop with Yuji, Konami, and Tamane were already there waiting. Sorry to keep you waiting.
腹減った。
Speak the get one more time and I'll throw you off the fucking roof.
ちょっと待っててね。
Konami says and excitedly sets out plastic seats for a picnic on the floor.
お待たせ。座って座って。
As she says this, she takes off her shoes and Mighty sits down herself.
こういうのってなんだかいいわね。
Tamane also takes off her shoes and
へ
sits
へ
down.
見て見て。今日のお昼はとんかつ弁当でありますよ。
She unravels the package and pulls out a largish box. Pops open the lid. Spread out on top of the blanket of rice are ample strings of shredded cabbage upon which plentiful pork strips smothered with sauce are lined up. Oh, it's delicious.
私のはこれね。
Kamen says as she puts down a box-shaped long package and unwraps it. It's a multi-layered bento. What's more, there are 4 layers. The first layer has multicolored side dishes. The second layer has fish and prawns. The third layer has all sorts of cooked foods. The fourth layer has rice balls all lined
わ
up.
あ、すごい。しかも美味しそうだよ。
3人分って思ったらちょっと作りすぎちゃって。
She says somewhat shyly and lines up the
だから
food.
よかったら好みも食べてね。
やったー。いいの？
もちろん。高坊もいっぱい作ってきたんだから遠慮しないでたくさん食べてちょうだい。
Thanks, Tamane. Looks like just a little too much, but I guess that's
なあ、
okay.
早く食おうぜ。
お弁当というのは食べる見比べたりお話ししたりするのも楽しみの一つなのよ。
んなこと言っても見たり喋ったりじゃ腹は膨れねえって。
しょうがないわね。それじゃいただきましょうか。
じゃいただきます。
いただきま
はい、高坊も。
She says and hands me a pair of chopsticks stuck together to
おにぎ
split.
りには何も入れてないからおかずと一緒に食べてちょうだい。
Sure,
はい
itadakimasu.
召し上がれ。
Take a red rice ball and bite into it. The seasoning is just right. As the rice comes apart in my mouth, its original flavor spreads throughout my mouth. Even if I put nothing else in my mouth, it's delicious enough already. Try to cook food. Chicken, carrots, bamboo shoots. It's what they call chicken stew. The flavor is infused throughout and it's delicious. I also try the fish cooked in soy sauce. It is also delicious. Tamane, you made this. Is that
え
right?
え、そうだけど。
I knew she was somewhat able to cook, but I hadn't thought her to be this good.
やっぱ驚いたか。うちの姉貴が飯作れるなんてそらびっくりするよな。しかも結構うまいし。知ってるか？今うちで飯作ってるのも姉貴なんだぜ。暴力以外の姉貴の特技と言ってもいいんじゃねえのか？俺としては世界七不思議に認定してもいいと思ってるぐらいだけどな。褒めてるのになんで？
It was a compliment laced with malice. It really is delicious, though. Besides, I've been wanting to eat a nice home-cooked meal for ages.
そう？
To make something this elaborate must have been tough. It's not like I'm knowledgeable about cooking, but even I can see that this is intricate. I feel slightly guilty. And as if noticing that, she
いい
replies.
のよ、気にしなくて。昨日の夕食の残りとかがほとんどだから。
And she puts on a smile. I
Huh?
see.
昨日の晩飯にこんなのあったっけかな。あだだだ暴力反対。
As I down food at a rate that's surprising even myself, some gets stuck in my
はい、お
throat.
茶。
I gulp down heavily the tea offered.
そんなに慌てなくてもまだたくさんあるわよ。
No, it wasn't unintentional. Who would have thought Tamane could cook like this?
そう
あぐーなんでなんも言って。
ところで高坊、今まであえて聞かなかったんだけど、普段の食事とかはどうしてるの？
Well, I managed to get by somehow.
毎日ちゃんとしたの食べてる？
Well, more or less. I only get to say that much when Koromi, who was so blissfully eating till now, cuts in with a pissed off tone.
嘘ばっかり。
え？
聞いてよ、たまお姉ちゃん。タカ君、いつもコンビニ弁当とかカップラーメンとか、そんなのばっか食べてるんだよ。好みがいくら言っても聞いてくれないんだから。
Hey, Konomi! When Tamane hears this, she lets out a huge sigh and shakes her
男
head.
ってどうしてこう。ユージもお父様お母様が留守なのをいいことに、カップ麺やジャンクフードばかり食べてたし。
いいだろ、好きなんだから。
そして部屋は散らかし放題。まるで真靴のようだったわね。
あれはちょうど汚れてただけだって。
あまり小言を言うつもりはないけど、少し甘やかせすぎたって。
全然甘やかしてねえだろ。
Yuji whispers to
ど
me.
うしてくれる。せっかくお説教が終わったと思ったのに、話が蒸し返っちまったじゃねえか。
There's no point in telling me
Takabo?
that.
今日
What?
からうちで寝泊まりなさい。
何すんだよ。
Sorry. Tamane, what did you say?
今日からうちで暮らしなさい。その不規則な生活、徹底的に構成させるから。
No, I'll be
いい
imposing.
わよ、迷惑じゃないし。
No, it'll be inconvenient to get to school.
近所でしょ、うちと。
No, won't be able to sleep with a different
なら持
fella.
ってきなさい。
But my bed will be
じゃあ
different.
ベッドも持ってきなさい。
My room layout will be
部屋ご
different.
と引っ越しなさい。すぐに引っ越し業者を手配するから。空き部屋はいくらでもあるわよ。で、他には？
Usually I need to ask you too. Since I'll be imposing on you, right?
別にいいんじゃねえの。
Traitor. Is that the kind of thing you say while picking your nose?
まあいいわ。そんなにうちに来たくないのなら仕方ないわね。
Nah, it's not that I don't want to come to your place.
それなら私が高坊のところに通うことにするから。それなら文句ないわね。
Well,
もしかして嫌なの？
No need to guess to know I don't. Or dislike of what I'd like to be able to say.
もうチャイムだ。じゃ、戻るとすっか。
I don't get this, man. Quite frankly, based on all I've seen, I'm saying this completely unironically. I need a woman like Tamaki in my life. Like, I need to find myself a girlfriend like Tamaniki, just because I probably need a girl like that to get me off my ass and actually, start improving my own fucking lifestyle.
高木、姉貴。
Like, I'm
先
actually
行ってる
just
ぜ。
saying this completely fucking unironically. Like, yes, she's caring. She tends to be rather kind as well. However, she does not fucking hold back when she needs to kick your ass in the gear. Because you're just fucking dragging your feet. Oi, wait! Tell me the lunch break is already finished.
今は大事な話をしてる最中よ。そんなことどうでもよろしい。
That is though, isn't
好
it?
み、行くぞ。
それじゃあタカ君頑張ってね。
Wait for me, yo!
高坊、
Oi, no, oh, not yo. I mean,
どこ行く気かしら？話はまだ終わってないわよ。
Eventually, Dominic's discussion continued until the end of class. That'll be the bell signal in the end of class. I had unwittingly fallen asleep. Once this class is over, what
河
now?
野君？
Yeah, someone just called out to me. That voice, Komaki's. I turned towards the sound and as I thought I see Komaki's flustered face. What's wrong? Are there printouts or something you need to give me?
先生からこれ預かってきたんだけど。
She hands me a very beat-up bundle of recycled paper. Thanks. I guess it's some sort of report. Perhaps I was called out for some supplementary lessons. If asked, then the fact that I was sleeping in class would become common knowledge. For the time being, I scan over the headers. Introduction to extracurricular activities. Rules for club activities and associations. How to lead meaningful campus lives. What's this?
あちゃー、もう来たのか。最近やけに早いな。
Yuji, this must be what you were talking about yesterday.
招集令状ってやつだな。
河野くん、同好会入ったんだって？先生が喜んでたよ。完全に入部手続きを済ませるために同好会の責任者から課外活動参加届をもらってくるようにだって。
Association of like-minded people. What's this? Since when did I enter an association of like-minded people?
ミステリー同好会だ。河野くん、推理小説とか読む、そんな趣味があるなんて全然知らなかったよ。
意外だよな。俺も全然知らなかったよ。
You know what happened! Don't pretend like you don't! Even I had no idea! Just talking to myself. Komaki, where's this association, mate?
先生が確か体育館の第二用具室に行くようにって、河野くん？
Komaki, there's been a big mistake. Tell the teacher, okay?
無駄だと思うけどな。
I leave Komaki's confusion behind and dash out the room. I need to act before things get worse. Huffing and puffing, I look around the gymnasium. Since the class has just finished and it's before club activities begin, there isn't a soul to see inside the gym. Equipment room. This must be the room used for putting away volleyball nets and ping pong tables and stuff like that. They talk about a phys ed storeroom during PE class, and I'm sure this one. So I'm not sure. That's probably the place. Anyway, I have to go return to extracurricular activity to participation registration. Mumbling to myself words of encouragement, I walk over to the left side of the gym. Wrong. Realize I'm wrong before I even try to open the door. Start to panic. The storeroom we usually access is the first equipment room. Besides, the room is usually locked, meaning there's no way people could be meeting inside. So where's the second equipment room? Test the normal knob of the first equipment room again and look around. There's another door on the right side, but that's just a room for loudspeaker announcements. It's where they normally put the broadcasting machines. So there must be another room inside. Those thoughts in my mind ahead for the exit, but something happens before I exit.
河野貴明くん、ミステリ犬にようこそ。部室で待ってるよ。
Familiar voice blasts on full volume, fanfare and all. Ah! Almost fell in surprise, but somehow managed to keep my balance. The fanfare leaves a shrill ring in my ears. I cover them up and look up. Even if she says to me at the club room, I still don't know where it is. Wait, fanfare came from the speakers inside this gym. That means the broadcasting room. Spread over to the door on the right and seize the handle. Moving fast, I find a small set of stairs in the back of the broadcasting room. Past them is... Found it! Hidden beyond the staircase is one more door. This must be the second equipment room. I open the door and head inside.
ようこそ、ミステリ研究会に。
Welcome to the Mystery Research Club! He just yanks the paper out of her hand, rips it into pieces, and leaves again.
私がミステリ犬の創始者にして初代会長の笹森かりんだよ。
That's quite a bold smile she's got there. She's the girl with the questionnaire from yesterday. No wonder why I felt that I recognized that voice from somewhere.
そして会員第1号の河野貴明くん。
は？
なんて呼んだらいいかな。河野くん、貴明くん。なんか違うな。河野くんは普段はなんて呼ばれてるのかな。
Kono's fine with me. It's not like I'm close with her or anything.
わかった。じゃあ、タカちゃん。これからはタカちゃんにとにかく決定。
Hang on, can you listen for a sec?
私のことは好きに呼んでいいよ。あ、で
How
も
about Pushy?
会長はちょっと照れるかな。だったら代表とか頭とか総長とか。ここはフレンドリーに接するべきだよね。とにかく好きに呼んでね。タカちゃんは何か質問ある？
Do you have any resignation
ない
forms?
よ。どうして？
This girl who calls herself Kanan Sasamori answers with an angelic smile. Why do you ask?
無駄だと思うけどな。
A tremor runs through me when I recall Yuji's words. If all demons were forced to reveal their true forms to the world, how much better place would the world be? I get the feeling that no matter what I do, it will all be futile. No, I can't give up. Yesterday I was conned into signing the extracurricular activity participation registration before I knew what it was. You should know this already because you were the one that tricked me.
そうだっけ？昨日のことだよね。確か。そうそう。タカちゃんはとっても期待と情熱に満ち満ちたミステリ研究会特会長に僕の短い青春のすべてを捧げさせてくださいって泣きながら哀願したんよ。だから仕方なく私もいいよって言ったの。
I don't know why, but all I can think of is just like he just stands there listening to her talk, and suddenly he just in his mind, it just goes like, you know what? The thing about my trauma, now being scared to touch girls because they might break because they are so fragile to me. This little shit's a fucking exception. He just fucking grabs her by the face and just squeezes. Just does the tamaki on her.
そしたらタカちゃんは目を大きく見開いてまつげから小さな涙の雫が光ってありがとうございますありがとうございますって何度も何度も。
Don't make up random tales about me. Why does the Sasamori have an entirely different personality than that other girl?
ああ、彼女もうちの会員だったんだけどさっき死んじゃったの。いかにも病弱そうだったでしょ。
Wasn't I the first member? You're just putting on an act! All of it! Anyway, can you throw out my registration form? I know you haven't submitted it yet. I think my threats worked. Cotton seems to understand. She hangs her head in disappointment.
タカちゃん、本当にミステリに興味ないの？
I'm not.
少しも？
Not even a little.
これっぽっちも？
Not even the slightest.
ほんのちょっぴりも？
Maybe in a different world line, but not this one. Not even an itty bitty wee bit. And it's pointless trying to ask about anything less than that.
子供の時とかワクワクしなかった？
Cotton stares at me with downcast expression. Sense sincerity in Cotton's words somewhere, so I've pondered her question. Mysteries, huh? When I was a kid, I've read a few such books. There were children's books about Sherlock Holmes, Arsène Lupin, the 20-faced thief, and so on. I don't remember the stories at all, but I do recall the thrum in my heartbeat when I was reading them. Okay, maybe I was a little interested.
でしょ？
Cotton beams. But that was then and this is now. That was when I was just a kid.
そう。
Cotton wilts.
あのね、会員が一人は必要なの。放課後にちょっと来てくれるだけじゃダメかな。
I can't.
ダメなの？
Look. Hey! Hang on! I get flustered. She starts to cry. What should I do? If she had just returned the form and then I wouldn't have to deal with this. Look, don't cry. I didn't mean to hurt you.
あのね、ミステリ研究会ってまだ研究会じゃなくて本当は同好会なの。
I know.
同好会はね、昔よりは規則も緩やかになったんだけど、それでも2人以上の正会員と他のクラブと掛け持ちしてる準会員が1人以上の最低3人以上いないと成立しないんよ。特に正会員が2人以上っていうのは絶対に守らないとダメだって課外活動の規則で決まってるから。だからタカちゃんが正会員で入ってくれないとミステリ同好会って始まる前に終わっちゃうの。せっかく先生にお願いしてここも借りたのに。
Turn away from Cotton's sobs and take in the equipment room. The place is jam-packed with all the unused equipment and stuff for athletics festivals. There are antique vaulting boxes, worn-out mattresses, old hoops for ball games, thick ropes for tug-of-war, cheerfully painted, bamboo sticks, huge cardboard decorations painted in red and white. It's a warehouse filled with knickknacks to be used rarely, if ever. The only thing that Cotton seems to have brought are a desk, some fold-up chairs, and a handful of familiar furnishings. Apart from that, I don't know what else, but there are probably things in the storeroom from the broadcast room next door. So this is the club room. I muttered to myself. Normally for a small group like this one, they would have a classroom to conduct their activities. To even manage to secure a room for exclusive club use in the first place is something, and it's impressive that Cotton was able to do it at all. No matter how you look at it, this is no real club room. Light from small windows are illuminating her sobbing face. Seeing her like that makes me feel miserable too. Sasumori, I don't really... Huh? What am I trying to say?
Taka-chan?
Cotton looks at me with tearful eyes. I'm not a huge reader. I was interested when I was little, but I have no idea who the most famous foreign names are in its genre, let alone the genuine Japanese authors. So it's impossible for me to do club activities and such. But if you just need a member for the association, well, if you want me to, as a stopgap measure until you get real members... Don't. Well, yeah. Cotton suddenly re-energizes. She spreads her arms wide and approaches me. Ah, stop! I dodged her just as she was about to hug me. What the hell is this girl up to? Grasping thin air, she looks at me dubiously. I'm not really participating in your club activities. I won't just lend you my name. Don't go overboard with the celebrations. I try my best to pull off a smile as I speak. I hope it's convincing. I really don't want her to know how uncomfortable I am with girls.
Taka-chan って謙虚なんだ。それに、テリアさん?
Maybe. By the way, you were miserable before, yet you suddenly cheered up. Those wouldn't be crocodile tears, right? She breaks eye contact and looks off into the distance. I was right, huh?
新入会員はゲットしたし、その意外な一面も発見したことだし。
Damn, we should call it a day, I said. Honestly, it makes me weary just to be around her. It's time to wrap up.
じゃあ、行こっか。
Cotton blatantly ignores what I just said. Go. Where are we going? I hesitate.
クラブ活動に一緒にやろう、タカちゃん。
No, hang on. I'm not going to actually participate. I told you I'm just lending you my name. At best, all I've read are the children's books collections of Sherlock Holmes. But I haven't read another mystery novel ever since.
タカちゃん、何の話してるの?
What am I talking about? Club activities! I'm telling you I don't read anything to do with mystery novels.
私、タカちゃんに新書のくせに人が殺せそうなくらい分厚い推理小説を読めなんて一度も言ってないよ。
That was a little intimidating. I really should apologize. That outburst was my useful impetuosity. Sorry.
どうして?
Anyway, if it's not mystery novels, just what exactly is the club about? Perhaps it's some kind of literary club, where you read books, write impressions, critique and debate, that sort of thing, is it?
それが違うんだな、タカちゃん。
So what the... No, literary production? I don't think I can write that sort of stuff. I'm not proud to be saying this, but I've never written anything praiseworthy in my life.
さらに間違ってるよ、タカちゃん。
So...
うちは文芸系じゃないよ。どちらかというとアウトドア系、いや不思議系かな。ミステリ研究会って名前にしておくと推理小説研究会と勘違いして、ここでミステリーじゃなくてミステリーにしておくことがポイントね。
は？
とにかく興味は持ってくれるんだけど、クラブ活動の内容まで話すとみんなどうしてだかいなくなっちゃって。タカちゃんだけだよ、活動内容なんか聞かなくても。すごく面白そうだね。ワクワクしてきたよ。僕もぜひ仲間に入れてくれないかなって言いながら、春の日差しに真珠みたいな歯をキラリと輝かせて微笑んでくれたのは。
Also, my teeth do not sparkle like pearls. Anyway, can you tell me what the purpose of the club is?
ね、すごく面白くて楽しい活動内容、タカちゃん。うちは推理小説じゃない方のミステリ研究会なんよ。
Cotton puts on a friendly smile. Feels like she's already accepted me as a full-fledged member. Non-mystery novel, mystery research club. The mysterious.
そうそう。
Don't tell me. I have a real bad hunch, a creepy superstition as to what it could be. Could this be dealing with the occult? That's not trendy these days, is it? Joke around, but ask all the same. Please God, make her say I'm kidding.
今時そんなの流行らないけど、すっごくオカルトで超科学でミステリチックだよ。
I know it all along. This girl is a demon. Then I'm heading off. Let's pretend we didn't have this conversation.
もう帰っちゃうの？タカちゃん。いいよ。じゃあこれは 私が先生に出しといてあげ
She
るね。
thrusts her hand out into her skirt and rummages, making a peculiar clinking sound. What on earth is she hiding there?
じゃーん
She declares as she unfolds a small piece of paper. It looks familiar, like that questionnaire I signed without question. It's the extracurricular activity registration. Though I end up giving up on it, that's the reason I came here in the first place. Okay, I'll join the research association. I'll take responsibility for disposing, directly taking it to the teacher. Can I have it, please?
やだ。
Give it here. Hand it over immediately. You planned all this carefully from the beginning, didn't you? You swindler.
歯医者の悲鳴ほどこの耳に心地いいものはないよね。タカちゃん、おとなしくミステリ系に入って。最初は優しくするから。
Go easy on me. Are you planning on working me that hard? Anyways, just give it back to me, will you?
ダメー。これは先生に持っていくものだから。
Cotton folds up the piece of paper once more and was about to return it to her bosom when... A chance! I must get it back. I'm sorry. Dash up to her and reach to grab the piece of paper with my right hand. Ah! I hear a crash and begin to fall forwards. Crap, I tripped on the folding chair. I hear Cotton's shriek in my ears as I trip and fall over. Then everything cuts to black. Looks like I lost my balance and rolled over spectacularly. Although someone cried out, my face landed in something soft and escaped injury. Seems like I've fallen onto a mat. Like a frog squashed by a car, I try to pick myself up from this embarrassing position. My right hand struggles to find a grip. Grab something even softer. Let me get up.
タカちゃん、大胆だね。
Why does this always happen? Cotton's beneath me for some reason. Looks more like she's a little surprised. So my right hand is gripping at her head. I'm suddenly in a panic and find myself paralyzed. I'm completely on top of this girl.
タカちゃん、もしもの話なんだけど、してもいいかな。
Please do.
今、私が、助けてーとか大きな声で叫んじゃったりしたら、タカちゃん、人として破滅かな。
The room plunges into silence. Bustling voices wander in from outside. It looks like the activities in the gym have begun. You can hear the voices of the coaches as they shout out orders. Educational guidance, suspension, interviews with parents, cold looks from classmates, all kinds of bad thoughts ran through my head. What do you
ミ
want?
ステリ犬に入って、タカちゃん。
Okay, finally give in. Mom will know what choice do I
そ
have.
れから、
There's
タ
more!
カちゃんは、ミステリ犬会長の私の言うことを聞く。
No. I can't do what I can't
じゃ
do.
あ、できることだったら、言うことを聞く。
Yeah, alright. I get it already! As long as that's it. Finally agree as Cotton readies herself to
それ
scream.
から、
I managed to pry my hand off Cotton's breasts and leap off her. Now she won't be able to make any more unreasonable demands.
ほーんと、びっくりしたね。
Cotton smiles and gets
どう
up.
したのタカちゃん。ちょっと暗いよ。
I don't respond, but she looks as though she doesn't have a problem whatsoever. Cotton dusts off her skirt.
じゃあ、私行ってくるから、今日はおしまいでいいよ。
She says as she runs off, registration form in hand. Hold on. Call out to Cotton. Sasamori, can I ask one thing? Regarding this club's activities, can we keep our relationship to be as peers of an association?
小さな研究会を盛り立てていく会長と正会員だよ。ってことでよかったんだけど、
But
今となっては支配者と従属者ってとこかな。
the strength drains out of me and I crumble onto the ground.
だってあんなことがあった後だしね。じゃあまたね、タカちゃん。
The door slams shut, followed by the sound of light footsteps heading down the stairs. Quite devastated, I sit there and stare blankly. Yeah, I already hate her. Listen, I can take a lot, but the moment it becomes blackmail, just straight up blackmail, and, you know, threatening, yes, if you don't do what I say, I will literally scream and fucking falsely accuse you of rape. Fuck that. That's also why I just genuinely just absolutely despise the MC of this fucking manga I found recently, where it's the entire thing is like the girl can just reset things that happened by essentially sacrificing pieces of underwear. Fuck that manga as well, by the way. I don't give a shit if she liked him as a kid. Her doing that just immediately makes it so I wish that she fucking loses. Okay? Okay. On to a better character. It's after school, but it doesn't mean all students are dismissed at the same time. The class is nearby is still in session. It depends on the teacher. What they do could spell the difference between liking and hating a class. You could say that's the reason why I'm blessed with being free to wander around the corridor aimlessly like this. Ah! An all-out swipe aimed at me. I lean back on pure reflex to dodge it, and the blow barely scratches my nose. Are you trying to kill me? The attacker wielding a mop is torn on me. She seems to have been cleaning. What are you cleaning? There aren't any empty classrooms here. On top of that, we're a long way away from ours. Surely this isn't a place where you would normally clean. She answers as though it's obvious. Why are you here? But you came after me, even though you were cleaning your classroom. Tonami prepares to swing her mop, but when we hear noisy clatter and yawning from the class nearby, it seems the classes that ran overtime have finally finished. The front and rear doors open and the students spill out of the room. We frantically look at the other way and pretend to have nothing to do with each other. This allowed me to escape danger for now. There's no time to relax. The moment no one's looking, long range shot. The mob comes straight at me, thrown like a javelin. I bend to avoid and the mob heads for the window. The student coincidentally happens to open the window just before it smashes the glass. Thanks to that, the mob passes through safely. I'm safe. No, that's not good at all! We look at each other and with pale faces. The entryway is just below the window. What's more is that it's after school hours, so there's a large flow of human traffic going in and out. Both of us frantically look outside the window. Fortunately, the crowd of students below doesn't seem to be in any state of chaos. Where did it go? Where did the mobs disappear to? Tonami leans out the window and points somewhere. The mop's on the roof of the bicycle parking area. We breathe a sigh of relief while clinging to the windowsill. Both of us lean against each other to stop from falling over. And Tonami realizes we're touching. She jumps away from me. She points at me accusingly. You too! I mean, I just go with the cookbook again, I guess. There's never a negative to learning how to cook. Flowers are in full bloom, falling endlessly as Konami mutters. A single blossom flutters before Konami's face. Konami opens her mouth and tries to swallow it up.
Konami? Dame yo.
Thinking her actions were inappropriate, Tamina scolds Konami with a gentle look. Or so I thought, but there seems to be a mischievous grin about it.
そういう時はこうするの。
She says and leaps into the air.
ほら。
She lands and pokes her tongue out. At the tip of her tongue is a cherry blossom.
まだ腕は鈍ってなかったみたい。そういえば子供の頃こんな感じでみんなで遊びながら登校したわね。
Tamina partially closed her eyes and reminiscing. Back then, it wouldn't take much for us to find an excuse to play, and we'd play all the time. If I remember correctly, it was Tamina was particularly good at coming up with new games. Konami tries to imitate Tamina, leaping up and down.
白く優しくていいね。あだだだだだ、待て、シルクな姉貴の方が高級感があって、ギャー。やった。
見て見て。
She pokes her tongue out and shows us a cherry blossom.
もうできたの？好みは飲み込みが早いわね。
She pets Konami's head gently.
あれ？ゆうくんどうしたの？
なんでもないわ。さあさあ、あれはほっといていきましょう。
Tamina says, grabs Konami by the shoulder and pushes her in the opposite direction. Yuji, you'll be late if you keep laying down there.
さあ、少しは心配しろよ。褒めたのになんでこんな目に遭わなきゃならねえんだ。頭がひょうたんみたいな形になったらどうしてくれる？たく、 うちの女どもはどうしてこう冷てんだ
Because you
が。
literally always do the exact thing that you shouldn't
こう
do.
いう時は普通優しくしてくれるもんだろ。
Don't ask
そう
me.
駆け寄って「大丈夫ゆうくん」と「ゆうじ私が間違ってたわ」と言いつつそっと頭を抱きかかえて膝枕。これがセオリー。
Nah, there's no theory like that. Theory like that. It's fucking messed up speaking again. Recess! I strolled about the empty corridors when out of nowhere I heard increasing sound of footsteps. Someone is approaching me. I spin around.
タカちゃん
Ah, that's Karen on the attack. She's going to drag me into some kind of trouble again. Outside somewhere for now. I race ahead and conceal myself behind the
あ
stairs.
れれいないよ。どこ行っちゃったのかな。
She looks around for a while, then
ま、
she says openly and leaves. She has one upbeat attitude. Just to be absolutely assured of my safety, I count slowly. 99, 98, 99, 100. Okay, now to make my escape from behind the stairs. Phew.
おい階段裏に潜んで何してんだ。
Oh, Yuji. I'm... Give a definite reply. Hey, with all my might, I'm pursuing the life of go-home clubber. Prove a real man's style of living.
なんだかよくわかんねえけど、お前も小さい男だな。
Yuji sighs. Also, that was an evasive answer, let's be fucking honest. Stand there with my mouth agape and take a step back to be sure. Yuma-Route is coming over here. Is she going to falsely accuse me of something? No, lately she's been directly challenging me. I hope she doesn't spot me. Whether she knows I'm here or not, she's walking directly towards me. She doesn't slow down and is about to pass me, so it seems, but she suddenly stops. I break into a cold sweat and slowly turn to face her.
探してたのよ。
What?
今日こそ白黒はっきりつけてやる。
What? Tonomi points her racket at me from inside the fenced court. I stand there dumbfounded, looking around me. Huh? What the hell? How did I end up in a tennis court?
ふふん。決着をつけるといえば、やっぱりスポーツよね。
Not that! Weren't we just inside the school
な
building?
ぜならテニス部が練習試合に出かけたから空いたコートを使わせてもらってるのです。
I'm asking how I went from inside the school building to out here! Wait, who are you?
居残りのテニス部員です。一応審判。
I don't know exactly, yeah, but it seems like I've been abruptly placed on the battlefield, kind of like those special effects you see where the hero suddenly finds himself in an empty space.
何してるのよ。さっさと武器を取れば。
Tonami is annoying me from across the net. Normally things wouldn't develop this quickly. I reluctantly grabbed the racket handed to me and entered the court. I'm completely new at tennis, while you're experienced in comparison.
初めて。
Can't say that while skillfully bouncing the ball on the racket. The racket given to me was out of its case and was lying on the ground. It's covered in scratches. At least the strings still seem intact, but I gripped the handle and soon noticed something strange. Hey, the tennis club member. Don't pretend like you're not yourself. What's with this racket?
え
Don't hand me. I'm asking what's with this racket.
別に
It isn't nothing much. How many kilograms does this thing weigh?
素振り用にちょっと重りを。
Don't throw this thing in with the others.
男の子だし
You in on this too?
ボールは哺乳だよ。
So what? I readied the unusually heavy racket and see a tennis ball flash by. What are you trying to do?
サービスエース。
Referee hasn't made the call
15
yet.
ラブ。
Where's your sportsmanship?
クリアスマッシュエース。
Like I'll let you! Take a huge swing with the racket. The ball heading to my side at high speed is returning with plenty of
さっき
backspin.
からロブばっかし。
That's all I can do with this racket! There's nothing else I can do wielding this heavy racket. She keeps smashing from the other side and I keep lobbing it back, occasionally trying to hit a drop shot. So far the score is even. However, without constant rallying, it ends up being more like a test of endurance in tennis.
このさっさと負けろ。
Tonami's breathing seems pretty heavy. Maybe she hasn't played tennis in a while. She seems to be struggling when tossing the ball up for a serve. Then there's me, who's already serving underarm. The end of the battle is drawing near. My steady progress helped me pull away, and I'm leading 15-4. 15-4? No, 5-4. My arms are tired and sweat is pouring into my eyes. Both Tonomi and I are at our limits. How many points are there in this game again? Look at the referee. Hey you! Don't change the score to suit you! Set the ball in my hazy vision. It doesn't come into focus as I aim for it. Damn you! I return it with all my might. The ball weakly makes it over just the net in front of Yuma. Indeed, right about now the name's suitable for this racket from hell. Despite all that, he's unable to crush it, and the ball simply bounces in front of me. Tonomi misapplied the power due to fatigue. She's standing at the net. Now it's my chance. A swing with the racket I've just been lobbing till now. At that moment, I unleash a killer shot that I've been saving up all this time. Just kidding. I did just lob it. The ball arches into a nice parabola, floating in the air and passing over Tonomi's head. She frantically waves her racket, but she misses and the ball bounces behind her. The whistle blows.
Game and first set, Kono! 6 games to 4!
Game set, I win. I beat Tonomi 6-4. Tonomi leans on her knees, shattered, but it isn't from the shock of losing. I put my hands on the ground, my body broken. I'm absolutely exhausted. Swinging that heavy racket and running up and down the court. I don't know how much I've run. I almost died there. Can't take another step.
なかなかやるわね。
You too.
今日のところはこれで勘弁してあげる。
That sounds like a great idea.
もう勝負はどうでもよくなってきた。
Agreed. Anyway, it was settled. Both Tonomi and I were satisfied with
セカン
that.
ドセット
Eh? They're dead. I'm convinced. Well, that reminds me. I was pressured to join in the Mystery Association. That incident was very traumatic. That's probably why it completely slipped from my mind. Shall I sneak a peek during lunchtime? I make for the club room in the gym. Don't.
タカちゃん来てくれたんだ。待ってたよ。
Cotton beams. Well, yeah. Kind of darts out of the club room and drags me inside before I can turn around.
でカチャカチャっと。
Why are you locking the door?
秘密保持だよ。最近物騒だから。
She swings her antiquated key. What kind of dark secrets can a club hold? When you said it's dangerous, don't tell
はい
me.
はい。それくらいで死後は慎んでね、タカちゃん。他の人の迷惑になるでしょ。
The others. There is no one else here.
じゃあミステリ研究会の定例部会を始めます。パチパチパチパチ。ほら、タカちゃんも拍手。
Clap, clap, clap. No, wait. We're not done without discussion. Even if we call it a regular meeting, today's the first time I've attended, so how am I supposed to know what's happening?
大丈夫。ミステリ研究会の定例部会は今日が記念すべき第1回。次回の定例部会は私が開きたいなーって思ったその不定期に開くから、その時もきちんと出席してね。
Not exactly how these regular meetings. I bite back my outburst. Seems like it would only make matters worse. I don't want this ridiculous gathering to end sooner. By the way, Sasabori. I mean, President.
私
Who else could I be talking to?
そうだね。
It's rare to see her act shy. Even though she seems perfectly fine declaring herself president when other people call her that, she gets confused. Seeing her like that makes her perhaps just a little bit cute. Hang on, what am I thinking? Can't forget she's the mastermind behind this mess. President Sasamori, if this is to be our debut meeting, can you explain to me our future agenda? Stuff like the president's vision for the club, etc.?
そうだね。うん。わかった。じゃあ、ミステリ研究会会長、笹森かりんがこの研究会で何をしたいのかについて話します。
Clap, clap, clap. I clap like a machine.
ミステリ研究会は日本語に訳すと不思議研究会です。ここまではいいかな、タカちゃん。
Just keep going. Isn't that just the beginning?
せっかちだね、タカちゃん。でも カリン会長の説明はこれでほとんどおしまいなんだけど、
There's no way I can understand with that little bit. Be more specific.
つまり新入会員のタカちゃんは会長の私と世の中の不思議を研究するの。だから不思議研究会だって、世の中はこんなにたくさんの不思議で溢れているんだもん。興味を持たないわけにはいられないよね。
Tom looks at me for approval, but I lower my head and avoid eye contact.
よかった、タカちゃんもうなずいてくれたみたいだし、分かってくれたんだ。
How do I make my words mean anything? She will not listen. So what mysteries will we be researching? I ask her desperately.
とにかく超常現象や心霊現象全般は基本でしょ。
Her nose is itchy.
あと宇宙人とか未確認の生物とか。
That's a pretty broad definition. Do you have any criteria?
基準？
Looks like a surprise. Her Cotton appears to draw blank as she thinks about it.
基準はね、会長の私が面白そうだなって思うことかな。
I figured that much already.
ではカリン会長の根節丁寧な説明で会員のタカちゃんはすっかり分かってくれたということで、
Even if I said I didn't understand, you would go on anyway, right?
というわけで初心表明は終了。記念すべき第1回定例部会の本題に入ります。パチパチパチパチ。ほらタカちゃんも。
Ah. Clap, clap, clap.
第一じゃなくて第二次世界大戦が連合国側の勝利で終結して、それは一人のパイロットに空飛ぶ円盤と名付けられて多くの人々に知られるようになりました。世界が東西の両陣営に分かれ、各地で代理戦争を繰り返した20世紀末冷戦の時代に、彼らは全世界で目撃されるようになり、冷戦構造が崩壊し、パラダイムがシフトしたこの混迷の21世紀においても、その目撃例は後を絶たず。
Something right there is really annoying me right now. And no, it's not because she mentioned fucking World War II. I'm not trying to make a joke. Something's actually being annoying right there. Sasamori, you're speaking like you're reciting sentences from a book. It looks like you're really hard work. It looks like really hard work. Or could it be, are you bad in modern society?
授業中って眠くなるから、会長の初スピーチだからかっこよくしようとして覚えてきたんだけどな。残念。
She doesn't look particularly conflicted and smiles indifferently. She doesn't seem like the kind of person that learns from her mistakes. Anyway, how about speaking in simple language?
そうだね。タカちゃんには難しすぎたみたいだから、もっと簡単に説明するね。
When did I say I was struggling to understand? As I speak at that moment, my stomach growls. I've forgotten it was lunch
と
break.
にかくね、ミステリ研究会の最初の活動内容は地球外知的生命体の不思議を探ろう。地球には遥かな昔から多数の地球外知的生命体が訪れているんだよ。宇宙人だよ、タカちゃん。
Aliens. Right. Give an appropriate response while taking out the sandwiches I bought from the store. Tomato, tuna, ham, and egg sandwiches. The store called them mixed sandwiches. They're pretty standard to me.
それでね、
Kind of speech seems like it's gonna take a lot of time. I'll focus on lunch
でね、
instead.
今現在も宇宙人はこの地球を訪問し続けているんだって。世界中で目撃されている未確認飛行物体は宇宙人の乗り物なんだよ。 UFO だよ、タカちゃん。
UFO's right. Again, I give an automatic response while gazing at the sandwich before me. 95% of my care factor is diverted to the most important thing at hand. Which part should I eat first? Mixed sandwich with performance, and ham and egg would be a lead actor and actress. No matter how you look at it, tomato and lettuce will all just be supporting roles. And tuna will be the antagonist because it has such an abrasive personality. Stage director? Oh, that would be me. Would the stage director make the supporting actor go on first for the audience? Yeah, okay, let's do that. As I direct these decisions, I stuff the lettuce and tomato sandwich into my mouth. In summary, you should eat the food you like the least first and save the best for last. Actually, that's what destitute people would do.
で、ワールドワイドな情報ソースによると、ここ最近 UFO の目撃例は増加傾向にあるんだって。この国でも例外じゃなくって、あちこちで目撃されてるんよ。
Yeah, tomato sandwich. I mean UFOs. I made confirmatory noises while munching away. Incidentally, 98% of my attention is now focused on which sandwich I should eat next. Tuna sandwich would be a safe bet, but as a stage director, I might just select the egg sandwich to rouse the crowd. Ham sandwich might also serve as a nice surprise. I'm conflicted. Which one? I mean, World War sauces. I'm not interested, but I ask anyway.
ワールドワイドはワールドワイドだよ。
Like CNN, for example.
さあ、どうだったかな。タカちゃんが秘密を守れるんなら言ってもいいけど、知りたい？
Conan's eyes twinkled devilishly. Nah, then that's enough for me. Don't listen, that's what my own sixth sense told me. To find out some secret occult group or working of an internal conspiracy, I'll be in trouble.
とにかくミステリ犬はその設立を記念する輝かしい活動の第一弾として宇宙人を探してみたいと思います。ほら、タカちゃんも
Clap, clap.
好きより卵サンドとついでにハムサンドももらい。
She's dead. She's fucking dead. She stole my food. I'm going to fucking bury her. I was looking forward to having those. You stole them both at once. How cruel.
弱肉強食だよ、タカちゃん。サバンナの一日はこんなものじゃないよ。
Not even the lions or the cougars would swallow two pieces of prey at the same time. Worst of all, those were my favorites. Ham and egg!
だってタカちゃん嫌いだったんでしょ。残してたし。
I wasn't leaving them. I was saving them for last.
だったら心配しないで。私もツナサンド取ってタカちゃんにあげるよ。
That was mine in the first place.
ワン・フォー・オールがミステリ犬のモットーだよ。日本語に訳すと一人はみんなのためにって。だからミステリ犬に合ったサンドイッチはみんなのものなの。
That sort of motto may be alright for some old-fashioned sports clubs in Japan a century ago, but now club mottos aren't even used. Besides, I'm sure that there was a bit that comes after the motto one for all. All for one? Then I'll ask Sasamori, what can the mysterious association do for me?
そんな言葉もあったんだ。
Conan stares off the ceiling without an earthly care. In other words, she's ignoring the motto's second half.
さて、お昼食べないなら片付けちゃうよ。
Wait a sec, what, does that mean you're done? They're good words, so shouldn't we add the second half? Hang on. I'm eating! Don't take my food over to the rush bin! Snatch a tuna sandwich from Conan's hands and shove it into my mouth.
タカちゃんってツナサンド大好きなんだ。卵サンド好きの私とぴったりだね。
That's the only sandwich you left me. Try to object with all my might, but I have no idea what I'm saying.
でもツナサンドの中身って週末の夜遅くに酔ったおじさんが駅前でぶちまけているあれに似てるよね。
Sandra had swallowed and left me with a horrible bad aftertaste.
あら、もうこんな時間。昼休みもそろそろ終わっちゃうし、今日の定例部会で決まったことをまとめるね。
Was settled.
とりあえず記念すべきミステリ犬第1回目の活動内容、賛成多数で UFO 探しに決定しました。
Majority vote. Well, the balance.
というわけでタカちゃん、放課後に集まってね。一緒に UFO 探ししよ。
Conan smiles as the bell goes
じゃ
off.
あ放課後ね、ここの鍵は開けっぱなしでいいよ。
Hang on, I didn't say a word about coming. I was speaking to an empty room. Conan doesn't stick around to hear what other people have to say. She can't be here today, right? I crane my neck and look around the arcade. Told him he's nowhere to be seen. Looks like I won't run into her. I exhale a sigh of relief. I don't want to be caught unprepared when calamity strikes. I watch my back as I enter the shop. So she wasn't.
あんたの手の内なんかお見通しよ。
Tonomi sits before a mahjong table holding 2 tiles. She turns in on her seat to look at
無
me.
事に帰れるとは思わないことね。
Be that as it may, why are you holding a mahjong tile?
気分よ気分。細かいとこ突っ込むな。河野孝明。今まで散々調子こいてくれたけど、あんたもこれで年貢の納め時よ。
I won't pay even if you do bring me down with this, okay?
黙らっしゃい。今日は麻雀で勝負よ。
Oh, I'll fucking take you on. I'll probably lose though. She barks at me and turns to face the stand. I do have the option of escape to avoid further suffering, but well, I'd rather not risk being chased around on a mountain bike. Immediately sit down.
突風戦よ。
Do you know what that means?
ビビンじゃないわよ。
You have no idea. Tsumo Suwanko
ありえない。
and Tankimachi. Double Yokuman. I make doubly sure of her reaction. Indeed, it's a tragic defeat. Looks like you spoke too soon.
さっきからおかしいわよ。100万がポンポンと。
Mahjong really likes to give out kotsu tiles. You lost because you didn't know that. Hang on. I lean on the table while Tonami lays her chin on the folded arms and looks away from me. Loser has to do that.
脱げとか言うつもり？
I won't stop you. You won't do it? You're the one who challenged me so enthusiastically, so hey, what? Wait! We're in public!
いや脱ぐ。絶対脱ぐ。ここで脱ぐ。
Don't take it so seriously! Don't! Stop! Quit it!
そこまで言われて黙ってられるか。
Alright, it was my mistake. I take it back. I apologize. I'm sorry. Frantically stopped Tonomi, who already had her hands on her uniform. Honestly, she just can't take a joke. Tonomi's eyes cloud over in anger as she glares at me.
そういうことなら今のはなし。再戦よ。
You're optimistic about everything. Okay. So, where to next? Tonomi looks for a different game. After looking troubled for a bit, she finally points to one in the corner. That of all things. Tonomi's chosen a puzzle game. The rules are so simple that it's easy for the first-timers to learn. The game is also dreadfully easy. Absolute beginners can't help themselves and finish the entire game, which takes about 30 minutes. But to continue our battle, how about something that will last until closing hour?
早くしろ。起こしたか？
Yeah. Tonomi urges me to quickly take my seat, and I sit at the machine opposite hers. Instead of a puzzle game, it's a side-scrolling shooter game on the screen. Look at the other side of the playing machine, and indeed, Tonomi's playing the
ほ
puzzle
ら、
game.
もう始めてるぞ。さっさと乱入してこい。
It looks like the puzzle game is single player
何
only.
やってんのよ。
Well, look. I point to the screen on my side. This is a different game.
どういうこと？
We can't battle with that. We both turn silent. Then I sigh and shrug my shoulders. I'm going home. Save the challenge for next time.
ちょっと待ちなさいって。すぐに済むから。何これ？超簡単。終わらないよ。
I decide to leave the despairing Tonami behind. Tomorrow they come by to pick up the rubbish. Oh, right. I think at that point he was the aforementioned bastard man. The bell rings for recess, and the class breaks into a bustle, and the teacher informs us the class is over. My classmates are all doing their own thing, making the most of the time, talking to their friends or taking a nap. Sitting in my chair until the next classes might start either. I get up to head to the restroom.
1億3245万6089点。
The amount of points you got on the puzzle game? What? Suddenly hear a voice in my ear, causing me to jump surprise. I turn around while taking a back step
1
back.
億3245万6089点。
Tonami?
1億
Tonami looks
3245
at me
万
with an exhausted expression. For now, she doesn't appear to be
6089
dangerous. I
点。
begin wondering what the hell she wants when I suddenly remember yesterday's incident. Do you mean the high score?
1億3245万以下略。
Tonomi floats out of the room and disappears when I want to timidly go to check on her. I see she seriously kept playing. Being unable to accept defeat nor leave things unfinished, she surely played till she made it to the top of the leaderboards. Morning classes are finally over. I'm hungry, so I guess I'll go buy something. Walk out of the school building and hear a familiar voice radiating from the courtyard. That's Karan. She calls out to me from a bench in a loud voice while waving like a madman. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Why not? The students in the area are giving me looks, so I have to respond. What's up?
なんとなくかな
Nothing in particular. Is that all? Sit here. Karan puts a hand on over the other and beckons for me to, like I'm a cat. Sit here, she gestures. I sit. What were you doing? I wasn't interested, but I ask anyway.
ちょっと考え事をね。ミステリ犬の今後のこととかいろいろ。
She's smirking. She's probably thinking of carrying forth some terrible scheme again. I look far off into the distance, hoping to see a glimmer of salvation come for me. So that a group of girls walk along the passageway passes by and go back into the ether. Those girls are different. They're free to go where they please. But I must sit here against my own will. Gradually getting more depressed by my situation, stare at the fading figures and yearn for their position. And then at that moment, I felt like I was being watched. Karan looks sideways at me. Her smile means more trouble for
な
me.
るほどね。
What do you see? Can't be sure, but I bet you're thinking of some no good again.
タカちゃんもお年頃なんだなって思ってね。
Eh,
女の子ばっかり見てたよ。
that's not true. Honest to God, at this point, I wouldn't fucking hold back with her anymore at this point. I would just sit there like, oh yeah, I was staring at her. I was fucking jealous of their freedom.
ねえ、タカちゃんはどんな女の子が好きなの？
What's the opposite of you? Karan asks me as her smile suddenly gets replaced by a suspiciously serious face. That's not something I'm really interested in. She is heaping on pressure, so I blurt out my answer. It's not like I have no interest in girls. My problem is that I'm bad with them.
まさか男の子が好きなの？
How'd you come to that conclusion?
だって興味ないって言うから。じゃあどんな女の子が好きなの？
Well, if I don't answer her question, she's going to misinterpret me again. So I was trying to figure out how to answer. Another group of girls walk in front of us. That's right. Should just make up something random and offensive. That way she would get off my back. No, don't. No. You say like you point at one of them, someone like her, and she will run up to them, grab her, and be like, "Hey, he said he likes you!" And it will be fucking chaos. Like a specific style or accent. Yeah, something that doesn't matter. Like hairstyle should be the safest option. Moving my gaze between Karan and the passing girls, then I decided to... I do kind of want to see what that one is, but we can get that once we go for her route, so I'll just go with... I like girls with long hair. What type of girls I like? Yeah, look, the girl on the right entering the school building with long flowing hair. I prefer them like that.
ふーん。あんなのが好みなんだ。
Karan nods bluntly.
そういえば昨日読んだ心理テストの本に載ってたよ。長い髪の女の子がタイプの男の子は性的に欲求不満なんだって。
I'm not denying it. This has been a while since I was in a relationship. Okay, I get these.
タカちゃんってやらしい。
Why is it that when I answer I like long hair that you have to say that? It's not like long hair is everything to me.
そうだよ。
So the girl I like, or rather the type of girl I like. Anyway, if she doesn't, that's okay. Very normal is fine. A very normal girl.
僕普通の女の子か。タカちゃんも普通が好きなんだ。
Yeah. For some reason, Cotton seems anxious. This is my chance while she's thinking I should leave. I'm going to the dining hall. I leave Cotton's distance behind and go to the high dining hall. I'm not. No. Fuck you. I'm leaving. Today's classes are over and everyone makes a racket as they prepare to go home or to their clubs. I'm the only one amongst them who's still sitting motionlessly. Something in my chest is hurting or rather throbbing.
Oh, どうした?
For some reason I'm not feeling too good. I rub my chest as Yuji steps closer.
どんな具合？
And the heart keeps throbbing, and I occasionally feel sharp stabbing pain. I'm going straight home today.
それがいいな。とりあえずは食って出して寝るこった。
When you put it that way, I guess I will. Pick up my bag and leave Yuji. I get to as far as the building's front door when I see Tonami. What the heck? She seems to be checking someone's shoebox. Hide in the shadows in every surveillance mode. Enter surveillance mode. That's actually my shoebox she's in front of. The door is open and she's carefully searching it. Don't tell me she has some extreme shoe fetish. What if I'm the object of her warped sexual desires? Oh, Nazif. She looks more concerned than aroused in front of my shoebox. Despite overcoming many hurdles, she looks even more troubled as she finally puts out my shoe wear. In her hands, there's a shiny golden brand new thumbtack. Hey!
Kono Takaki?
She recoils at my sudden appearance. What are you up to?
いや、違う。
I haven't even said anything.
だから違う。
But putting a thumbtack in someone's shoe? How old school is that? She still has such an attitude, even after being caught red-handed.
そんな卑怯な真似、私がするわけないでしょ。
But I caught you doing just that. Looks like she's holding something other than a thumbtack. What are you hiding behind your back? She averts her gaze, sulking. However, see a cold sweat forming on her face. That isn't
何も
nothing.
隠してない。
Show me.
隠してないって言ってるでしょ。
Her sudden outburst caused some object to drop to the ground behind her feet. It's a long nail and a wooden mallet. Silence. She calmly picks them up. What's that?
別に。
That definitely isn't nothing. She suddenly enters into a frenzy, coming at me with a nail and mallet she was holding. I frantically run away. Wait! You originally weren't supposed to use those directly on me, weren't
大
you?
丈夫。程よく殺してあげるから。
There's even a proper way to kill? Kick away the nail and mallet. Clean hit, deprived of her weapons, she breathes erratically as he glares at me. Seriously, so where's the straw doll?
裏山の神社の近く。
You actually have one already? It goes without saying that we ran non-stop to the shrine. Of course, Tonami and her cursed tools were soon confiscated. Where'd you get those
う
anyway?
ちの学校の OB。
And who would that be? Probably Marion. Marion is a fucking curse upon my existence. Even when I no longer fucking see her. Well, time for bed. Don't need to read those. Forgot almost again. Was that about the branches? Oh yeah, it was about the branches. Oh, there's the dumb and the danger again. I see a guy with a reddened face coming from another direction as I walk down the corridor. I can tell he's been weeping as he approaches me. However, his friends next to him are laughing and patting him on the back. What's this? Pick up the scent of red pepper from him as he passes. Oh. Well, there's this ridiculously spicy snack that's been all the craze recently. What was it called again? It's all on sale before the school store, but it was deemed too brash to sell and they were banned. Even so, they were so popular that eventually some guy snuck them in and set up a black market selling them to spice junkies. Eventually the ban was lifted. It's not like I'm particularly good with spicy food, but I haven't had these in a while, so I was feeling rather in the mood for a challenge. I don't know if it has run out or when the next batch will arrive. I guess I'll give it a shot. Found it as soon as we got to the cafeteria. Yeah, that's the one. The death trap. The mark of the god of death. The last bag, and it's placed behind the counter, like tobacco in a convenience store. Wonder if they're still feeling some pressure from selling them. Miss, one day...
レストラン一つ。
The girl cut me off, blurting that out beside me. It's told on me. We're both lined up at the same time at the counter. She also likes to gamble, so she must have come right after hearing the rumors or something. Fire blazes in her eyes. Her fighting spirit flares up, then she says,
レストラン山盛り。
No pile exists! I'm still in the cafeteria for some reason, and Tonami happens to be sitting across from me. A single bag of death trap is open on the table. The atmosphere between us is inescapable, and it's mostly coming from the other person. I try one piece. Tonami does the same. It's like a tequila showdown. Our water glass is staying upside down on the table. Suddenly Tonami escalates things. She puts a bunch of death trap pieces in her mouth as if to ridicule me for taking my time and savoring the flavor. I don't. That recklessness is your own fault. As expected, her face starts distorting. I told you so. Despite her forced smile, beads of sweat start appearing from her brow. I don't get reeled in by her taunts and quietly chew them out at my own pace. Undaunted, Yuma eats on. Despite showing an heroic grin, she clenches her fists so tight her nails cut into her palm. It's a really eerie display. Oh boy, she really doesn't know how to eat this, does she? The spice receptors are at the same areas as the bitter receptors and on one's tongue. They're located towards the back. In other words, if you eat these things while keeping them at the tip of your tongue, you'll be able to take on the insane heat from the spice. Tonami is getting impatient at me and does not know how to handle it. Tonami finally stands up, opens the entire bag and stuffs it all in her mouth. Then, she swallows it down in one gulp. Totally absurd. She looks at me triumphantly with the open bag. I didn't think it was a competition. Tonami's face freezes because she lifted her chin while laughing. The remaining spice in her mouth slid down the back of her throat. That's pretty obvious! Pour water into her cup and hand it to her. She snatches and gulps it down. Still tears pour out of her eyes from the intense pain still raging in her mouth. I don't even understand what you're saying. Honestly, I'm actually kind of curious how the fuck they end up together. Like that has potential to be fucking hilarious. He's apparently studying stuff. So what should I do for lunch? I didn't bring a lunchbox today. Thought Yuji would invite me, but he seemed eager to eat outside. So that was the incomprehensible message he left me with. Oh well, I head for the cafeteria by myself. With my tray in hand, I head to the table. I sit down, a girl also sits across from me. I happen to glance at her, and it turns out to be someone I know. Tonami with her mouth open, just like me. Yuma glares at me, but makes no further comments. Both of us sit there eating silently. Although there are plenty of other seats transferred to, she probably thinks that the first one to get up loses. I have no reason to move in the first place, although we were separated by a short amount of time. I did get here first. She seems to be pleased about something. Follow her gaze and see that she's comparing our meals. I have fried rice. She has tempura udon. There's only a small price difference between them, so that's not what she's snickering about. I have no idea what she's boasting. Don't get angry. Ignore her, just ignore her, eat and get the hell out of here. While eating my fried rice, I realized Tonami was frozen. She finished already. Expected to say something about having a race to see who finishes first, but her chopsticks don't move and she concentrates on my rice. There's no anger or disdain, she just stares. It's gotten her attention so much. I follow her stare and more closely and see that she's staring at the burnt pieces of rice. She spots me watching her and looks away. I see. I do see why that perked your interest. Like the texture of taiyaki and crisp roasted bacon. Tonami resumes her meal, though it seems like she's given up on it after a bit of time. I notice that she's still eyeing me, unconsciously anyway. I avoid the burned rice as I eat. Tonami's voice perked up suddenly. Tonami asks me in one breath. I tense up even though it's not that big of a deal. Nah, I'll eat them later. That forcible feeling of hers had bounced from the fried rice to me. Kinda difficult to eat when being scrutinized like this. While eating, I'd constantly go for anything that wasn't burnt rice or burnt crispy bacon. Another reaction. This time she was silent, however. She was glancing at my handiwork. She just couldn't help looking this way. I scoop up all the bacon with a spoon and point at it. I like it, so I won't be throwing it away. After that, she gave me a look, telling me she'd stop looking this way. Her neck looks crooked as she continued eating. I almost finished the fried rice anyway. I scooped burnt rice and bacon and chomped them down. Tonami shouldn't be looking at that, yet she stood up without thinking. She shouts and runs off. Why? I look at the seat across from me. Tonami had left her tray there when she ran off. So am I clearing this up too? Let's go straight home today. Occasionally it's nice to just chill on the couch at home, sip tea and breathe in the relaxing vapors. Might even buy some tea cakes to go with it on the way home. Well then, let's hurry. Grab my bag and leave the classroom. Yeah, I still came here. Strange. It's just going to the shopping district to buy cake. So I ended up in front of the arcade. See, I've never been able to play the games I wanted because Tonami always got in the way.
河野高明、2度あることは
Happens a third time. I slump forward on my knees, dejected.
今の何？なんであんな低く空中ダッシュできるの？
There's a little trick to it. Your character should be able to do it too.
できない！
I'll show you when we finish this,
今
okay?
教えろ！
That'll handicap me though, wouldn't it?
くらえ岩石！ビヨってしまい！いいもなし！こら、やめろ！
Shouldn't you come
言
closer?
われなくても今すぐ潰す！
Here you
あ、
go.
今の何？何か伸びてきた！
That's a standing mid punch.
卑怯者！
That's just a normal
こっ
attack.
ちが飛んでくるように仕向けたのを言ってるの？
Told you to come in closer, not jumping.
やめやめ！ビームやめろ！
The noises we make are louder than the game itself. I notice some as I continue my battles against Tonami. She's not too bad, rather she learns quickly and her reflexes are great. Even so, she's not good at random character battles. That's what happens when you're unfamiliar with other characters. Of course, you need to know how to use other characters in addition to knowing how to use your favorite. Tonami doesn't know how to play the other characters. She has a thorough obsession with what appeals to her. That appears to be her personality. It's a surprisingly admirable trait. In my case, I'd be the exact opposite. She's not a bad person, just extreme. Ah! What now? Why are you over here? The battle isn't over, huh?
とっくに終わったわよ。
Eh? But the game's still going. She has a ghastly expression on her face, slowly reaching out her hands to wrap them around my neck. Wait.
残り時間、ゲージも使い尽くしてたっぷり叩き込んでやったさ。でもあとちょっとで間に合わなかった。あんた、追いつけないの計算して無防備でいたな。
Yeah, wait, you're choking me, you're choking me!
あー、ダメ。格ゲーは性に合わない。
You sure gave it your all? Tonami takes her hand off my neck and points at me.
よし、次はシューティングだ。
How are we going to compete at a cooperative game exactly? It's cramping
あん
me.
た幅取りすぎ。
We're really doing this. Hey, you're taking up too many
ちょっ
items.
と、こっちすり寄ってくんの。
Don't take the power up!
体くっつけてくるな。もっとあっち行け。
I said don't take the power up! You're already maxed out!
変態、スケベ痴漢。
Hey! Don't switch to bombs! Tonami holds a can of hot cocoa and sighs as if she's off from work. I, on the other end, am taking a sip from a can of coffee. I release a satisfied sigh. Last boss was tough, huh?
連射のしすぎで指がつりそう。
She says and extends her palm to show her fingers. Jeez, you should have just used auto fire.
それは邪道。
Did she also do that with minigun panic?
当たり前よ。
Tonami would never fought with any kind of shooting game you threw at her. I'm joking. There's no way you could have done a one credit clear with that game.
誰がクリアしたって言ったのよ。
What stage did you get to?
2面。
Right by the boss?
真ん中くらい。ダメダメダメ。白黒はっきりつけるためだったのに、これじゃダメだ。
Isn't this what I said in the first place? I'm getting used to the way she treats me. She gets heated up, but I don't rebuke her or lose my composure. I simply finish up my coffee.
真の決着はあれで決める。
What Tonami points at is what I'd regularly see at a game center, a crane game. Well, it's true that game isn't cooperative, but I don't think you can compete on it either. Turn to her, but Tonami's already gone. In the blink of an eye, she's putting bills in the exchange machine. She just doesn't listen.
じゃあ、私先行。
Whatever you want. I shrug my shoulders and drink my coffee. I'm about to watch her skills. Going first on a crane game gives you no advantage. Tonami deposits 200 yen and gets 3 tries. She's really into this. I casually watch the crane arm move and lower from behind her. However, it is impossible. The furry toy Tonami appears to go after has other toys stuck to it, and she fails repeatedly. Take whatever price you can. That's how the crane game works.
ああ、無理無理。こんなの絶対無理。
Tonami ruffles her hair in frustration. Should be my turn now. I casually down the rest of my coffee and change places with her. There's a technique behind this. Tonami glares at me
コ
sharply.
ーヒーだからって威張るんじゃない。
I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. A studded crane. Alright, it's a metal one with slender hooks that scraps better than the plastic kind. I aim for the string that the toy hangs from in just the position of the arm. Okay, this is how, huh?
あ、紐が切られてる。
Damn, it's camouflage. Don't laugh at my failure. Time for sure. This time for sure I'll grab by the neck. The center is unbalanced. The arm is not strong
修行
enough.
が足らんな。
I want to talk. We were completely absorbed in that game. We both slump our shoulders as the sky grows orange. The result goes without saying, a crushing
こ
defeat.
れで勝ったと思うなよ。
We lost. Both of us did. Still, today really irritated my throat. Okay, bedtime. Wait. Skip.
あれ、たまお姉ちゃん、もしかして。
あら、気づいてくれたんだ。
キラキラしてすごく綺麗。
Lipstick?
ありがと
Luigi, what's up with Tamane?
あ、さあな。
う。うちの男どもはこれだから。
タカ君ってば見てわからないの？
What?
好み？
Konami goes to say something, but Tamane sciences were put by putting her finger in her mouth and winking.
じゃあ、高坊に質問です。私は昨日、あるところへ行ってきました。どこへ行ってきたと思う？
She says and lightly runs her fingers
当
through
て
her
てみて。
ear. I don't know how how I'm just supposed to figure that out. But no. Tamane's shoulders drop instantly.
そうね。ちょっとだけヒントをあげる。
No, I don't really want to
そ
know.
こは、女にとって命の次に大切なものを扱うところです。そういえばわかるかしら。
She says and again flutters her hair slightly. A bank?
どうして銀行になるのかしら。
This man is actually just stupid. Well, you said it was important for a girl's station.
バカだな。最初に好みがキラキラして綺麗って言っただろ。んで、命の次に大事なものとなったら宝石店に決まってるだろ。
Oh, I see.
ああ。
二人とも、ちょっとそこに直りなさい。
She was really angry. I spot Tonami in the cafeteria during lunch. He's coveting a plate of fried rice. I point at her. Loser.
指さすな。
You know what? That short scene was worth it. That short scene was worth it. Anyone new? No.
ああ、ムカつく。
Oh, don't worry. I'm pissed every time I see you. Yuji's complaining about something. He's been like that since lunch break ended. I've been ignoring him until now because at the time I figured it wasn't the right time to ask about it. What on earth is the problem?
よくぞ聞いてくれた。昼休みにだな。ギャルと玄関前で軽くテニスなんぞに興じてみたんだが、
Ho ho. Make me feel sounds while it appeared to leave
ボ
him.
ールがキャトルミューティレーションされたわけよ。
In other words, you lost. You lost it, but I don't think you'd call it cattle mutilation. I won't be discouraged from summarizing what Yuji meant.
それでテニス部の顧問がやけに激怒しやがってよ。昼休み終わっても説教をやめねえんだよな。
Hang on. Did you get permission to borrow the tennis equipment?
んや
That'd be the reason.
まあ聞け。まだ続きがあるんだ。それで遅刻した理由を先生に言ったら、あのクソ顧問、そんなの知らねえと白切りやがったらしくて。
The way Yuji's ranting, he would have been sending them into the air with a flurry of fists if they were here. That's quite the trouble. Still, it's not my concern. On the other hand, Yuji's still getting worked up.
くっそー。怒りがぶり返してきたぜ。奴に思い知らせてやりて
So, are you gonna devour their stock of instant noodles?
ー。よし、それ乗った。
Don't drag me into this. Well, if you're looking for a fight, go for it. I grab my bag, then get up from my seat. Turning my back on Yuji, I wave over my shoulder. At least don't get caught. I leave Yuji seething behind me and set for home. Speaking of which, Yuji said he lost the ball near the entrance. A fair amount of time has passed, but I'll take a look anyway. Wonder where it ended up. I'll look around to spot something else instead. Tonami's at the bicycle parking lot. What's she up to? She's looking at the roof of the parking lot. It's none of my business, but if that's the case, then why is it bothering me? Make my way towards her. She's normally attacks me when I come within range, but this time there's no reaction from her. Yo, call out to her. No response. What are you doing? follow her gazes, but see nothing special. Both of us stare at the parking lot roof. After a while, Tonomi grumbles to
あ
herself.
りえない。
She frowns and mutters. What? What's impossible? I'm covered in question
あり
marks.
えないし。
She hasn't stopped me yet.
でしょ
Ah! She surprised me. She suddenly turns to me, prompting me to step back. She knew I was here all along. What's impossible? Tonomi points at the
た
roof.
またまこの前を通りかかった時、ボールが一つあの上に
That
乗っ
could
か
be
っ
the
たの
one
よ
Yuji
ね
was。talking about. That would explain why he couldn't find
で
it.
も、そのボールは落ちてこなかったわけよ。
The roof is slanted, so the ball must have rolled off somewhere else. When did it
昼
happen?
休み。
So we've been looking at this for the entire day?
そんなわけないでしょ
She takes offense at something she's obviously been doing.
午後の間中、ずーっとそのことが気になって。
She says and looks at me with a serious expression.
なんで
I didn't say anything. She's also quite queer to be thinking about something like that.
気にならないの
Not really, but perhaps it's stuck against some dead bird or something. Tonomi looks up at the roof. Doesn't seem plausible to her. After a little while,
登る。
she decides she's someone who just can't leave something that bothers her alone. Suddenly, Tonomi is climbing the pole. I hastily cover my eyes because I'm about to get a glimpse of her underwear. Hang on! Call out to her, stop her, and point to the back of the parking lot. Do it over
なん
there!
で
I'd be able to see up your skirt. I mean, you are a girl, more or
必
less.
要ってどういう意味だ
Why do you have to yell at me? Tonomi clings to the pole and starts worming her way up. We're at the back of the parking lot. I have my back turned to her, and I'm on the lookout for anyone coming along. Why am I doing
Oh?
this? A voice from overhead. Did you find
こ
something?
っち向くな
The heel of her shoe is hit in the back of my head. Too cruel. I'm not. And an item lands on my feet. It was tossed down from the roof. Tennis ball. Looks
こ
like
れ
it.
に引っかかってた。
She jumps down at the same time as she says that. She's holding a mop. We both stare at it.
あ、
We simultaneously come to a realization. Oh boy, that's from back then. Was the mop she threw on with all her might. Clearly recall that it had landed on the parking lot roof. Finally got it back. In the end, you were the cause of all this. Can't help someone who's wondering about what they did themselves. Shocked face changes into a frown as she stares at me with the mop.
私のことはめた
Like I would. I was sure she was about to make another false accusation, but she didn't and instead picked up the ball.
返してくる。
I suddenly remember Yuji's words. You'd be better off not doing that.
どうして
It wasn't like it was stuck in some bushes. If they found out you climbed onto the roof. Good work.
も
It's been an hour since the stubborn Tonomi left to return the ball.
う、どうして私が
Well, you probably denied all the accusations one by one, right? Tonomi's at a loss for words. Bullseye. This is what happens when you see through her excuses when you corner her.
大体ボールのことだったら、あんたの友達がきっちり叱られたんでしょわざわざ見つけて届けた私が、どうしてまた怒られなくちゃならないのよ
Tonomi can't restrain her anger, but understand what she's saying. There's no point telling the truth to people who won't understand
そ
reason.
んな言い方で納得できるか
In contrast to the pounding Tonomi, I put on a smile and reach around to my back pocket. Look, here. What's this?
あ、そ
Like a magician at the climax of his trick, I pull out the tennis ball she returned and show it
れど
to
う
her.
して
Even irrational teachers worry about their image, so they'll scold a kind student in the lounge, leaving the staff room empty, and the ball happened to be there. I shrug my shoulders and, after speaking a little dramatically, there's a secret to the magic trick I just showed
それ
you.
どうするの
Oh, I'm not comfortable with the situation being left as it is, just because they wanted to get their way. Things should go where they should be. I hand the ball over. Tonomi thinks about it a little, and then hurls it with all her might towards the roof of the parking lot. The ball rises high up, far over the roof, and disappears into a tree. That was a bit off from what I had in mind.
まあ、結末としては悪くないわね
Finally, her sour mood washes away, and the bright, cheerful Tonomi returns. On our way home, we're not walking next to each other since we're carefully maintaining our distance. I look at Tonomi as ahead. She's not a bad person. She just likes to jump into things a bit too much. Tonomi suddenly stops. What's wrong? Continue walking, eventually catching up to her. I look at her. Tonomi is looking at a slanting telephone pole and says,
ピサの斜塔みたいいつか倒れてきそう
Tonomi muses. What's so funny
も
about
し
it?
倒れてきたら電線も切れるよね
I
そう
guess.
なったらどのくらいの範囲が停電するかな
So,
パーッと街の火が消えてくとこ夜がいいね
her feelings change a bit too. sigh deeply inside and think of something else. Well, I guess it's fine if he's spending time hanging out like this once in a while. If I left her alone, she'd probably carry everything on her shoulders too. She wouldn't mention my name no matter what. She's probably pretty strong-willed. I'll trade you something. My words come out natural.
なぬ
She wasn't expecting such a development. She stands there pondering with a serious look. Don't take it to mean anything special.
それは私の勝ちでいいのかな
Can't do that.
で、何かって何
Haven't thought about it yet. What do you
あれ
want? Tonomi was pointing to an ice cream store sign. She answered straight away, so she must have decided a while back. This was my idea anyway, so it's not like she's being rude or
おい財
anything.
布さっさとついてこい
And she's already in front of the store. I take all my words back. We chose our ice cream, leave the store, and sit down on the block with shrubs in it.
やっぱりアイスはカップじゃないと
Sit down, and she tackles hers right away. Tonomi has hers scooped, as she said, while I have an ice cream
棒
bar.
付きなんてどれも乳脂肪分が少なくてアイスと呼べる代物じゃないわ
Alright.
棒付きは所詮邪道子供の食べ物よ
Is there a difference? That piece of fussy, isn't that just an excuse to lash out at me? I stopped thinking further, went to it, and make meaningful sounds in response and started eating my bar. Tonomi strangely stiffens up. What?
別に
She pouts and looks away, but as I keep eating, she starts shivering. She starts getting goosebumps.
棒をかじるな
Oh, yeah, that's what's happening. So that's what I meant by stick. It's a popsicle, is what it's trying to say. I've never heard it's called an ice cream stick. Alright, again, remember the 358 days video. Where every fucking transition between the days that he ranks was just some form of someone mentioning ice cream. Should have brought some ice cream. Huh? Didn't make out what she said, so I soon realized she was irritated by me. I can't stand this. She appears to hate it when I bite on the stick, expecting me to act as normal as she does.
別に
She vehemently denies it. However, her sulking face clearly tells me otherwise. See, she can't stand this. Chuckle on the inside. My urge to tease her is getting the better of me. That was just the appetizer. How about the main course? I aim at the tip of the stick that's sticking out. No. She gets up, visibly shaken.
これで勝ったと思うなよ
She snivels and takes off at full speed. Did I go too far? I'm half dumbfounded since I wasn't expecting such a great reaction. That was just mean. I regret it a bit. Still, that was satisfying to an extent. Skip. Drink.
こんな話を知ってるかい
About what? About what? We just started recess. Yuji's face crept so close to me I pushed it back.
いや、例のリムジンのことなんだけど、
Oh, it is about you again. Limousine.
そう、黒塗りの外車。ピッカピカの。下校時間とかたまに校門の前に止まってるだろ
My eyes follow Yuji's thumb as he points to the gates. Ah, that one. That's
その
understandable.
ことで、いろいろと噂が出てるわけだ。
私も知ってますよその話
Komaki happens to come by and adds to the
ちょっと
discussion.
前にも似たようなことがあったらしいんですよね
She seems to be trying to recall something as she says that.
確か来栖川家のご令嬢がこの学校に通ってたらしくてそれで毎日会社の送り迎えが来てたとかその時の執事さんがセバスチャンとかなんとか
Why they always call Sebastian? How long ago was
直
this?
接見たわけじゃないですから少なくとも2年は経ってるってことですよね
In other words, when we first entered the school. Perhaps she's being chauffeured to school right now.
ところがどっこい
Yuji proudly snickers, having listened to it a little bit.
クルス川という名字の生徒はいないんだよな、今年は。
Komiki and I look at each other, so it's a different Ojo-sama then.
私じゃありませんよ
Komiki frankly denies being source of misinformation when I glance at her. I know that.
そこでミステリーなわけだ。
Yuji puts on even more airs as he continues.
下校時間になると現れる黒塗りのリムジン。しかし、生徒が乗り降りするところは一度も目撃されていない。
So, what's that mean?
で、そこで出てきた噂なんだが、
Yuji lowers his voice. Komiki swallows
実
hard.
は どこぞの大金持ちが今は亡き孫娘が通うはずだったこの学校へ毎日迎えを出しているとか。
That must be made
毎
up.
日じゃないですしね。
いやいや、この話にはまだ先があるんだよ。
He says, looking serious again, and continues.
死んだ孫娘に似た女子生徒を見つけるとだな、そのリムジンは密かに動き出し、誰も見ていないところで連れ去ってしまうという。
Komaki hesitantly begins.
やだ、冗談ですよね。
その孫娘に似ているというのがお前だ。
Usually points at Komaki, who goes weak at the knees and
おっ
collapses.
と、ちょっと聞きすぎたかな。
Jeez, what are you doing?
高木の方は余裕だな。
If no one's seen her, then how does this sort of rumor develop in the first place?
やっぱりバレてたか。
We look at Komaki. She hasn't gotten up at all, her eyes swirling into daze.
しかしな、古い手だからここまでびっくりするとは思わなかったよ。
In a way, it's better than a ghost story. My fucking cursor was already on it. I look around and catch a glimpse of someone familiar. My eyes zero in on her. She's in the corridor on the other side of the courtyard. Oh, it's Tsunami. Isn't she in front of the music room? She must be on a special cleaning duties, most likely as punishment. Not what she did to deserve that. Just seems to be alone. Oh, she even has to do the waxing. It'll be a problem if she sees me. I'll pull my head away from the window. As I was about to take my leave, a scream stops me in my tracks. Seems like Tsunami fell over. Maybe it's because of the slippery waxed floor. She appears to have fallen flat on her butt. Tsunami grimaces, pulls the hem of her skirt up. I frankly avert my eyes. I don't think anyone's around to see. She is. Don't do that in the corridor. I look back at her when it seems like she's put the hem of her skirt back down. She's probably grimacing at the discomfort of having her underwear wet. Tsunami looks down at her feet and spots the bucket with wax in it. She thought of something. Now she's squatting down with a smirk and rummaging around. A shiver runs down my spine. I have a bad feeling about this. I should leave right now. At the exact moment about to turn my heels, our eyes meet. Ah, crap! I was just about to escape when Tsunami runs down the corridor towards me. From far away, I can see her smile as she waves enthusiastically at me. It's a trap, I'm sure of it is.
奇遇じゃないの。
Tsunami candidly shows me a friendly smile. She shows no sign that her underwear is all
ちょっと
sticky.
来てや。
It's okay, I'll be leaving
いい
soon.
もの見せてあげるか
Before I can escape, she grabs me by the shoulder. Crap. I desperately try to think of an excuse. I think I left something in the
ら。
classroom.
そんなの後でいいじゃない。
No, but
いいから、
it's probably not alright.
いいから来なさいって。せっかくいいもの見せてあげるって言ってるのに。
She's gradually getting frustrated when it should actually be me getting frustrated. What is
い
it?
いからいいから。
She's hiding something from me. I can figure out what it is. Finally, she pulls me by the sleeve and then forcibly takes me to the music room. As you get to the opposite corridor and are about to turn the corner, Tsunami casually changes places with me and pushes me from behind. Ah!
こんなところにワックス入れたバケツなんて誰が置いたの？
Looks like it's been thoroughly polished, so much so that someone might slip. Tsunami looks down and stares at my feet. Not too shabby. That's pretty well
嘘。
done.
なんで？
She probably put the bucket of wax just beyond the corner. However, the bucket is nowhere to be seen. Perhaps someone moved it somewhere safe while they were talking. We were talking.
嘘。どこに？
She mutters to herself a looking here and there. Now she ignores my existence after troubling me by dragging me over. There's the bucket. The distracted Tsunami isn't paying attention as she approaches it. There's enough time for me to warn her. Oh boy, she's all sticky. I'll be right back. I have returned. Oh boy, it's all sticky. She's all sticky. This time it wasn't just her butt. Her uniform was covered from top to bottom in viscous white liquid. And the chickens come home to roost. Tsunami sits there dumbfounded at this absurd situation. Are you alright?
泣いてなんかいない。
She yells and wipes her face on her sleeve. That just increases the amount of wax on her face and mixes with tears and snot, making her look even more ridiculous. Did you hurt your back?
こっち見るな。
And she's behaving a little bit childishly too. Doesn't look like she's hurt but even though it's Tsunami, a girl shouldn't be left like this.
あっち行け。
Do you have a change of clothes? Even gym clothes or something will do. She snuffles and timidly opens her
教
mouth.
室に体操服が。
Awesome. No, it's not the time for hesitation. I'll get it. But first things first. She stares blankly at the hand held out to her. Get up. You don't want to stay sitting there, do you? Even though we're in front of the music room, we can't say for certain that no one will pass by. She timidly grabs my hand. Anyway, wait at the side. Tonomi nods in response. She'd be cute if she was always disobedient. What the hell am I thinking? I shake that weird thought out of my head and shrug my shoulders at how hopeless I am. I'm actually feeling awkward going into another classroom. To think I'll be retrieving a girl's personal clothing. And gym clothes at that. Crap, that was seriously bad. I feel my temperature rising at the thought. Blushing in front of someone else's classroom is already embarrassing enough. I should ask someone. Nah, that shame to me. However, standing around looking troubled in front of the classroom is far too suspicious. Maybe I'll buy one from the shop. It'll be expensive, but this way few people will see me. I leave Tonami's classroom after checking my wallet. Once again, I'm hesitating in front of the shop. There's no one around. However, even now, I'm still facing the same fact. Maybe this is a bad idea. Being seen by others in the classroom would have been embarrassing, but since I have Tonami's blessing, it's somewhat okay. However, I can't make an excuse for why I'm buying a girl's gym clothes and bloomers at this shop. However, the thought of her putting up with sticky clothing comes to mind. Guess it can't be helped. Prepare myself to face the shop window. I try not to think too hard, and gym clothes, bloomers, and towel. Stayed, keeping a straight face. Please don't ask me to repeat. Instantly tell the woman with dubious expression on her face. A female, gym clothes, bloomers, and a towel. There should be no mistake about it. Again, silence. Look innocent, look innocent. She continues to look at me with a dubious expression. A senior of mine asked me to get one. At that, even though she didn't ask. I didn't maintain my innocent composure for long and start sweating all over. Just before sweat appears on my forehead, an answer comes from the window.
4400円
Expensive. Tonami is in the corridor when I reached the music room. Wax is spread out here, so I know it's the right place. That's right, I had to go inside. I'm about to grab the door handle when I stop myself. I straighten the creases on the newly purchased clothes before finally opening the door. I enter the music room, however, I don't see Tonami anywhere. Sound comes from behind the grand piano. What now is she hiding? Put the gym clothes on the piano and slide it towards her. Here. The bag falls off the other end. She doesn't respond for a while. Yeah, I lie without thinking. I don't want it. I want to tell her I bought them. Tonami pokes her head up from the shadow of the piano and looks at me with astonishment. Tonami then blushes. An expression of gratitude gradually shows on her face. Don't say that. I hear the sounds of the bag of clothes being opened. Yeah. I didn't realize that I was peeking over. I turn around instantly. As I'm about to leave the music room. Her confused tone holds me back. I find myself rooted to the ground. She probably doesn't want to drive away the person who helped her. Still, she'd usually have me leave right about now. Tonami's feelings have changed somewhat. The sound of Tonami undressing is awfully loud. There's the music room. It's soundproofed, meaning not much sound will be escaping. Even the shouts from the sports grounds are muffled here, and it feels like they're far away. It's like we're isolated. The sound of rustling clothes nearby is more noticeable. As if it's happening right behind my back. I'm startled by the sound of her clothes falling to the ground. My throat's getting incredibly dry. Tonami continues changing wordlessly in the shadow of the piano. Something were to happen here, no one outside would even know. I wave off that crazy idea. Crap. I maintain my composure while glancing at the portraits of Schubert and Vivaldi. However, Tonami really is putting on the clothes I bought her without any qualms. She's throwing off her clothes in here. What's this? Actually, it's my possession. No, what am I saying? At most, I'm raising her like a pet. Hey, what the hell am I thinking? There's something particularly fresh about buying her new clothes. I spot Mozart, and he seems to be smiling at the meaning. I turn around and Tonami's already in her gym clothes. Indeed, she looks pretty awkward at the situation she's in. So they are clothes I bought. So these are the clothes I bought for her. I intentionally look at her lavishly. No, nothing. Even though I should be used to the sight of girls in these, the fact that we're alone changes my perspective. I guess that sort of look. Pat my cheeks. That reminds me. Look at Tonami's bloomers as she leaves. Her underwear must have gotten sticky too, so is she not wearing any panties? Indeed, she may, well, have shown me something good after all. Bzzzt.
ねえタカ君、オカルト研究会って知ってる？
Yeah, they're the ones that concern themselves with research to do spirits and black magic and stuff. What about it?
それでね、占いのこともやってるって聞いたから、どんなとこかなって思って。
Well, I've only ever heard rumors. Not only that, but the rumors I've heard are just from
ど
gossip.
んなの？
Well, there should be heaps of members, but no one's ever seen them. And they occasionally hold sacrificial rituals and stuff.
いけに
Nothing said about the society from the school side, but in fact, it's said that the Kurusugawa group is littered with them. Konomi, have you heard of the Kurusugawa group?
クルス川銀行とか、あといろんな会社とかあるよね。
Right, the one with immense power in the financial world, that Kurusugawa. They're involved in all sorts of research, and amongst them it appears they research black magic arts and develop top-secret machinery. And it's said that society is at the early stages of training someone skilled in the arts. At least that's what the rumor.
でも、噂なんだよね。
At first I thought it was just a rumor too. But in fact, there's no doubt that his very alumnus is the granddaughter of the president of that Kurusugawa group. Granddaughter of the president. There's no way there would be someone like that in such a commonplace school normally. There must be some reason for it.
そうかな。たまお姉ちゃんだって、ここの学校だよ。
Yeah, Tamane is the exception amongst exceptions. What's more, I heard that person may be a member of that occult research society. Do you think that's a coincidence? Gotcha. I was kidding, just kidding. Even if it appears that Ojo-sama is a member of that occult research society, it's nothing more than an unfounded rumor. First of all, I've heard that the occult research society was disbanded.
そうなの？
Yeah, I had it checked out a while. I had checked it out a little while ago. It was indeed
で
abolished.
も、だって、
Konomi falters as her words and pulls something out of her bag. It was a pamphlet introducing this year's clubs, huh? The page that Konomi's pointing out, has written Occult Research Society in small writing. Huh, that should have... It was definitely abolished. What's this mean? Oh, it had disappeared. It's a rumor that it only pretended to be disbanded and went underground. Was that true? So when someone said that there were activities in the culture clubs at night when there should be nothing happening. Come to think of it, there are occasionally financial contributions from the Kurusugawa estate, and among them are expensive black magic books addressed to the occult society. They were supposed to have been disbanded. Konomi, did you want to try being accepted at the club? Konomi shakes her head. Surely you're interested. She shakes her head. How about just checking it out? She shake. She violently rejects the notion. Okay? When I exit the front entrance and reach the bicycle parking lot, I gasp. There's Tonomi sitting astride her mountain bike. She's silently staring at me. It's ominous. She's not leaving the lot, as she seems to be waiting for someone. Hey! I gave her a weak reply. It's not like she's someone I don't know, though I find it a bit disappointing that she isn't suddenly snapping at me or anything. See ya. I have nothing more to say. I pass by her.
あのさ、
She lets the bike roll forward to block me, seemingly unsure what to say. I stop
こ
walking.
れから暇？
Eh? Whoa, free? What's this all of a sudden? I blush and get flustered.
何想像してるのよ。
Tonomi also blushes when she says that. Then she hastily pulls out tickets from her pocket and shows them to me. There's two of them.
たまたま映画のタダ券があったから、昨日のお礼。
She says that immediately adds.
勘違いしないでよ。借りを作るのが嫌なだけなんだから。都合が悪いなら別にいいわよ。無理にとは言わないから。
Then she changes her mind.
やっぱりダメ。おごられろ。このままじゃ私が気持ち悪い。
What's all this anyway? Tonomi's behavior is rather odd. Was it that big a deal that I fetched her gym clothes? I don't mean to be rude or anything, but is there a particular reason why you'd go through this trouble? Tonomi looks away a bit, her face somewhat embarrassed.
体操服代とまではいかないけど、それはいいでしょ。私が頼んだわけじゃないから。
The cost
買
of
ったんでしょ。着てみてすぐにわかるわよ。タグも違ってたし。
tags?
体操着の端に名前入れるところがあるでしょ。
So you found out, huh?
当たり前じゃないの。 教室に戻ったら体操服あるしさ、着心地も違うし。
She shows me the
だか
tag.
らおとなしくおごられなさい。
I understand the situation, but I don't understand the purpose of her doing this. Regardless, it's an express invitation. Hold my palm out. Roger that, ma'am.
いい？これで貸し借りなしだからね。
Yeah, yeah. We head for the main shopping district to see a movie. Since it's spring, there's a variety of genres being released. Hard to say. Premieres at the end of the month. Do you know what that means?
知ってるわよ。
Liar, don't even
そ
know.
のくらいわかるわよ。
Hey, tell me.
言いたくない。
How about I give you a hint? It's about you.
ん？
I haven't been told it's about her. Konami thinks about it. Then she immediately looks at me with vexation in her eyes.
うるさいわね。わかってるって言ってるでしょ。
But you know, it's so hard to choose with so many.
何言ってるの。招待券だから映画館は決まってるの。こっち。
Hey, don't pull me by the collar.
さっさと見て、さっさと帰る。呪いことは牛しかしない。
We're not in that much of a
開
hurry.
演時間が近いのよ。ただでさえ人が並んでるんだから。
Alright, alright. Stop pulling me. Niji is only part of the reason why I'm being dragged in front of the movie theater. The place doesn't look too bad. Look up at the movie title display. They're showing a comedy and adult love story. Curiously glance at each other. Which one?
どっちでもいいけど。
Really?
構わないわよ。招待してるのは私だし。
I'm a little bit at a loss. In that case, I point at the love story.
え、マジ？
It's just that I don't like the actor in the other one.
そうなの？
His slapstick comedy makes my skin crawl. That's how I decide on the love story.
それじゃあ。
Yeah. She takes off immediately, but I find myself flustered.
何よ？今さら起こしてるの？
That's not
じゃあ
bad.
何よ？
I didn't think you'd be okay with it so
どう
easily.
ってことないわよ、こんなの。
Guess so.
そうよ。どうってことないし。
Right. No big deal. We keep saying that over and over as we get in line. To be frank, only couples are lining up for this movie.
なんだか。
Totomi is completely flushed, looking down in extreme
私
discomfort.
たち浮いてるよね。
My brain. My first thought that came to mind, how about we change that? My brain is bad. Y'all's already get enough of that in the Grizzaya videos. I need to stop. Well, if we look at ourselves objectively, then we pretty much blend in.
何それ？
Being a boy and a girl looking like a couple.
え、嘘。
What's with the gear? Hey, where are you going?
冗談じゃないわよ。あんたなんかと、その、恋人。ああ、もう耐えられない。
I understand, just don't get out of line. She kept muttering complaints
他
after
のや
that.
つを誘えばよかった。
There wouldn't be any meaning with that in that to begin with. The line shrinks little by little. The line moves, and the moment I pass through the gate, a rope to interrupt the line is placed behind me. Another line was drawn, separating us. I'll get in the other one. I informed the usher, climbing over the right back outside. At the same time, Konami switches places with me and goes in. Hey, wait.
何よ。
What do you mean,
一
why?
人分空いたじゃないの。
Because I made room.
おごるとは言ったけど、一緒に見るとは言ってないんだから。
Even though she complains, she steps back and waits for the next
あと3
showing.
人行きます。
The usher inside announces, raising the
ほ
rope.
ら、結局一緒だったじゃないの。
That's completely different. And they leave the theater completely red.
すごー。はあ。
Totomi sighs over and over again with a blank look. Her face is still
あ
flushed.
りえない。
She mutters, her eyes staring absent-mindedly. She's also been saying that over and over again.
そう思わない？
She abruptly asks, "That's a sudden question." Tomomi looks away, blushing. She hides her expression, averts her gaze, and mumbles something under her breath.
あんなの、したと、したなんて。
She says, quivering. Then she comes up to me again.
信じられないって本当にどこが嬉しいわけ？
Hey, don't grab me like that. Stop getting excited.
興奮？やらしい。私興奮なんかしてない。
I didn't mean it like that. I remove her troubled hands. She frowns again and repeats her respondent
あ
sigh.
りえない。
She seems completely unable to accept it. I don't have any first-hand experience, but that's common practice, even if you say otherwise. We walk together in silence. Suddenly steam spouts from Tonami's head once again.
なんであんなことしたんだろう。
French kissing?
あれとそれの合体。
She points a finger and says it straight out. Now that's a surprising thing to say. She stares blankly at my bewildered look and suddenly gets flustered after realizing what she just said.
最初にそんなことした人はどうしてそういうことをしようって思いついたんだろうかって。
I ask in return.
だから
She turns a deep shade of red and asks
初めてウニを食べた人はどうしてそんなことしたのかってそういう類の疑問なわけよ。
urchins.
他にもあるでしょ。牡蠣とか納豆とかドリアンとか。
No, I know what you're trying to say. I rack my brains in response to her words. Persimmons and urchins are rather different. They were a bit like the lives of the man and the woman in the movie. I think it's meant to represent becoming human.
あ、
She honestly seems to understand. At any rate, you occasionally see some crazy
ど
things.
こがよ。
She's not remotely conscious of herself. And while a weird person doesn't think of themselves as weird, they'd offend them if you told them that. After walking a little more, Tonami raises her head.
豆もやしってさ。
That's it. That's exactly what I mean. It's bright and sunny after school. The atmosphere is different from that of being late in the morning. Hardly anyone is rushing. It simply feels like paradise. But peace doesn't last for long. In an instant, my surroundings are engulfed in tension and fear. Chill runs down my spine. I turn around the moment I hear the sound of a bicycle approaching at high speed. Ah! Black tire approaches right before my eyes. I instinctively bend over and roll to the side. The next instant, a mountain bike doing a wheelie passes in the space where I stood. The bike brakes in a flashy rear wheel drift and turns to face me.
勘が鈍ったんじゃないの？
How can you say that when you're doing when you do a surprise attack? Speaking of which, it's been a while since she's done this sort of
縦
thing.
と横どっちがいい？
What?
顔をタイヤで踏まれる方向。
Yuzaza puts her foot on the pedal. She doesn't appear to be
両
joking.
方？
What is so appealing about putting a cross on my face? She puts her weight onto the pedal. I take a step back. Wait, let's talk about this.
問答無用。
What do you have against me?
山ほどあるわよ。
Even if that is the case, there's no reason to attack from behind, coward. Did that bother her? She stops frowning. Usually I'd respond to being caught that. So she's probably the same way too. Her apprehension leaves at
あんた
last.
の言うことももっともだわ。
So you get it then.
とにかくその顔踏んでから話を聞こうじゃないの。
Of course you don't get it. She waits for a black foreign car to pass by us and then puts her foot on the pedal. However, she hits the brakes after noticing something. After being strangely silent. Huh? My response is drowned out by the sound of an engine. When I turn around, I see the black car that passes us, making a 180. I look at her hardened expression in the black car.
早く乗りなさいよ。
You're telling me to get on, but
後
where?
輪の軸のところに出っ張りがあるでしょ。早く。
She pushes me to get on the shaft, but there's no seat and it's rather unstable at best. I'll get thrown off the moment
さ
she
っさと捕ま
moves.
って。
She says grab on, but for a strong-willed girl like Tonami, the only place I'd be able to touch freely is her neck. While I'm hesitating, the black car rolls one of its side windows down.
待ちなさい。
Tonami gets flustered at the voice. Okay! I put my hands around her arms, under her arms.
バカあったよ、肩。
Sorry! I rarely put my hands on her shoulders. Ah! At the same time, the bike takes off at great speeds. I keep myself from falling off by frantically gripping tightly.
二人捕まってなさいよ。
Warn me before you move! Tonami easily climbs the curb. I almost bite my
待
tongue.
たんかい、ユマ。
An old man's gone out of the car. He had gray hair and still had the sturdy build of someone who's still actively working. That's all I could tell about him in my shaky field of vision. He immediately returns to the car and backs it up to chase us again. Nice job shaking him off.
住宅街だったから
He
ね。
parks the bike in the arcade parking lot and breathes with some difficulty. I was about to wet my pants too. Even though I was just riding, I was out of breath too. You have to take the smaller paths if you want to shake off a more powerful car like that. It's absolutely thrilling and nothing more than good fortune I didn't fall off. Who was that? I asked as I wiped the sweat from my forehead.
知らない人。い
Wasn't he following you?
や、違う。
But he called you by your name.
ありえないし。
Something's fishy. Still, I'll play dumb and keep figuring it out. Anyway, I'm exhausted. I have no physical energy nor willpower to pry any further. I'm thirsty. We just happened to be right outside Yaku's. I turned that way. But Tsunami shows no signs of following. Not coming? No answer. I'm going. Wave goodbye to her and start working. Then she speaks.
あんたについてくわけじゃないんだから。
Okay, Tsundere. In other words, she hates it. She has a serious expression as she falls behind me. Fortunately, the restaurant's empty. Having come here on a bike on top speed means it's still early for the students on their way home to arrive. We stand behind the register and look at the menu. There's hardly any customers, so our turn comes up while we're still deciding. Totomi hasn't noticed, still looking at the menu while furrowing her brows. Have we decided yet? I'm about to move ahead when Totomi pulls me back.
私が先に頼む。
She's strangely obsessive about this winning and losing first and last thing. After serious consideration, she finally
コー
orders.
ヒー。
That's it. I'll have a strawberry float.
なぬ
What now?
別に
She probably wanted one as well. To show her she wanted to seem adult. Totomi forcibly looks the other way, breaking in cold sweat. But she starts looking up and worrying over the menu again.
私も
She's about to say something when our order arrives. She silently takes it and heads to the table.
なんで同じテーブルに来るのよ。
Yeah. I give her a suitable response and sit opposite from her. I stick my straw in through the lid. I was just about to put it in my mouth when I spot Totomi staring at my strawberry float. Is this unusual or something?
そんなことあるわけないでしょ。
She strongly says, but it's easy to see her an expression as she's unhappy with her order. Want to swap? I haven't touched it yet. She's about to immediately pull it towards her, then she stops herself and puts on a stern expression instead.
いらないわよ。そんな子供の飲み物。
She says, but she can't take her eyes off it. She just stirs her coffee without drinking it. She's just being stubborn for some reason that doesn't necessarily stop her from being cute. Yet when I bring my mouth near the straw, she lets out a squeak and turns away in haste. You really do like it, don't you? The strawberry
い
float.
ちごフロートなんて人前で食べて恥ずかしくないの？赤なんて女の色じゃないの。
I've never really thought about it. Like what colors matter and stuff.
男のくせにな。いるよね。ファミレスで危機としてパフェ食べてる男。私、そういうの吊るしたくなるくらい嫌い。
So you do want this.
いや、違う。
But you were eyeing it.
違うし。
Jeez. So I go to put the straw to my mouth.
あ
Her eyes and mouth open wide. When she sees me with a knowing smile, her face goes red.
何よこれで勝ったと思うなよ
She dumps her coffee in my float and runs off. The hot coffee instantly melts the ice cream, and what's left is a nice mix of brown, white, and red. What on earth? When she gets to the door, she turns and grins, showing me her teeth, and runs off. Jeez, what is she trying to do? Sink into my chair and stir up the contents. Sweet and sour. I'm warm too. Oh, 7 C's again. I went to the entryway first thing after school, but there's hardly anyone here. However, amongst shadowed lockers, a suspicious girl is looking around. She seems familiar, wearing a uniform and holding her favorite student bag. What are you doing?
She...
Totally puts a finger to her lips and stands behind one end of the lockers. What's she up to? Stand with her and stick my head out from the shadows. Across the other side of the road, the students are taking the leave. Was a familiar black car. The situation continues.
頭出すんじゃないの
Kotomi scolds me in a low voice and pulls me in. Didn't he have nothing to do with you? Answer. I wait for a response. No answer, I wait for a response. She bites her fingernails, irritated. Gonna think of it, why am I hiding too? I have nothing to do with the old guy in the car, so I shouldn't be involved with this. Oh well, good luck. I raise my arm and wave goodbye. However, Tonami grabs my sleeve.
勝手な真似するな。
There's no reason for him to address
逃
me.
げる気？
How, why, and from who?
表はダメ。こっちよ。
I've never heard of a route that way. Hey, stop pulling me!
この奥の参道行けば神社に抜けられるから。
Tonami took me to the rear of the school. Even if the path takes us to the shrine, I don't have any particular need to sneak around. Can you cross the mountain on a bike? Tonami pulls his mountain bike out of the parking lot. Her silence means that I didn't even have to ask. I'd rather that old guy sees me. Yeah, don't scowl at me. Why does this have to be a contest too? I have no reason at all to even bother with it. I grumble my complaints under my breath and work my way into the mountain path after her. I look at the pebbles at my feet whilst thinking of the old guy waiting in vain. Gentleman with the grey hair. Black car waiting outside the gate. I remember the rumors from the classroom. Tonami be from the Kurosagawa family. No way, right? Watching her ride that bike over the mountain path doesn't give her any impression whatsoever of a secluded, high-class, distinguished lady. But I have no way of confirming that apart from hearing her flatly deny it. If I had to say, she's more like an Amazon warrior. With surprise attacks and so on. Why are you the only one riding? I say in protest through my haggard breathing. When we get to the flat stretch, she gets off the bike and urges me ahead on foot. She snorts without any sense of shame.
参道で二人乗りなんて冗談じゃないわよ。
She moves a little further and gets back on the
乗っ
bike.
て。
Now you tell me to get on? I also want to complain about her not giving me a ride, so it's hard to refuse her now. But the path we're about to traverse is a long way off down the road and consists of steep steps.
大丈夫。
There's a slope. Does that make it easier? Get on the shaft over the rear wheel.
MTB だから。
Wait, that does make it right! I'm about to get off when she starts pedaling. I frantically grip her shoulders and that's how we descend into the abyss. Ah! We're gonna fall! We're gonna fall! The bike lurches down the slope. I'm half falling off the back of the bike. As he zooms downhill, Tonami performs a Scandinavian flick and drifts the bike, unperturbed that there are two people on it. Ah! Think about me a bit, will you? I'm not sitting down or anything here! She magnificently rides while I grip her shoulders tightly. I see the side of Tonami's smiling face for a brief moment. If you were planning to shorten my lifespan, you really did me in. Sweat runs down me while I lean on my knees. I got a taste of a real no-holds-barred roller coaster ride. The blood was yet to return to my face. What are you going to do if I remain pale like this?
その時は責任取ってあげる。
She carelessly says, responsibility. While I stuttered, Konami snaps me across the face. Don't call that taking responsibility. I do nothing about the slap since I probably deserved it anyway. Pat my own cheeks. So, what match are we having today? Fight game or crane game? Eating race?
何それ？勝負？バカじゃないの？
That was unexpected. Blink over and over. She's always eager to compete with me, shouting I challenge you or the like. So what's with this sudden change? She casually shrugs it off and points to yaks nearby.
運動したらお腹すいた。私は寄ってくけど。
Ah, yeah. I expended plenty of calories just gripping her. I followed the briskly walking Tonami. There's nothing amiss about all this. There's something amiss about all this. We settle our bill at the register, take our trays to the window table, and sit down. What's your thinking? Look down at my tray. It's the same set menu as Tonami's. You see, things kind of went like this.
いらっしゃいませ、こんにちは。何にいたしますか？
ホットドッグのセット A。
かしこまりました。後ろの方もご一緒されますか？
Yes,
こいつも同じもので。
Wow.
かしこまりました。ホットドッグのセット A、2入りました。
That's how it unfolded. She decided a menu for me, but didn't pay for it. We paid individually. She wasn't trying to be rude. Besides, I like hot dogs, so I don't really mind, but geez, what is she up to? Put heaps of ketchup and mustard on my hot dog. Tonami hasn't touched hers on the other hand, even though she sat down first.
結構かけるんだね。
Took me a while to figure out she was talking about ketchup.
ホッ
Yes.
トドッグ好き？
I'm startled by her use of the word
ケ
like.
チャップとか好きなんだ。
She hides her emotions in her expression as per usual. Feel that after having had the menu forced upon me and then adding ketchup to my food would be seen as her loss. I calmly nod. Unfortunately, I absolutely love hot dogs and ketchup. I starting to feel cocky, expecting her to start whining about losing, but her reaction was minimal.
そう。
She says and looks down. Somehow it's abnormal. Normally she'd either be chasing me at full speed or attacking me by surprise, but today she's somehow docile. Maybe she's just feigning that expressionless look or something. She doesn't have a twin sister and she hasn't mentioned, does she? She slightly chuckles all of a sudden, fingers stuck at her fries. What's with the sudden ominous laughter? She's gonna steal your ketchup and consciously flinch.
甘いわね。
Wow,
その程度でケチャップ漬けを語るなんて甘すぎる。
what's your point?
所詮あんたはその程度ってことよ。
He says and stands up. She pulls a red tube out of her bag and sticks it in front of me.
私なんかマイケチャップ持ってるんだぞ。
Connery Snipes, die Wiege der Sonne. Oh, there's George Clooney's Solaris. I don't know why we have this down here. Oh, well, enough escaping reality. Huh?
いや、だからマイケチャップ。
Did you prepare that just for this?
いや、違う。
You've pretty much said so yourself. So that's why she brought me to the Ox for. In other words, your subdued behavior and expressionlessness were all to lead into this. We're apparently in a competition about who likes ketchup more, liking it so much that you always carry it with you as a good tactic to claim victory. However, it has a fatal flaw. No, why you always carry it with you?
嘘じゃないわよ。何を根拠に。
For starters, the inside seal hasn't been broken.
え？
Tonomi frantically pulls the lid off.
あ、
Her plan comes to a crushing halt. Ketchup in her hands starts shaking more and more. You've even outsmarted yourself. That's not something anyone would do to begin with. Well, in your case, it's more of a case of not using your head. Tonomi becomes speechless, violently breaks the foil seal and aims the opening of the tube at me.
こうしてやる
Having dumped heaps of ketchup on the hot dog, she leaves at top speed.
これで勝ったと思うなよ。
How many times have I heard that? Wait up. I grab her by the sleeve. Since we're here, let me show you something. I ask the shop assistant for a takeout bag and drag Konami outside without waiting for her answer. She exclaims after being taken reluctantly to the Sakuras and
ま
blown
だ
full
こん
bloom.
なところあったんだ。
Sakura here aren't the usual Yoshino kind, but the double-flowered ones. Cherry blossom viewing season is over, so not many people are here. Sit down on a viewing bench nearby. Tonomi lets out a deep sigh at the view of the last bloom of
こうい
spring.
うのがいいね。私さ、シート敷いてお花見っての嫌い。ああいうことする連中の気が知れないわ。
Sakura gazing isn't just about watching the trees. It's a chance for everyone to get along. They say dumplings are better than flowers. This is both. Tonomi looks up while munching away at her hot dog. I also stuffed my ketchup-laden hot dog in my mouth.
悪かったわよ。
She looks at me from the side as she
無理し
pouts.
て食べなくてもいいわよ。
Nah, it isn't bad at
嘘
all.
ばっかり。
Let's not forget it's made by with your special ketchup.
しつこいやつ。そういう男、踏みつぶしたくなるくらい嫌い。
I don't give in, so she attempts to grab my food with
貸し
determination.
なさいよ、もう。私のあげるから。
It's fine,
何言
really.
ってるのよ。口の周りケチャップだらけにしといて。
Huh? Didn't think she'd put all her weight onto grabbing it and ended up losing my balance falling over. She also loses her balance being dragged down with me.
ごめん。
Through some feat of movement, Tonomi ends up in my arms. That's some nice CG, actually. Both of us blush deeply and are frozen, unable to move. At that moment, the wind picks up. The sakura petals float all around us. A wall of falling sakura petals, as if they were going to envelop and hide us. We stay that way, her on top of me, not saying a word. She holds her breath, and as she watches the flying petals, she finally expresses admiration. Yeah, pretty. Our eyes meet, and then we frantically look away. I didn't mean...
わかってるわよ。
Konami slowly gets off me. With the weight off me, I get up from the bench. We sit there in awkward silence for a while. Only sound of us sipping our drinks
ありがと
remains.
う。いい場所教えてくれて。
That, yeah.
あんたにしては上出来かな。
I always put on a good show. Don't mean I feel at ease in the
お返し
breeze.
に教えてあげる。冷凍大判焼きの美味しい食べ方。
No need. This is new. Can't put off eating for a while when I'm feeling hungry, but how come I can't resist feeling sleepy? I wonder this is a drift off tonight's, as a drift into the depths of tonight's sleep. Oh, it's short. Sunday. There's a survey like this one before. Thinking out my head won't work from extreme hunger. Afternoon refreshments served as both breakfast and lunch while I have my first meal of the day, looking at a leaflet from the family restaurant. Turn the page of the survey. This time it's about the soup bar. I much prefer a soup bar to a drink bar. Let's see. I've mistaken a teacup for a soup cup. Take. Seaweed soup has become white. After I've put in corn potage. Tick. I don't think there's much difference between a curry soup and a consomme soup. Tick. I love the macaroni left at the bottom of the pot that's gone soft. Tick. I don't really know what a consomme soup is. Tick. Put in more croutons that I need. Tick. Tick. Yeah, the first tick was my tick. I actually really like croutons. I put croutons in more than just corn potage. Tick. I put enough croutons in to annoy my parents. Tick. Tick. I finish up with corn potage. Tick. That's the only time the pot is empty. Tick. The survey looks like it was targeting me too. Fun fact, I will occasionally just buy like flavored croutons and just eat them like chips. Fuck no, I kinda want that. I'm going grocery shopping tomorrow. Morning already. It's gonna run on for a while. It's not like it will stop time. So I give up and drag myself out of bed. My body feels really sluggish. Perhaps I'm just depressed. Not a chance. Hey, get up. Get yourself out of bed. Stand. But what the heck, my point of view looks rather low. My head also feels kind of depressed. Perhaps it's time to cut my hair. Nah, there's something uncomfortable going on. Touch my pajamas. Huh? What the fuck is with these pajamas? Is this fashionable? No, why so effeminate? I have no interest in that. What's more, my hands feel rather small and slender. They're rather girl-like. Huh? Don't tell me. I frantically pick up a little mirror on the table and look at it. There, looking back at me is... Ah! Ah! That's... Konami! What the fuck? Why? Why? Why have I turned into Konami? First of all, is this really Konami's body? You should examine it, right? You need to confirm it's true. Well, check it out. Dazzling secret garden! Konami's still just a child. Shit, there's no time to relax. So now what? By the way, I've already changed into uniform, so I should go to school should I go to school like this? No one will believe this. Besides, I've turned into Konami. What happened to the real Konami? This is my room, not Konami's. For now, I should stay in my room and examine the situation. Of all time, someone comes on now. Ah! Why have they even got a key to open with? Maybe it's me that's come? Well, I have no choice. I have to face myself at this stage. Having come this far, I have to go all the way. I trot down the stairs and head for the entryway. Waiting there is...
なんだ、起きてたのか。
What's this? Whoops. Yuji! This was unexpected. Yuji's my friend, but he's not the sort of guy that would come to pick me up. However, no. Firstly, how should I explain the situation? This is, unable to think of what to say. I sit there with my mouth agape. He usually looks at me with a dubious expression for a while, though, when I say me, I mean Konami, and then says, though, figuring something out, lets out a sigh and says,
まだ大丈夫だって。少し走れば余裕だぜ。だからさっさとカバンを取ってこいよ、高明。
Takaki, hang on, I'm Konami right now. So how come Yuji knows it's me?
何わけわかんねえこと。どっからどう見ても高明じゃねえか。寝癖はひどいけど。
But
なんだ。ちゃんとカバンを持ってるじゃねえか。
what the fuck is happening right now?
じゃ、行くぞ。
Yuji grabs my hand and takes off with a follow me. Wait! Yuji finally stops at the
こ
bridge.
こまで来れば余裕だな。なんだよ、手？はあ、強く握りすぎてたか？
There's an even bigger problem than that. As I shake off his hand, Yuji looks a little peeved.
何恥ずかしがってんだよ、高明。
Hey, isn't it obvious why I'm embarrassed?
だから俺たち恋人同士だろ。
I hate it! I hate it! No! No! Leave me alone! This is a nightmare! This is a nightmare! This is a fucking nightmare! Ah!
まだ頭ボケてんのか？たく。
Usually
だから俺たちは彼氏彼女何度言わせる気だよ。
No way.
しょうがねえな。体で分からせるか。
TV Beauty. Oh no, hang on! Yuji grabs her shoulders, brings his face close, and stands. It's for a kiss. I scream, trying to avoid the onslaught. However, as my violence strikes, his body seems to lean over the handrail and I'm falling off the bridge.
高明!
Ah! Huh? Where am I? My room? Why am I on the floor? I'm back? Rather, a dream? So. Thank goodness! There was nothing sweet about it. No way was I gonna get used to it. So it was all a dream, thank goodness. Even being a dream, fortunately, I was able to avoid the worst of developments. However...
よ、高明、今日は早かった。
He just sucks him! Without saying anything, I drive my fist into Yuji's face.
何すんだよ。
Regardless, you deserve it anyway. That should be enough to stop him. And they lived happily ever after. He deserves the violence, yes. I agree. No. Yes. The weather's warm. The weather's warmth is like the warmth of a scenic painting. The sun is gentle and the road home is so peaceful it's enough to relax your mind. Huh. The breeze. It's strange to chill just now. I look around. A foreign black car. Didn't notice it despite it being this close to me, but there's no one inside. It's parked by a flight of stone steps leading up to the shrine grounds. If you wanted to ambush Tonami, he'd be around the school gate. Or if the car is here, isn't it possible that Tonami's here too? I look at the car, then up again at the shrine. Curiosity killed the cat, so they say, as they say. Go. I feel like I won't be living much longer. I climb the steps, remaining low as I approach the grounds and pass around the shrine archway. I take a look at as I hide amongst the trees.
Yuma, 一体どうしたんじゃ?
I can hear the old guy. Tonami's first name is indeed Yuma, but I can't hear her voice. I look out from the tree trunk.
言い出したのはお前なんじゃぞ。確かに幼い頃のことだが、ほんの最近までお前もその気じゃったろ。
Yuma stands there with her head down.
今になって
silently.
急になぜそんなことを。せめて理由を聞かせてくれんか。
The old guy's expression looks more perplexed than angry, but Tonami stays motionless with her mouth shut.
なぜ何も言わん。
Not a word comes out of Tonami, who's completely shut
わ
herself
しは
off.
ずっとこの時を楽しみに。
やめてよ。
Tonami says it at first, although just a murmur, I hear it, heard
私
it
はもう
clearly.
ダニエルとは関係ないから。
Daniel, who's that? Foreign name all of a sudden out of
な
place.
ぜそんなことを。昔はあんなに。
とにかく
Tonami's sharp words cut him
私
off.
おじいちゃんの言う通りにはならないから。
Gramps. This is her grandfather. Does that mean this is a family matter? So is this Daniel a childhood friend of Yuma? What if this is an arranged marriage from when she was young? But Daniel's a foreigner? International marriage. Well, that's the same thing.
あ
Anyway.
いつじゃな。
Suddenly the old man's tone of voice lowers. His expression changes. I grip the tree trunk and my ears perk
言
up.
わんでも分かっておる。 いつもくっついているあの男じゃ。お前に余計なことを吹き込みよったのは。
Is that me? Looks like this isn't going well.
お前のこれなのか。
In a manner of unbecoming of him, he raises his little finger. He means girlfriend.
違うよ。
Tonomi blushes in denial, but the explanation is getting
お
through.
前くらいの年頃なら一度はああいういい加減な男に惹かれるものじゃ。しかしそれは気の迷い、錯覚、青春の甘酸っぱい思い出。時期にわかる時が来る。わしはな、あんな男にそそのかされてお前が道を踏み外していくのが見るに耐えんのじゃ。
You just say whatever you want, you old fart, just because the person himself isn't here.
あいつはそんな。
She's about to launch into a flat-out denial when she shuts her mouth. For a moment, she has a pensive look on her face and then disappears.
そうなの。私、あいつのせいで変わったの。
What the? Then Tonomi hangs her head
やは
emotionally.
りそうじゃったか。
Masking it! He's masking her expression! Pay attention, you old fart!
何を言われても手遅れよ。なぜって、私、身も心もあいつに捧げちゃってるから。
何？身も？
Tonomi thinks for a bit.
心だけかな。
Corrective!
とにかく、私はあいつの言いなり。
This guy really just wanted to walk out of there. Oh, whatever I say, you say! How about you stop bullshitting then before your grandpa kills me?
悪いけど、おじいちゃんの言うことは聞けない。
Hey, what the hell? She's using me as a scapegoat! How far will this go off track if I don't do something? I can't just stand here, pick up a twig at my feet and throw it at her. It wasn't just Tonomi, but the old fart looked this way, frantically hide behind the tree. Tonomi looks around and angles her head
やは
sideways.
りあやつがお前をそそのかしたんじゃ。
その通り、おじいちゃん、よく気づいた。
あの小僧をどうにかせねば。
そう、あいつがすべての元凶。
Cut it out! Can't let the facts be fabricated one after another. Show myself in front of him.
高木。
Tonomi goes wide-eyed, seeing me appear right before her eyes after spouting all that crap. Geez, exaggerating things just so they work your way!
待つ。
Using such obvious tactics on your own grandpa! What? Tonomi recoils and points behind me. The atmosphere shakes, I timidly turn around.
早速現れおったな。
Hi.
小僧。
You don't believe that story, do you? Don't you?
ああ、よりによってこのタイミングでこうなったらダメだわ。うん。
Don't say it is! However, what's all this muscle? Why did you get that?
ここであったが100年目。お主はもう明日の日を拝めぬ。
This old guy saying some crazy stuff?
ああ、ダメダメ。こうなったらおじいちゃん止まらないから。
Please don't tell me that. Jeez, and whose fault do you think this is? Judging by the way things look, it'd be impossible to reason with them. Escape seems to be the best option here.
乗って。
Yuma's bike raises a dust cloud as she spins in place.
いやーすかー。
Ah, he's coming!
パワーアップしたらスピードが落ちるのは基本よ。
That's basic. The log-sized arm misses me by a hair's breadth as I leap onto the bike. Tonomi doesn't wait for me to secure myself and takes off
ち
full
ゃんと捕まっ
throttle.
て。
You don't need to tell me that! We head down the shrine steps like that, but he always has a car. When we get to the road, Tonomi immediately takes a side street. So, you'll explain what's going on this time, right? I pull in closer to Tonomi. She sips her iced coffee and looks away.
別になんでもない。
Don't you think that answer's already irrelevant in this situation? No answer. But she thinks about it and swirls her straw while giving me a sidelong
家
glance.
庭の問題に首を突っ込まないでくれる？
It's no longer just in the family. You made me your scapegoat. Getting angry isn't going to do anything. She looks set to remain silent to the bitter end. Jeez. Sinking in my chair, helpless. Tonomi sips on her iced coffee, acting as if I'm not
も
present.
うちょっと、
After a moment's silence, she looks away and opens her
もう
mouth.
ちょっとだけ待って。なんとかするから。
Then she goes silent again. I stare at her meek expression. Then I remember the exchange at the shrine. I don't know what the circumstances are, but I want to know just why it is such an important issue to those who are concerned. Oh well, sigh. I'm too soft a guy. Besides, right now it looks quite difficult to convince the old man that it was all a
もう
misunderstanding.
少しせめて卒業まで
That's not a little! We were the 7... wait, what were the 7 wonders of the world again? Stop. If I think about it, I won't be able to sleep. If I care about the 7 wonders. I knew the pyramids, I swear. Perfect! Protect me from the old man. Protect me, Squire!
あれタマお姉ちゃん
Most unusual for Tamane to be behind us. He's virtually always ahead of us.
ちょっとね。
どうかしたの
ちょっと二度寝しちゃってね。気がついたらギリギリの時間になっちゃってて。
タマお姉ちゃんが
そんなに驚くことないと思うけど。
なんかすごく意外だよ。タマお姉ちゃん、寝坊とかそういうの絶対しないと思ったのに。
そんなことないってば。でも、こっちに戻ってきて少し気が緩んできたのかしら。
待ってくれ
What's up? Why are you staring at someone's shoebox?
手紙とか入ってるかなって思ったんだけど、入ってないね。
A letter.
不幸の手紙とか。
That's what you're expecting? I'm the one who's gonna be chased, aren't I? Can't even laugh at Tonami as she's being observed outside the school. In fact, even my life might be at risk in here. There's no joke, while he may be an old man, his muscles may actually be beyond human limits. If he can't as me, he'd wring me dry of my blood, as if I'm laundry. Thanks to that, I won't be taking the high-profile route through the school gates, instead opting for the more subtle rear route via the shrine to get home. Knowing that guy, I can't be cautious enough. I check my surroundings again and move into the forest at the rear of the school. I pass through the unobserved mountain path and arrive at the shrine grounds. Not only have I not seen the old man, I haven't seen anyone either. Looks like I've somehow avoided danger. I breathe a sigh of relief and head towards the shrine archway. Huh? There's a black foreign car at the base of the steps. Oh no. Cold sweat runs down my back. His muscles have instantly bulged, ready for combat. I lose my breath at the difference between his muscularity and age. Can't let myself be overwhelmed or I'll die. It's like facing off with a wild animal. I muster all the strength I can to face him head on. You certainly told off your granddaughter when she was here! Is that something to be proud of? I shout the abuse nonchalantly while slowly increasing my distance. In his head, I've been set up as the one responsible for all kinds of If I let him continue, he might start spouting more ridiculous things like I kidnapped her. These days, kids violently oppose if their fiancé is chosen for them. When I think it's futile, I still try a rebuttal. At which point, the raging old man gives me a surprised look. Eh? But didn't she say Daniel? What? I don't get it. Didn't she run away because her parents decided who she'd marry? That's a shocking development. Hang on. How again did I get involved in this? Hang on, old man. What on earth makes you so... On the second half of my sentence is drowned out by the sound of screeching tire. The piercing sound of a girl's voice comes from the billowing cloud of dust. This son of me. She immediately turns to rear tire towards me. Hang on. I haven't finished. Ah! I see an armful of pavement flying at me. Is this guy even human? Wait a second. I'd be dead if that hit me. I frantically jump on the rear of the bike.
孫娘をさらっていくか。
It's the opposite! Take a good look, you old geezer! She looks like she had something to say, but she waited until she was halfway through eating her order.
変なことに巻き込んで悪かったわね。
She looks at me briefly, then averts
で
her
もあ
eyes.
んたが首を突っ込んでくるから。
Did you have to add that? What is it that I'm now completely wrapped up in?
とにかくあんたに私が卒業するまで生きててもらわなくちゃならないから。
You'll let this continue until graduation?
もう
Hey! She said silently with a straw in her mouth. How far will she keep this up? Bone, there's no sign that she'll explain the situation. She's such a nuisance. Lift my plate and face her. This Daniel is your grandpa. Looks like I nailed it. Tonami's mouth twitches and she stares at me. Still, she doesn't say anything. Remember the rumors from the classroom. Foreign black car coming to pick someone up. Young lady forced to deal with the dark arts. Could it be that you're the daughter of the Kurosagawas? That time, nice coffee sprays from her
な
mouth.
わけないでしょ。
Alright, first, wipe your mouth. You're slobbering. Tonami wipes her mouth with her handkerchief. Wipe, wipe, wipe. She calms herself while doing that then she sits back down silently. So what then? Her eyes dance around nervously. After a little while, she opens her mouth in resignation.
子供の頃、将来は何になりたかった？
The first thing out of her mouth is a question I never anticipated. Hey? She looks really serious. I don't see any signs of her trying to fool me. I'll follow along for now. I don't know if it's connected with my inquiry, but I decide to humor her. Let's see. Put my finger on my forehead and recall. I remember my old self back in primary school. Cook, maybe.
つまみ食いできるから？
Bullseye. No way. If you know that, then you must have thought the same thing. She blushes and looks inside.
他には？
Also, famous?
お笑い？
Why's that? The discussion begins. Afterwards, we start talking normally about jobs we wanted to do. An athlete.
何の？
Probably baseball.
私はテニス。
Prime Minister.
日本滅びるわね。
An astronaut.
太平洋の木図だわ。
Shut up. Well, there's also being an inventor during the summer.
探検家。家つながりで。
Author.
私は漫画家の方かな。
Scientist.
マジ？
For a while when I was a kid. It was a spur of the moment thing back then. Suddenly turns to the side and opens her mouth. I look at her expression.
今でもそう？
And she rolls her eyes to look
今
at
で
me.
もそれになりたい？
I'm stumped. I was just thinking about my childhood, so I didn't have an answer. Totally tries to finish an answer out of me. Stare at my empty paper cup and enter into deep thought. How long ago? How long ago was it that I could no longer grasp my dreams? Some of the days rapidly passed me by. I didn't even have time to waste worrying about it. By no means is that a bad thing, but looking back at what I've forgotten and left behind, I can't deny that sour feeling deep within me.
将来の夢なんて呼べないくらいどれも他愛ないことだとは思うけど、
Without waiting for my answer, she looks far off into the distance and continues
もし
questioning me.
そういうのが突然全部なくなってしまったらどうする？
The answer was rhetorical. Seems to be an important moment for her to express those words. Could it be that you... Suddenly silently traces her finger around the edge of the paper cup. Have an arranged marriage?
違うわよ。
She scowls at me, very displeased. Afterward, Tonami sighs for about 3 minutes and then starts talking about herself.
さっき言ってたクルス川家なんだけど、
She briefly checks her
あながち
expression.
無関係ってわけでもないのよね。
The old Kurusugawa family had influential power in all political, financial, and academic aspects of Japan. It's said that after the war, various other affiliated families became influential and supported the Kurusugawa families from the
それ
shadows.
がうちの家系なの。ダニエルってのは役職名みたいなものね。
She thought she'd follow that path from her childhood. That was what she had planned to
他
do.
に道などなかったし、他に道があることなんて思いもしなかった。
She was displeased about that. In fact, she was happy it pleased the adults
無
around
邪
her.
気だったのよね。でもいつからだろう、目の前に敷かれたレールに疑問を持ったのは。
She knew that if she followed the path before, everything will fall into place. It'd probably bring her happiness. Straying from the path laid out for her would mean incredible hardship. Did she have the conviction to do that? Was she even sure it was worth
で
it?
も
Nevertheless, She now has something that she wants much more than what what she's come to accept previously. But even she doesn't know just what that is. Confusion only deepens.
とにかく慣れる自分にはなりたくなかったの。
Anything finished, she stirs up the contents of a paper cup with her straw and puts on a self-deprecating smile.
閉まらない話。おじいちゃんが戸惑うのも無理ないわ。
Having heard her story, I'm at a loss for words myself. It's meaningless to add anything to that. Besides, it's not something I've likewise thought about, so in the end, I'm just as lost as she is. I don't think there's an answer, and she doesn't look like she expects one. Ice rattles at the bottom of her cup. She's finished her iced coffee.
じゃあね。
Yeah. We say our farewells in front of the yakus with a gloomy
ちょっ
atmosphere.
と待って。
Tonomi calls out to me, thinking of
こ
something.
れからは名前で呼んで。
え？
だから名前で呼べっての。
I don't really recall giving you a nickname.
だから下の名前。
Is that what she means? But it's rather
いい？
sudden.
私のことは名字で呼ばないこと。
Okay, but what's this curious turn of
名
events?
字だったらおじいちゃんと区別がつかないでしょ。
Oh, right. Alright, here goes. Clear my throat. Yuma. Tonomi puts on a complex expression. No doubt she felt goosebumps. Yuma. Yuma. She's on the verge of turning violent when Yuma stops herself.
高明。
Goosebumps.
高明。
Oh.
高明。
Hang on, haven't you always called me that? When did you attack me when you'd attack me and so on?
そういえばそうだったわ。
This has her worried, doesn't it? Yuma turns her back to me and thinks. After a short while, she turns back to me, narrows her eyes and declares.
じゃあこうしよ
She continues.
う。名前の後にサマをつけなさい。
Don't say that with such a triumphant-looking expression. I think we've actually reached like a point where literally none of the standard scenes are the same anymore. I vaguely remember collecting milk bottle tops in primary school. I used to blow in them and flick them into the wind. I remember being quite popular for bringing pretty unique ones to school. Used to carry them around everywhere, but I'd never washed them. That's kind of disgusting now that I think about it. I would take out my toy box, check out all the bottle caps within, and firmly stuck to each of them, dried up curdled milk. Blah. Hey, sorry for keeping you.
タカ君、ちゃんとハンカチとティッシュ持った？
What's up? Surprisingly, you came to pick me up. Hang on a
じ
sec.
ゃあちゃんと顔洗って歯を磨いた？
I said I washed
じゃあ
them. Apart from that, your hair at the back is all over the place. It's just bad hair.
嘘。
Look, there's still time to fix it. Sunlight's been strong since this morning. It's morning, so it's still cool, but brilliant sunlight feels warming.
春ももう終わりだね。そしたらもうすぐ夏。去年遊べなかった分、今年はいっぱい遊ばないと。
夏か。今年は暑くなりそうね。
Tamina says someone to mingle with a sigh. Huh? Don't you like summer, Tamina?
別に嫌いじゃないわ。嫌いじゃないけど、夏の寝苦しい夜だけはちょっと。
Shouldn't you be sleeping with the air conditioning on in summer?
私ってクーラーとあまり相性良くないみたいなのよ。つけたまま寝ると具合が悪くなること多いから。
ああ、そっか。前にもそんなこと言ってたよね。
だから普段は扇風機を使うんだけど、扇風機もつけっぱなしだと明け方には凍えちゃうし、タイマーで早く切りすぎると暑くて目が覚めちゃうし。向こうにいた時は山の中だったから涼しかったんだけど。
Yeah, so I've actually heard that it's quite pleasant to use an ice pillow on nights it's hard to sleep.
へえ。
Plus, if you use bamboo sheets, you can leave the fan just blowing on your legs.
あと、ペットボトルに入れた水を凍らせて、それを抱いて寝たりすると気持ちいいよ。
ふーん、そんな方法あったのね。 ありがとう。夏になったら早速試してみるわね。
School's empty. I have no choice. It's been so long since I came here, so I'm sure for the past day she's gotten tired of waiting only for me to not show up. As such, I shouldn't bump into her today. I've been praying for so many days, and sure enough, Yuma is nowhere to be seen at the arcade. It has been a while since I've seen these shop notices. If I enter, I see a bulletin board where customers drop and exchange notes. Pick up the most recurrent notes among the numerous papers on the table. My eye follows along with various doodles and light outbursts people send to one another, until one of them catches my attention. There's one bastard in that new fighting game that just uses a beam. Someone tell me how to destroy him. The language is rather crude in comparison to its girlish writing. I read on for the 10-odd lines of simple explanation on how this person fought the battles. Is this who I think it is? By the battle techniques and the way it's written, it screams Yuma. There are numerous responses written down. They're all kindly written because they're talking to a girl. An obviously faked voice comes from the other side of the fighting game machine. Yuma's face appears from behind the machine, looking ready to go. He's pretty easy to read. Not at all, but I scratch my head and point in the other direction. Let's go with the racing game. We exchange a few random words before we take our seats. Gameplay is the sound of engines idling at the starting line. A seat rumbles and sound comes from the speakers close to my ears. Both of Yuma's arms are fully extended. She grips the steering wheel so tight her knuckles turn white. Signs of a newbie driver. Yuma doesn't move an inch upon choosing her car, and it looks like she won't do so until the countdown for the race begins. Thus, I go ahead and pick the course. The red lights come on one after the other, and then finally, they'll turn green. Start. With an explosive cacophony of noise, the seats start shaking. The next moment, I take off at breakneck speed, leaving the rest of the cars around me in the dust. Rocket start. Yuma stomps on the accelerator pedal and goes after me. However, she doesn't make it past the first turn and spins off the track. She turns the wheel hard and accelerates, but despite the loud roaring of her engine, the car barely moves. Careful handling, smooth movements, and good timing is key. Brake before the turn and slowly release the brake as you begin the curve. Then when you reach the apex, hit the accelerator. Finish the lap without spinning out once. Looks like it's proven that I'm a different league here. In a different league here. I'm stupid. I'm cautiously monitoring those following behind me when suddenly a car blocks me out of front. What? There's no way the AI behaves like this. Never seen this in the game before. You're a lap behind, what are you talking about? That's usually how matches are won. Genuine contest, what's that mean? Despite what she says, she seems to seriously enjoy it. It's one of her good points. I notice myself smiling. Huh? Am I also enjoying this a lot? I guess so. I absentmindedly ponder that when I notice that Yuma is no longer at the machines next to me. She's over there craning her neck to look at something. What is it? Get closer and follow her gaze. It looks like she's drawn to the crane game. Is there something you want in there? Her face is red. Her red face nicely reveals her true feelings. I look at the glass case. They're offering stuffed toys as prizes. They're octopuses. Of all things, an octopus, why? What's cute about an octopus? I don't understand what attracts her to it. What's more, the case is chock full of differently colored octopuses and it's a real spectacle. No one beside her would want something like that. Sasada's already playing on it. Which one do you want? They're all the same. What color do you like? She looks away and pouts. It wasn't a contest, but whatever. Pretty sure we both got owned hard. We quickly go and waste our cash in the change machine. Oh, how?
赤が100点、黄色が3点、茶が2点。
That is wildly different. In other words, she wants a red one.
ダメ、そこは、そんな。
Yeah, we get it. We get it. We get it. It sounds like the sex. It sounds like the sex. It sounds like the sex. We get it.
バカ。そこまで持って行って落とすかね。
Stop saying idiot. You just failed to anticipate the arm's strength. I still have a few tries left. Put the arm back, expecting more failures. Suddenly struck on the back of the head.
赤色だっつってるでしょうが。
You gotta do this right though. Can't just go for the prize right away. There's something of a fake prize on top of what we're after. If we try to take a red octopus without thinking, we'll just end up wasting more cash. I have to move the other one. I'll have to move one of the other colored ones to reveal the red one. Check out how many credits I've got left and diligently get back to work.
だから赤色っつってるだろ。
Will you stop? I need to focus.
まったく、口だけなんだから。
As if you can talk. Even Yuma was shocked that she hasn't gotten any little red one.
情けない顔してからに。
Like a pot calling the kettle black, she grumbles away. She wasn't even disappointed that we were unable to win any octopus stuffed toys. Suddenly she stops in front of a photo booth and looks in. She puts on an evil smile, grabs my arm and drags me in there. Hey!
あんたのろくでもない顔を残してやれ。
Stop it! Don't tag me in, hey! I'm forcefully pushed inside the booth curtains. She had us set up in a way so that she's not in view of the camera. What about you?
なんで私が河野孝明と一緒に写んなきゃなんないの
No
よ。
reasons, just quietly pretend to be photographed and just before the photo's taken, grab her by the neck and pull her in. The flash goes off without giving her enough time to escape. Yuma frantically looks at the screen and control panel.
何すんのよ。やだ、私どんな顔してた？
Yuma holds her breath while she reaches out to grab the photo as it starts coming out.
見るな。
Look, it's coming out! While she's panicking about whether she wants to look or not, I reach over her shoulder and grab it. Oh, it's surprisingly normal.
変すぎ。目の焦点合ってないよ。
While Yuma's fussing over whether to return the picture or throw pictures or throw them away, I share half of them with her.
いらないわ。そっちも何しまってるのよ。さっさと捨て
Here,
ろ。
take them. You can throw them away or tear them up or whatever later. I force them into her hands. She puts on a complicated expression as she looks at them. Gonna throw them out?
魔除けくらいにはなるわよ。
She pouts and puts the photos in her pocket. Somehow it definitely feels like my after-school day is complete. After seeing the mountain bike off, I head home myself, somewhat reluctantly. I realize it's because of the crane game. I probably would have gotten the toy if I persisted some more. Some underlying reason is drawing me back to it. Normally I easily give up, but today the pull is strong. Try once more. We don't quit here. Reach into my pocket. I rub the coins that I have there, making out the 500 engraved on it. I now have an excuse. I shrug and turn around. Sure I've returned, but how do I proceed? I find myself held at bay by a couple standing in front of the game. No bright ideas come to mind. The smell of alcohol comes from the man. He appears to be of high social standing. He pauses a coin that he withdrew from his fat wallet. I'm a fair distance away, so I can't hear what he's saying. Looks like he's showing off, but the girl seems uninterested in the game. Her arm slowly starts moving. The octopus toy is mostly round and not easy to grab. Even if you try to grab the legs, the arm's claw can't access them from above. The headband would be the best part to grab, but that's a trap. I know that because I've tried so many times before. If you grab that, the arm strength won't be enough. The surface of the toy looks slippery and difficult to grab like a real octopus. We tried that already and it was pointless. It's just that not that easy to grab. At least take off the ones that are in the way for me. That's what I think as I stand on my tiptoes watching, but he's able to move another prize off the top of the octopus. This guy's good. Claws come into contact with the headband and he's already pulled away the heart to get blue and red ones. Blue and green ones. However, this is bad. He's aiming for the same red one I want. To think that there's someone beside Yuma that would want that sort of stuffed toy. At this rate, he'll get it. On the first attempt, he moves a spotted one away. On the second, he goes for it, but fails. I watch with my heart pounding as the weak arm grabs thin air on his third attempt. But the red one is now out of the open. He takes out another coin without hesitating, but he's unable to put it in the machine. The woman, who has long since gotten impatient, forcibly drags him away. The drunk man fails to steady his feet and stumbles off. The woman's angry voice goes on and on as they disappear into the crowd. Now then, my turn finally. There are times when you're destined to win prizes from crane games. This must be it. Put the coin in. The light comes on and the arm comes to life. Target the red octopus. No good, just like the guy earlier. I aim for the headband, but the angle is all wrong. How about if I move it slightly from where he failed? Then I can use the arm to move the no, wait. Looking at it now, this octopus has another grab point. There, the row opening. Stick my face against the window to scrutinize it from the top to bottom. Why am I so dead set on it? Don't mind it, just concentrate on getting the prize. What's more, an octopus toy shouldn't have the row hole. Just concentrate. Examine the arm's length from right and left, then leave the rest up to the heavens. Aim the arm for the red octopus and use it like a hook. The octopus, which until now has not budged, starts rising. Yes, now don't fall! Move the arm horizontally and head for the exit. The arm's claws open. The octopus falls almost vertically. Alright! But my triumphant celebration is cut short. What? The toy gets stuck at the exit. Or rather, it won't fit. It's because of the round shape. It still won't fit no matter the angle. There's nothing more I can do, because the arm can't reach the mouth of the exit. However, I still had a plan. Excuse me, this one's got stuck at the exit.
Oh, yes, yo.
The shopkeeper opens the case and takes it out of the exit and puts it in the bag for me. The ultimate plan. We have tomorrow off because of the public holiday. Day was it again? I try to make out the calendar in the dark. Green Day. Green Day? Alternative rock bands get a national holiday? Take a closer look. Greenery Day! Guess that makes more sense. I hate that they made the joke as well. Today is Greenery Day. It's known nationwide for being the first day of Golden Week, but it's seen as nothing more than a public holiday for students. So what do you have to lunch? Different from weekday, I have to eat lunch at home. I've cooked the rice, but there's no accompaniment. I'd like to at least put egg over it. Rice is the accompaniment for rice. I've heard that rice is an accompaniment in Canada. Well, if you don't have it like that, it does indeed tread the fine line between side dish and staple. Like, for example, having rice as a side dish for okonomiyaki. What makes it a side dish is a difficult question. Is spaghetti a main or a side dish? Is pasta with a sauce a side? Gyoza is normally considered a side dish, but even this you could call wrapping for rice. I've seen the ramen rice as a dish in Chinese restaurants. Even though croquettes are always entirely potato, they're eaten as side dishes. In that case, why can't we call okonomiyaki a side dish? Thinking about such nonsense, I found myself wanting to eat okonomiyaki. I remember there was a cabbage, but I opened the fridge to see if I can put together the rest. There's egg and flour and pork cutlet sauce, mixed with soy sauce and mayonnaise at the top, at the bottom. Can't find substitutes even for these. Oh well, I'd have to head out to eat out as well. Take off the pajamas I slept in and prepare to go out. The okonomiyaki store I was counting on was closed for the public holiday. What the heck? Aren't eateries busy as the holidays? Bakery is closed on Saturday. A bakery is for closing on Saturday. Looks like I have no choice but to make it myself. Think to myself the recipe and throw the needed items into the shopping basket. I finish chopping the cabbage and move on to making the sauce. I bought a sauce for it, but it's just one type and doesn't cut it. I actually really need to stop recording. It's like 3 AM. Okonomiyaki sauce must have 3 colors to it. First it's just simple sauce, then lighter, then the sauce, there's mayonnaise, then third, ketchup and mayonnaise. Sounds disgusting? Just try it. Yeah, try it. Except it's not mayonnaise. The thing I know is like just I just know it is fry sauce. I don't know what to call it. But I still feel like there's something missing. Also bought burrito flakes and nori seaweed. I forgot the red ginger. There's nothing that can substitute that tight acidity. So I wound up going back to buy some. I also bought fried breadcrumbs. Now nothing will stop me. Now there is something. I laugh out loud in my desperation and open the fridge to try and start cooking. I stop laughing. The cabbage is off. smell enters the atmosphere as I cut it up. Nope. This won't be enough to stop me. I look at the vegetable compartment and breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, there's still some cabbage left. With the flawless skills gained by living alone, I chop up the cabbage, slice up the yams, mix them in the hot plate, flip them over, and add bonito flakes and nori seaweed. By the time an okonomiyaki is perfect, it's gotten completely dark. It ended up becoming dinner. Well, whatever. It ended up being a lot of work, but no way can you compare it to a shop-made one. Oops, forgot the red ginger. Went back to the shops just to get that, put the finishing touches to it. When I finally finished something, everything at that moment I noticed something strange. This red ginger is pickled. Yogurt is healthy. Under the influence of a TV ad, I bought a 500ml pack of unsweetened yogurt for tomorrow's breakfast. The packaging explains that it was made from pasteurized milk, meaning it was kept in 65-degree water for 30 minutes. Pasteurizing absolutely does not mean sterilizing using ice. I knew that. Konami opens her mouth wide and tears come to her eyes. What a huge yawn. You're always sleepy.
あら、寝不足？
昨日は早めに寝たんだけど、でもなんか
Yeah,
眠
you
い
slept too
の。
long then. She rubs her eyes. What time did you go to bed?
ご飯食べてお風呂入って、すぐだから8時半くらい？
Then you slept too much. That's the cause for the opposite reason.
どうなんだろう。
春はいくら寝ても寝足りないって時があるから。
It's recess. I'm standing in the corridor, mentally going over the plan again and again. In the end, I brought it to school. The red stuffed octopus I won from the crane game. Actually, school's the only place where I can give it to her. I don't know where she lives, so I can't just drop by and give it to her. I'm gonna give it to her before anyone sees me carrying something like this. Or so now, as I'm drawing attention by hanging around the corridor, trying to hide this thing. No matter how you look at it, it'd be pretty embarrassing if I call her over just to give it to her. Besides, getting something like this isn't enough to make her happy. There's a good chance I'll just be called an idiot. What to do? Perhaps I just take it home and leave it in the inch away. With perfect timing, Yuma comes out of her classroom. After wandering around aimlessly, I call out to Yuma. Yo!
何よ。
Yuma replies defensively, looking somewhat surprised. It's extremely unusual for me to call out to her. Not only at school, but in the corridor in front of everyone else. Usually it's Yuma assailing me with her just shut up and do it attitude. Have a sec? I just want to know if you've got some time. I motion at her with my finger. Yuma timidly follows, completely baffled.
何なのよ。罠なのね。
I'm not you. We go to a deserted area. I slowly turn and face her. This is Yuma we're talking about. Would you take it obediently if I tell her I'm giving it to her? I would very well be bringing necessary grief upon myself. I'll just force it onto her. Take this. I managed to get it after you left. Yuma takes the toy I pushed upon her. Yuma stares at the octopus in her hands. It looked like you wanted one, right? Her response is surprisingly nothing like the revulsion I was expecting. But a bit of an anti-climax after I prepared myself emotionally. I'll change the mood. Okay, that's all it was. Felt like she was going to call out to me, so I stopped walking. Yuma opens her mouth, then closes it again. Finally, she turns her face away and lets out a mosquito-like squeak.
ありがとう。
I get a little peek at her face, and she seems happy. Her cheeks are ever so slightly red. But now, doing that embarrasses me as well. Suddenly, Komaki shows up. She gives us a blank stare. Komaki looks at the expression on both of our faces and remains speechless.
何よ。こんなので喜ぶとでも思ってるわけ？ばっかじゃないの？小学生と勘違いしてるでしょ。まったく。人を見くびるのもいい加減にしなさい。ああ、もう捨てるのもめんどくさいからもらってやるわよ。
She abuses me while gripping tightly to the toy and whisks herself away.
私、まずいところに来ちゃいました？
Nah, it doesn't look like it. Yuma tightly hugs the octopus in the shadows of the corner. She just went around. She doesn't seem to realize I could see her. Fucking adorable, man. It feels anticlimactic if I just don't go here and end the part. Like the moment the day changes. The best thing about living by yourself is that you can eat whatever you want, whenever you want. However, I'm surprisingly thrifty, so in practice I end up eating whatever boring thing is on sale at the supermarket. 1st of May.
Yo.
No. I refuse. Hope you guys enjoyed. Well, see you next time. Bye-bye.